online audience, karibuni sana to the second day.
Oh yes,
second day of the Mizani ya Ustawi Conference 2025. And of course, our theme ni ile ile, or our purpose ni ile ile.
Purpose-driven leadership 2025.
Leo nayo umeiva.
Unajua nilikuwa nimegundua you don't have to say the theme. Just say Mizani ya Ustawi 2025 purpose-driven leadership. Useme eti our theme
unajichanganya, unaanza
kusema 10 words. So, yeah. But thank you so much for joining us. Those who joined us yesterday and also are joining us today for the Mizani Ustawi. And also the audience here. You know, we have an awesome audience.
Yeah, we have an awesome audience.
Yeah.
There's a table there that...
Where?
That table.
Oh, the right table right here.
Yeah. Anyway, karibuni sana.
Number 6057. Like the older you are, the older the numbers you are getting. Unana. So yours is number? Mine is 1367.
753. So
yako ni ngapi?
What to number 13?
90? Shikamo mam. Wacha
Yena metusela wako outside.
Baba, what's your number? 6050. Make sure. Higher.
Is it around your age range?
Final offer. Neto. Sasa. Sinimewasho.
Twende hapa kuna hii table.
Let's go to the lady with glasses. The one with glasses. What is your number? You see? You see? What is your number?
753.
Sinimekusho.
Na hii table.
I have finally hacked
na hii table kuna watu naona wako 17. Hao hawajazaliwa.
I have hacked the game. I have hacked the secret.
Na huyu 001.
001, it is in the hair. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this second day of the conference, Mizani Ustawi 2025. I hope you're enjoying it. And I would like to reduce the movement and call the house to order. And we're going to start with the national anthem. So kindly, simameni kokote uliko. And then we're going to be having pastor. You're going to be bringing pastor for the prayer, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. And those who are at home as well, we're going to start the conference right now. Remember, we're going to be bringing the OST, that is the Open Space Technology experts, later on, number 13 and number 17. Number 17 is here?
Yeah,
yes, so number 13 and number 17. But number 13 is also here with us. We are going to be going to our breakout rooms shortly. But first, we are having a small speech and a performance by Fadhili Tulia. Right now, the national anthem.
Thank you. You may have your seats. I'd like to invite Pastor Seraphine Lumasai for our opening prayer. She's in theme, as you can see.
Oh, she's looking sharp.
She's
Morning,
reminding
Pastor.
us we have a gala at 9.
Yes, I'm representing them today, this morning. Good morning again. Let's pray. Our Father and our God, we thank you. We thank you for such a successful day yesterday, oh God. And this morning, once again, we are gathered in your presence, oh God. And we know that your word tells that he who began a good thing is faithful enough to bring it to accomplishment. So, Lord, we know that you are so faithful to us, oh God. And whatever that business we have to be engaged today, oh God, we know that it's going to be a success, oh God. It's going to be a beginning of new things that you're going to do in this nation and amongst our young people, oh God. So we invite your presence, oh God. We invite your Holy Spirit, oh God, that you gather us together and give us your wisdom, oh God. We thank you, Lord, and we enthrone your grace, oh God, with everything that you've given us, oh God. We bless you and we honor you. In Jesus' name we do pray and believe. Amen and amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Morning.
Welcome to today's conference. As I said earlier on, my name is MC Peter. You can call me PP.
And my name is Diana.
Yeah, so we're going to start, of course.
You can call
on a
me
high.
Didi. No, Didi is not a good name.
Oh. You know, I had a joke, but our initials PP and DD, you know.
Nah.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
No,
I thought it was bad. I thought it was bad in my head, but when I said it,
it's a very bad joke.
it's worse. Now, you know, there are people who came camping for the first time. For those who are watching at home, probably didn't have a chance to come to the camp. Next time when you hear camping, come.
Yes, please.
What did you see?
It's
in
a
the
whole
camp?
experience.
What did you see in the camp?
What I saw?
Hmm.
Hey, I saw things.
Sijui niseme.
No, I know people came prepared. I feel like I wasn't prepared enough because
What?
people came prepared.
Okay. What did you not carry?
Okay, I saw someone with a bucket, so I don't know why we were carrying buckets. Maybe there someone helped me understand.
You know,
What was carrying
they
buckets?
might thought they were getting the full
But I understand.
experience, you know.
But I understand. I understood that
Yeah.
they were actually well equipped because if there were
What
there
if we're
were
going
no
to the river?
showers,
What if we're going to the
yeah,
river?
if there were no showers,
Yeah.
I know what walikuwa scouts
Yeah,
in
sure.
primary and high school, I believe.
But nikuulize Diana, kwa camp,
Eh.
umewaiona socket?
Sijaiona socket.
Why would someone go camping with an iron box? So mimi nimeamka asubuhi naenda kuoga, nasikia mtu anashikwa camp. Nani ako na pasi? I'm like,
But kuna ile pasi ya charcoal.
utatoa
Kuna-
wapi makaa kwa camp?
Si mmeoga na maji moto?
Yeah.
Ama hujaoga?
Okay, so hiyo makosa yako ni kufikiria kila mtu anaoga asubuhi. Wengine tunataka siku hiyo.
So hiyo maji ilichemshwa na charcoal.
So
Somewhere.
unaenda kwa boiler kuchukua makaa ya kupiga
Hey,
pasi.
you have to look sharp.
Uchome tent. I can explain, guys. I was trying to look sharp in the process. It's just
You
one
were trying
tent.
to look sharper. But anyway, welcome to the second day
Let's
of the
get started.
Mizani ya Ustawi Conference 20.
Yes.
As we continue to remind you of our theme, that is, let's say it together. Our theme
Purpose.
is purpose-driven
Driven.
leadership.
That is the hashtag as well. Let's
Yes.
do this. I noticed yesterday guys were not listening to me. Let us just do it right now.
Yeah.
So there's a selfie we took right behind the tent there. I want everybody to take out their phones. Let's do it first. It's faster that way. Take out your phone. Enda kwa X.
Piga picha kwanza.
Unaweza piga picha kama utaki kupiga picha, just compose. Let's compose. Making a tweet takes like 20 seconds by the way.
Yeah, so if you can take a photo first.
Yeah. So sisi tumepiga
Sisi tushapiga
check it,
selfie
wana
yetu
smile.
kali.
Unajua watu wananiambia nini? Eti nakula rangi ya picha. But anyway. So I'm going to tweet out good morning from day 2.
Day 2 of Mizani ya Ustawi Conference.
Yes.
Also, for those who are at home, you can tweet or X.
X us.
You can X
You
us.
can Post.
You can post that you are live on the Mizani ya Ustawi conference. That is on LinkedIn,
Yes.
on YouTube, on X. Let people know what is happening, that we are out here, educating people and also having discussions around purpose-driven leadership. Of course, the hashtag is hashtag purpose-driven leadership 2025. 2025. Remember, hashtag purpose driven leadership 2025. Of course, you can do that on X, on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram. Make sure that you tag Mizani 254. And of course, sure, most of us have maybe interacted with the X spaces pale Mizani 254. Do you usually
Yeah.
attend?
I attend.
Una attendingi gani?
Mimi na attending ya Friday na Sunday service. Sunday
school?
Sunday school.
Unaendanga
My favorite is that one when they were doing about was it health and handling your health and health insurance, you know. Yes. And also know that I'm also a radio presenter online. Niko na radio kangu huko. Kanaitwa Home Run with PP. Some of the listeners here are like, this is the first time we are seeing you. So you can follow me on X at MCP Peter every weekday from 4 to 9. And also we have sponsors as well.
We have partners. Yeah, we have partners.
Oja nimezoea kuongea kwa zile conference naambia don't forget the sponsors. Sponsor. So our partners for today, who are we?
We have Mtalex Solutions.
Yeah.
Now ni watu ambao wanna bring AI into the it's called legal tech.
Yes.
Have you heard about legal tech?
Yeah.
It's making work easier for the lawyers and everything, and also even for the inmates.
Yes.
To make sure that justice is served faster compared to how
it also gets the legal tools to understand their cases. You know, some of these people are convicted wrongfully, and we have had these what we call conversations around falseful convictions. So I think this is a good thing Mtalex are doing. And we also have Blue Radio.
Yeah, Blue Radio is also in the house. They're also helping us with the live streaming. And you know, media is a very is very important when it comes to airing and helping people have engagements. And that's why we have Blue Radio in the house. We also have KOTFM.
The ones who are bringing us here today.
Wako ndani ya nyumba. Wako ndani ya nyumba pia. We have Spark Learning. Of course, they are creating Spark innovation because there are gaps in the skill field. And so they're trying to make sure that people have skills.
Mike inakuacha. Okay. Sawa.
DJ, uleka.
Okay, sawa. Mpe njiti, ongeza kidogo hivi.
Niongeze please. Making sure that people have the right skills to take to the industry. Because now job, what do you bring to the table?
Okay, what do you bring to the table? Tumeiva swali tunauliza ni kwa relationship ni za kazi.
Everyone
we have some skills of course as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the other partners, we have a long list of partners who have made this happen. And our guy, what is your index? 07. Bond himself, James Bond, you know, but he's even lived his name. He's having glasses on, you know, his car is out there, his Corvette, yeah. Thank you so much. Now we have to get started. Everything good has to start.
Yes.
So we have a good performer. Yesterday, guys, he was performing here, and I just felt like there's this song called African Queen. I want to dedicate it to all the beautiful ladies. Ladies, clap for yourselves. Ladies, clap.
They don't want to clap for themselves.
Kwani wengine wana identify as brothers. So let's give the PP applause for Fadhili Tuya. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tuanze sasa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
1.
Asante sana. Fadhili.
Karibu sana Fadhili.
Good morning, everybody. This song that I am making is a very special song and a very close song to my heart. This song is called Assalamu Alaikum. In this song, I talk about Africa and how Africa is perceived. And I feel and I believe that the African narrative for many years, for a long time, almost all of its history, the African narrative has been told to us. And I feel it's about time that African people, the children of the soil, tell our own version of the narrative. Because often when you see people talking about Africa or news reporting about Africa, it's always the dark continent. It's children with flies in their eyes. You know, it's emaciated people. You know, people without food. It's stories of luck. But I want to call you guys to look around you. Look where you are right now. Look at how you are. Look at your lifestyle. Look at how far we've come. Irrespective of all the oppression that we've had to go through, we're still emerged, enviable. We still stand tall as African people. We are still the continent with the highest, what do you say? Potential. Everyone wants to be here. Everyone wants a piece of it. And I believe it's something that Africa should be proud of. One of the things that really unites us as African people is how expressive we are. All across the continent, we have this one word. Ooh-wee. Everyone says it. If you are caught in the act, you are the one screaming "oui," and the one who's caught you is also screaming "oui." If a mother is going through labor, they are "ooh-wee." The process it took her to get into labor is also "ooh-wee." Everything we do is, we are very expressive people. And I believe these are some of the beautiful things about African people that we should not take advantage of, take for advantage. We should actually look at all these things and appreciate who we are, how we are, because we are a beautiful people. That's why I wrote this song. It's called Assalamu Alaikum. And Assalamu Alaikum pretty much, and it's beautiful. It's in the holy month of Ramadan to sing this song. It means peace be upon you. Just make peace with the things that are in your life that you have, you don't have they don't really sit right with you yet. Make peace with those things and move forward. And I think that's the position of a leader. Make peace with everything. If it's turmoil, your duty is to find and make peace in that situation. So, assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. It's for sure the sun will rise at dawn down in Africa. It's for sure the sun will set at dusk down in Africa. It's for sure the daughters of the land make us proud in Africa. Yes, it's for sure the sons of the land are bold in Africa. Women will shout, ooh, the children to play. The women will shout, ooh, the children's to play. The women will shout, ooh, and the children's to play. The women will shout, ooh, the children's to play. Salih, assalamu alaikum. Salih, Salih, assalamu alaikum. Salih, Salih, assalamu alaikum. Salih, assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam. Assalamu alaikum. Salam. Assalamu alaikum. Women will shout. Asante sana. Some of you might remember this piece from this. Sengonanga, sengonanga. Sengonanga, sengonanga. Sengonanga, sengonanga. Sengonanga, sengonanga. Sengonanga, sengonanga. Sengonanga, sengonanga. Ladies and gentlemen, sengonanga, sengonanga.
Indeed, I lose sleep every time I reflect and think about this country. Not because we are a bad country, but because we are capable of doing much more than we can. At times I question and reflect, what is purpose? But then again, I'm convinced often than not, a lot of us have ambition. Probably we want to be muheshimiwa, aliyeheshimiwa hayati. But someone once said, yote ni vanity. So when Mizani decides we want to have conversations, it's because of the sleepless nights our children, our women, the men, in fact those going on retirement, questioning what are they taking home with them. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I am here convinced the crowd seated here is the crowd that will bring change. Not because you are special, but because you have purpose. And I call upon all of us this morning, for those of you who are streaming us live, ask yourself, what is your purpose? What is your driven force? Is it the money? Because I love money. That's why we say Aki Pesa. But then again, today we are going to take a different journey. A journey towards reflecting leadership. A journey on questioning what role do we play. Every time I turn on the television set, I'm told or rather read news about million scandals. In fact, we graduated. We're no longer still in millions. We are billionaire thieves. So, ladies and gentlemen, to those of you who have seen the importance of having purpose in the leadership they're providing, I welcome you to a journey today of discovery, a journey that will be asking us to discuss, engage, debate, and resolve. Also, I want to appreciate each and every one of you who came here today, from the men and women who have contributed towards this success. We have friends from Europe, Kenya, Kenyans in Netherlands for Change. We want to appreciate you under the leadership of Beth and Jerry. We want to appreciate our friends in the US, Esmond Onsomu, our mother. I know you're watching us and you're happy about what we're doing here. Rosemary Musumba, retired veteran journalist. Evelyn, my sister, all the way in Germany. Joyce, I will not forget all the work you've done. And I will not forget your families for allowing you to take 2 days off to reflect on heavy conversations that this country needs to have. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last and final day of Mizani 254 Purpose-Driven Leadership 2025. Welcome.
You have your own list of people you want to mention. Give me the names. Give me the names. Agostino Neto jamani. Agostino Neto. Amuyai Mandela. Mama na matinyo. Baba kumbole mwana. Sengonanga. Sengonanga. You can sing with me. Very simple. Sengonanga. 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 Awesome. Sengonanga. 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 There's a part of this song that I used to sing. I go into a proper dodge, and I mourn the death of a Luya leader, a bright leader. His name was Kijana Omalo. As I said, what the fuck? Shall we be a country that kills its brightest? Shall we be a land that swallows its own? That part of this song is singing like this. It's not on the record, but I sing like this. Sengonanga, Sengonanga, Sengonanga. Pipita! Nonsense. Everybody, Sengonanga! Sengonanga, Sengonanga, Sengonanga. Asante sana, see you in a bit.
Okay. Pipito nakanyaga pia waya yangu.
Shout out. Iwe funzo kwa watu wenye ananizoea.
He deserves a standing ovation, right? He's done a good job. Let's stand up and give him a standing ovation. Wenye wangesimama ni performance hamtujapenda ama? Bana. That was a wonderful job. Thank you so much. We really enjoyed. To everyone at home, we are still under the purpose-driven leadership here at the Mizani ya Ustawi Conference. Remember to keep tweeting. Keep tweeting. Keep. Nick.
Check.
Keep post. sijakukosea by the way Pipita. Sijakukosea Pipita. So we're going on to the next session where, we want to be welcomed to the second day of the Mizani ya Ustawi conference. So I'm going to call upon can't remember the number. I'm going to call upon Godwin Segero to give us the welcoming remarks. So Godwin Segero, welcome on stage. A round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Diana. Mimi ni backbencher, that's why index number yangu haijulikani. Index 4798. So, good morning everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Mizani ya Ustawi Conference 2025. I do this not so often, but today I said I'll do it because I know I'm also driven by purpose. So, my name is Godwin Segero, founder of Mtalex Solutions. I lead an incredible team of 20 individuals, people who believe that we need to have access to justice for all. And that's why I decided today I'll speak and welcome you here. So I want to ask you a question. How would you feel if you lost a loved one and then the people who committed that atrocity still live within the society and there's nothing that is being done? That is a story of Godwin Segero, the one standing before you. So as a young man in class 4, I lost my father because he was brutally murdered by people so close to him. I was young, but understood what was happening. It felt so bad. I was hurt. And I said, probably in future, even if it's not for my father, at least I'll ensure the society will have justice for all. I was relatively young. I didn't know how to do it, but I thank God I stand here today telling you guys that I'm achieving whatever purpose I intended to achieve. And how am I achieving that? We started an initiative called AI Magerezani. So as a law student from Kenya School of Law during my pupillage, I did my pupillage at my Makadara Law Courts. So while at Makadara, I realized, so it's not only my father, because I saw many inmates coming to court unable to represent themselves because they cannot afford legal representation. They lack basic legal knowledge. They cannot draft the basic legal pleadings. So what happens to them? There are many people serving a term for the things or crimes they did not commit. What does that put us in a society? I'm a lawyer by profession, but I'm sad to say that I come from a profession that is kind of selfish, because you'll find many inmates in court lack representation, but we have lawyers, but they cannot because they're not be paid. So a lawyer would rather come to court, go back home with nothing, but there's an inmate who needs just submissions and there's not to help them. I said I'll not stand here and watch this happen under my watch. And that's how AI Magerezani was born. And I'm glad to announce that on 27th of this month, we have our pilot project at Industrial Prison. Why do I tell you this? I want to believe I'm a leader because of the team that I lead. But the first question I ask myself, is my leadership driven by purpose? And that's why I gave you that background. The purpose that drives AI Magerezani is so that everyone can access justice. The assumption is anyone who's behind bars is a criminal. But we have many innocent souls languishing behind bars for the things that they did not do. I believe collectively, if we put our hearts together, if we put our minds together, we can change the system. We've gotten to a point where our prisons are full to the brim. What is the purpose for prisons? It is not for it to alienate people from the society, but it is to rehabilitate people and bring them back as reformed individuals. So I'm just here to tell you that in whatever capacity you're in, you can decide to be a leader who's driven by purpose. And to that effect, I want to thank Mizani 254 for having thought through this and assembled us together to talk about purpose-driven leadership. As I say, we are all leaders in our own individual capacity. You start by leading yourself before you can lead others. Call yourself, retrospect, ask yourself, what is my purpose? Does it help me to be a good leader? If the answer is yes, start from where you are. Believe in yourself, believe in what you're doing, and along the way, you'll find people who will support the vision. I don't want to take much of your time. Just say karibuni sana to the second day of Mizani ya Ustawi Purpose Driven Leadership 2025. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Godwin. You didn't finish your assignment, but well, I'm going to do it. I'd like to call upon 001. Tupige makofi. Huyu tushamuona, tushamjua. Probably we even know what he's going to say, but you're going to say that akili ni nywele, something in there.
Check.
You see, that's the problem with people thinking they know what you're thinking. There's something called artificial intelligence that is just talked about. That's what we've acquired for those of us who don't have hair. So that said, I'm clever than you. So thank you so much. Really happy again. A good morning. Another opportunity to do what we love to do best is to discuss and have conversations around issues that plague and affect this country. We made very good progress yesterday, and we're about to do much more today. So without boring you, I have a very simple responsibility. One, of thanking everyone for being here again, and two, to call upon a gentleman who comes from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to come up here to make a presentation. His name is Ray. Please feel free and come and talk to these lovely Kenyans.
Thank you very much. Let me take this humble opportunity to first thank Mizani for organizing such a great and wonderful conference. Let me, in the same tone also, thank those who have organized this activity behind the scene together with Mizani. I'm from ESCC, and I'm part of the delegates. Delegate number 0035. I'm from Machakos office. We have regional offices. Machakos office covers Machakos itself, Makueni, Kajiado, and Kitui. As you all know, ESCC is one of the main leaders in the fight against corruption in the country. We are not alone. There are many other players. DPP is there, and also judiciary is there. So, but we are the main leader, and our main mandate is one is to investigate cases of corruption, and that mandate we are given by law. So we investigate issues of corruption once it is reported, and investigation leads to now recovery of assets and also disruptions. Under investigation, we also undertake disruptions. Also, we do undercover, where we prevent through proactive measures loss of public fund. We also enforce ethics, and that is under the investigation mandate. We also have a prevention mandate, where we examine systems and flag out areas of loopholes for challenges, loopholes for areas of challenges that institutions can face. And in the process, we also give advisory in line with that. So we also have the education mandate, and there we undertake training, sensitization. We also educate people through media and sensitization talk. And also we encourage institutions of learning to establish integrity club. These clubs are meant to bolster value systems among the students. As for today, the theme for today is purpose-driven leadership. And as you all know, leadership is important in the life of the society. There is no society that can live without good leadership. And therefore, it's important that leaders give their very best to the people whom they lead. And without the purpose, because purpose is important, because a leader without purpose cannot do much in terms of what is required of him or her as regards his role as a leader. And therefore, it is important that a leader has that purpose for himself, for the people he leads, and also for the institution. Now, I just wanted to ask a few questions for you to ponder on this very strong theme. What are the challenges facing leaders today? Don't answer me. Leaders are facing many challenges today. And what are some of them? You being a leader, are there challenges that some are automatic? I will not mention some of those challenges, but you think about some of the challenges faced by our leaders. What is the purpose? What is this purpose-driven leadership? What's it all about? Why do we talk of purpose-driven leadership? Is it that leaders are losing purpose? They don't have purpose for either themselves or for the institutions that they are supposed to lead? Or is it possible even to lead without purpose? That's also another question that we need to ask ourselves. Or is there a leadership without purpose? Can leadership be there without purpose? Is a question that we need to think. Can a leader also lead without purpose for either himself or for the institution? Are you purpose-driven leader yourself? Are you a leader? And are you purpose-driven leader? Because we are supposed to go out from here as leaders. And are you purpose-driven leader yourself? Or if you are not one, how can you become one? How can you become a purpose-driven leader? There is a quote from Thomas C. that a man without purpose is like a ship without a rudder, a wave, a nothing, and a no man. So leadership without purpose is meaningless because we all have purpose. And the purpose of leadership is to take people where they are, to enable people to realize the vision. And therefore, a leader must have purpose. But again, we need to pack this term. What is purpose? Purpose means the reason for which something is done, or created for which or the reason for which something exists. If you are a leader, why are you a leader? Purpose may also mean a person's sense of resolve or determination. Are you determined as a leader to leave a legacy and good impact, so that once you leave your leadership, people will say, wow, this is a person who has done great things. So we must have purpose. But again, the theme is also helping us to reflect on purpose-driven leadership. So what is purpose-driven leadership? According to me, it's my own personal thinking, personal purpose-driven leadership just refers to approach where a leader is guided by deep sense of values, with actions cultivating a workplace that nurtures and contributes to a better world. So if you are a leader, then you must have that deep sense of value systems. Once you have that value system will be now aligned to your vision for leadership, and then it will enable you to achieve that vision that you aspire to achieve. So you must have that personal purpose, and that personal purpose must be covered by a personal value systems, so that you can leave a good impact in terms of leadership. So you need to ask yourself, if you need to practice this purpose-driven leadership, you need to ask yourself several questions. Why am I a leader? And what's my purpose as a leader? Does my life matters? What comes first? Is it the people I lead or myself? There are several questions you need to ask yourself. Because a leader is there for people. You can't lead when there are no people or when there are no followers. So you must ask yourself, why are you a leader? And are you an ethical leader? Those are some of the things that we need to ask ourselves as leaders. But again, we have seen many times that leaders are not doing what is right at times. And you hear many things that are not in line with what is expected of leaders. Then this brings us the question, what are the main causes of leadership failure? Why do leadership fail? Because you will be a leader, I will be a leader. And that chance to either succeed or fail is there. So why do leaders fail? Is a question that we need to ask ourselves. Leaders fail because of many reasons. Maybe you don't have vision. You can fail if you don't have vision. Maybe you lack emotional intelligence to understand yourself and also to understand the people you lead. Or maybe you lack the ability to delegate. Because by delegating, you are also giving other people opportunity to give the best of their talent. You can explore and use the talents of other people as a leader. So there are many reasons that makes leaders to fail. Maybe even poor communication strategy can also make leaders to fail. So we must understand that as leaders, the chance to succeed and fail is there, but we need to guard ourselves and protect ourselves against the issues that bring failure in leadership. There are also many types of leadership failures, and it depends on those issues that I've mentioned. But if you go for purpose-driven leadership and your leadership is guided by value systems, then you are likely to succeed. Then the other important thing about purpose-driven leadership is that it is critical for a leader today, because without purpose, life will be meaningless or leadership will not be meaningful. So in this, we are saying that you must also establish your personal purpose. And by saying personal purpose, that refers to the belief systems. What do you think of your leadership? What legacy do you feel that you will leave behind? What actions will you put in place to make sure that your leadership succeeds? And what results will you aspire to achieve for the greater good of the people you are leading? Then we also need to apply this kind of leadership, because historically also, even for the great believers, the Bible, for example, highlights about this kind of leadership, purpose-driven leadership. For example, Noah was the person who built the ark for survival, isn't it? And that is, we have so many, that's the reason why we have so many animals in the world today. When the flood came, he decided to take some of those animals, 2 of them each, into the ark. And through that process, he saved the world, or the animal kingdom. And that deliverance came through that ark, because he had a vision of protecting and delivering results. Therefore, as a leader, even in the Bible, there are great fathers of faith like Abraham. He had a purpose, and his purpose was to ensure that he becomes the father of faith. Even Moses, we are told he led the Israelites from where? From Egypt. But again, Joshua took over, because they are purpose-driven leaders. Joshua was to take them to Canaan, isn't it? So purpose-driven leadership is there also, and is supported also in the religious books. But again, for a leader to be purposeful, he must have a purpose-driven also vision. Without vision, you have no direction. Without direction, then you have no purpose. So it is important that a good leader must have vision. Vision for himself, and vision for the institution, and vision for the people you lead. So it's important. Where there is no vision, obviously, there is no hope. And therefore, people must create vision, a dream that will enable you to take people to where they are. Then you must also have mission that will enable you to achieve the vision. So mission is the roadmap now that helps you to achieve. You must also develop goals, a set of specific steps that will help you to succeed in your leadership vision. Then there are also principles of purpose-driven leadership. You must define your purpose, understand your role as a leader, and please align your vision to the mission, and also build trust among people and make use of the various talents that you have among the people you lead. Involve the various stakeholders for them to own also the process of your leadership and the issues that you want to address as far as leadership is concerned. Also, you must empower the people you lead, because without empowering them, they will not be successful. Therefore, in effecting purpose-driven leadership, you must also aspire to bring to a high level the people you are leading. Then how do we become purpose-driven leaders? Just I'm almost concluding now. I think one of the ways of becoming a purpose-driven leader, to become one, we must define our purpose. Clearly state our goals, our visions, and our missions. We must also develop self-awareness. Self-awareness is important for a leader, because without self-awareness, you will not go far. You must examine your thoughts, feelings, and also emotions. It's only then that you'll recognize your inner influence that helps you to achieve your vision. You must also develop strong emotional intelligence. This is important because without it, you cannot also go far. You must understand yourself and also understand the people that you lead. You must develop empathy. You must also help to build strong teamwork and also meaningful connection with the people you lead. So emotional intelligence is very, very important. You must also communicate clearly and effectively to the people that you are leading. Communicate your purpose, because without clear and effective communication, you will not also succeed in leadership. Be also authentic. Here we are saying you must align your thoughts, words, and deeds with your purpose to foster trust and credibility, so that people believe and trust your leadership. Also, to become one or a leader who is purpose-driven, you must also make purpose-driven decision-making. This is the kind of decision-making that is made normally after reflection. You must reflect, evaluate before you make any decision, and that will help you to develop a strong lens of your purpose. Finally, as I summarize whatever I've said, I think a strong leader who is purpose-driven leader, if you want to become one, be clear about your purpose as a human being. What is your purpose as a leader? Be clear about the people you serve, because they look up to you. Be also clear about your role as a leader, and be also value-driven leader. Without value system, you will also not succeed. And be authentic also. Now, I want to leave you with, because I'm almost finishing, I want to leave you with a question. Now, you are all leaders, because that is the discussion we agreed yesterday, that all of us here are leaders. Now, the question comes, and it is a personal and individual task. How does your leadership manifest itself in the political arena? How does your leadership, what is the manifestation of a purposeful leader in political arena? Or what is the manifestation of a purpose-driven leader on issues of economic matters, on social issues, on technological issues, on environmental aspects and legal aspects? If you are a leader, you need to look at those pastels. What is your contribution to the political arena? What is your contribution to the economic matters of the people you lead, the social arena of the people you lead? What is your contribution to the technology? Because leadership and technology are also one side of the same coin. So you cannot escape technology because the society has changed. So it is important that you reflect on those 5 areas. What your contribution to politics, to economic, to social, to technological, to environmental, and also to legal aspect. Now, as I conclude, today, leadership today is not an easy one. Because one, there are a lot of expectations from the people who are led. This is because people are informed. Technology has made people more informed. And because of that technology, people know many things and expect more from the leaders. The expectation is high. So if you are to succeed in your leadership, you must be a purpose-driven leader, because you can't meet the expectation of those people if you are not ready to understand what they want. Not every leader is every follower wants something from their leader. And if you don't understand your people, then you cannot make a strong purpose for them. So it is important that we reflect on our leadership, because the expectation of people has changed. There is also a lot of unpredictable situations as far as political, economic, social, technological issues are concerned. There are a lot of changes. So it is not just going for leadership, but if you are a leader, then know that you have a purpose. This purpose comes from, one, should be coming from you. Two, it must also be, you must also have purpose for the people you lead and also the institution that you are leading. Otherwise, you will not be a successful leader. As I conclude, I think all I will say is that leadership is not an easy journey. Sometimes I know people blame also leaders, but again, it's not an easy journey. It may not be as easy as when we look at it from far. We need to help our leaders also to succeed. If you are a leader yourself, then you also need support from the people you lead. And without that, then leadership will not be easy. Value system is key. Peg your value system to the vision and move with your team. That is the only way to become a purposeful leader. In terms of what EACC has done as far as leadership is concerned, leadership is also in the Constitution is also very, very serious about the issues of leadership. And that's why we have the whole chapter 6 on issues of leadership. And in Kenya, I think we have made some strong progress as far as issues of leadership is concerned, in line with the legal framework, because we already have value systems embedded in our Constitution. Article 10 of the Constitution is there to guide all of us. Then we also have chapter 6, which strongly talks about leadership, what a leader is supposed to do. The do's and the don'ts of the leaders are also highlighted there. And for EACC, as regard chapter 6, our role is to implement the chapter through the Act, the Leadership and Integrity Act. And that Act, the Commission has tried in its best to ensure that it is implemented in the manner required. And one of the things that we have done is we have encouraged every entity in the country to establish a code of conduct and code of ethics for leaders. And to make it more practical, we have also encouraged them to sign the code of ethics, especially as soon as the leaders are elected. Then the other thing we have done is we also participate in such conferences, leadership conferences, and also offer trainings and also advisories. We also give advisories in writing on issues of leadership to institutions. Then as far as education is concerned, we have tried to partner with Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development and also universities to come up with in the curriculum, embed in the curriculum issues of ethics, integrity, and good governance in the curriculum, from nursery up to universities. Then we have also developed several information, education, communication materials to bolster value systems in the schools and various institutions of learning to universities. Then the other thing we have also done, which you are also aware, is that leaders are supposed to go through normal vetting process. And from our end, we have developed a form called self-declaration form, where people declare, that they are ethical and they have no issues. That's also another practical approach used to put to accountability people who are looking for leadership. So those are some of the things that we have done. And mine is just to thank the organizers of the forum and also thank you for inviting us. Asanteni.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for him. You know, one thing I love about this forum, people who are outside the tent, can we just come back so that we can all, be in the same meeting? Anyone who's outside the tent, because we are about to start the OST. So just come back to the tent so that we can all be together in this. As I was saying, one thing I love about this conference is that it brings everyone. And yesterday when we were having a conversation, we were being told that we are all leaders. And sometimes we think that leaders are just the politicians, but we are leaders at home, we are leaders at church, we are leaders wherever you are, in that small space that you are in, you're a leader. And that's why this space is important to everyone. And I actually love, I don't know why it's not written anywhere here, but Mizani's tagline. Do we remember the tagline? Yeah, Mizani. Or we don't even know it. Nia ipo. LA. There's a tagline that Mizani uses, and it's nia ipo, sababu zipo, na uwezo upo. That says that we have the will to be better leaders. There are reasons as to why we should be better leaders. And what is uwezo in English? You guys are smart. And we have the ability to be better leaders. And that's why, and that's the whole idea of this conference, right? And I've also loved that Mizani has had a whole lot of activities to make sure that we evolve gradually. I've seen, or I have, I've known they've been consistent with X spaces, but now I know that they've done over 500 spaces and counting. 700 spaces, 700 spaces ever since they started. So that means there's consistency in what they're doing. They're just not here because we need to do something. It's consistent. And that is what I think is we should be doing. When we said, yesterday I had people saying that they're starting today. So it's not just today, but today till we achieve what we came here to do, right? So I'll keep reminding you, even for those who are at home, keep posting that we're here at the Mizani Ustawi Conference 2025. The hashtag is Purpose Driven Leadership 2025. So without taking much time, because time is far much spent, I'd like to invite our facilitator to take us through the OST. Today we have one facilitator, that is 0017, 17 is not around. So a round of applause for him, so that as we go to the most interesting part of the day, where we're going to give out our views, our insights on the different topics we chose yesterday. Can someone change? Maybe you went and thought about it. Okay, fine. Karibu sana.
So let's appreciate 0753 and for the good work, and MC PP who's away. Oh, he's there. All right. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. All right. So I want us to transition to the open spaces. And today we have 5 spaces. These spaces are, if I can read the topics again, one is leveraging technology to enhance transparency and accountability in governance. This will be held in Ustawi room. Then we have the second topic, which will be the role of religion and the role of the religion in leadership and accountability. That will be in Mizani space. And then at Gutuka space, we'll have social justice and equal opportunities. And finally, second last will be women equality at Jadili. And finally, at Nawiri, how can we empower active citizenship, right? So I want to invite, because there are people who joined us yesterday when we were having the discussions, and they didn't sign up. So I want to invite, signed up, or you change your mind, which room you want to go. This is the time now. So I would kindly invite you in front to come, and if you've not picked a room, just sign up the room that you want to go to. You don't need to write your name, you can write your number. Yeah, so we can do that like maybe 3 minutes, and then I'll share the next steps. There's a marker there. A marker. So I don't want to assume that everyone has signed up. So the people who are here, the leaders who are here, you've all signed up, right? Okay. So, apart from Obed. All right. So you can still come and see if you want to change. So DJ, you can play some music, yeah? All right. I want to recognize Flavia, who is going to lead the online conversation. So remember, we have an online team who are engaging with us. All right, 30 seconds. All right, we can come back now. There's a question here for the hosts. Who had these topics, yeah? Social protection, social justice and equal opportunities, and women equality. Where are the hosts? Okay. So usually, okay. MCPP, kindly come in front. All right. So there's a question around there, like are they similar? So it's up to you. Actually, it's not a must. You have to combine them, but there's a question around. They seem to be similar. The topics, yeah. So if do you feel that they are similar, you merge them or not? That's still okay. Okay.
just go through the question.
Yes.
I can get the next one.
Yeah, you can use this one.
Now, it's an open discussion, so I probably want to take you through these topics, and you guys can talk to me. Focus here. Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. So, excuse me. Let me go. Let me just go there. Now we have which one? This one. This one. Okay. So we have social protections and responsibility, social justice and equal opportunity, women equality. You guys feel like we should put it in one topic? It's under equality, equal opportunity. Equal opportunity and equality are two different things. Equity and equality. It's okay. So we can combine it into one. So we have Gutuka and Jadili. We had Jadili yesterday. Can we put it in Jadili? It's a suggestion. So the topic, there are two topics of contention here. Women equality, social protections and responsibility, social justice and equal opportunity. Do the hosts think that we can match this into one? Okay. Okay. So which group? Wako hapa? Niko nao. Sorry.
I think we have already agreed that social protection and responsibility and social justice and equal opportunity are going to work together. But for the women equality, I just think they should do it on their own because it is women equality.
It will touch.
But they will delve more into women equality. They are very specific on this topic. Yeah.
Actually, what is meant to here, not women, it was meant to be gender equality, not women per se. I don't know. That was my view. Because I don't see the sense of this. It works better when it's gender equality and not women equality. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we have space.
Check.
We have space, right? So what we can do, I'd like to hear. This is my suggestion. I'd like to hear what these people on this one will think about women empowerment, but I also want to hear gender equality on this. Except instead of women equality, let's talk about gender equality. Yes? So let's correct that to gender equality for the group leader, the host of Jadili. We're going to be having gender equality. The host for Jadili ni number 6053. 6053, if you want to discuss gender equality, Jadili. See, should I give them the places where they're going to be sitting? Not yet. Hi. And then the social justice and equality, equal opportunity will be on another room. So you choose if you want to talk about social protection or go directly to gender equality.
All right. Thank you for that clarity, at least because it's up to the host to decide. And thank you for providing the guidance on that. So we have Flavia online. So I would love to hear what topic of interest out of these 5 they'd want to pick, and any remarks that we have from them. Over to you.
Hi, how are you? I don't think I can decide on the topic that we are going to discuss on by myself. I have to consult the rest.
We can't hear.
So I'll yes. Can you hear me?
So do you want to share what she has said? Okay, we'll come back to her. All right. Can we go back, please? It's okay. Let's have the separate topic. That's okay. You can. We have spaces, yeah. All right. So a couple of pointers, yeah. So the hosts, for the host of each of those groups, you'll go to that table on my right. Kindly listen up. So I'm waiting for people to stop talking so that I can proceed. Yeah. So for the hosts, there's a table on my right. You'll go and pick. You go and pick manila paper, the markers if you don't have, and the flip chart. Okay. And then there's a harvest sheet similar to what we used yesterday. So everyone has to pick, and then you will go to the So I'll explain the rules shortly. So what I observed, just to share so that we have a more interactive and deep conversation, is we had suggested or we proposed not when we have a conversation, it's good to listen to each other, right? And not one person, right? Yes, maybe someone who will be assigned to capture the fine insights. But when you're having a conversation together, it's good to listen to each other and to focus. And so if someone is speaking and an insight comes in your mind, you can write it in the flip chart. So anyone can write, right? So there's no like secretary who's going to write everything and some other people are talking. All of us will participate. We are collaborating and co-creating together. That's why we have the spaces. Okay. And then the other thing also we noticed is the time itself. So remember, we don't have much time. We'll have 2 hours around for this session, but it's still not a lot of time. So let's be also sensitive to each other. Yeah. So let's not have one person speaking for 15 minutes. Let's have a conversation together. Let everyone speak. And for the host, use pink. It can be anything. So the person who's speaking can have the talking piece. So that also you manage the conversation. Because if everyone is speaking, some people are talking 10 minutes, 7, other people will be disinterested in the conversation. So ensure that everyone speaks in your conversation. Give them the opportunity. They might maybe emphasize, they might repeat or bring a new insight. That's okay. The idea is to provide everyone an opportunity to share or to speak what is in their heart. All right. So let's try to practice that a bit in the spaces. So the spaces will be open from 11:15 to 1 p.m. exactly. 11:15 to 1 p.m. exactly. So once we finish the spaces, we'll have lunch and we'll come back here for presentation at 2 exactly. 2 exactly. So so you manage your time. Remember, towards the end of the conversation, you need to capture the insights in the have a sheet. That's what we'll share in the main plenary. And finally, for the guys yesterday who were hosting, can you bring when you come at 2, bring the have a sheets. We want to take pictures of the have a sheets and also come with the flip charts that we used, because we'll put them up for reflection in the afternoon. Yeah, so kindly remember that. So back to you, MC, to share with us where the rooms will be.
Good morning. Bado ni mid morning na mmesikia njaa tayari. I know the ugali situation is bad, but good morning. Yeah, you see I'm still energetic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost finishing our morning program and breaking to our breakout rooms. And for those who are listening from home, you can engage on the hashtag. Okay, cool. Just a minute. Okay, acha niseme sasa. Ai, naogopa bana. Unajua niko kwa TV. Sijaionekana kwa TV. I hope you guys, my aesthetics are nice. Filters. So we're going to break into our rooms kama jana. I realized that is my favorite part. Yeah. I hope you're enjoying it too as well. Now we have a couple of, yesterday we had 4 rooms. Today we have an extra one. I'm going to direct you. Yesterday we had 3. So Flavia is listening online, and the sound team are telling me to tell you to speak so that they can get your voice on the other side. Now back to our conversation. Now we're going to our open space technology rooms. We have 5. We have Ustawi, Mizani, Gutuka, Jadili, and Nawiri. So the secret here is where you wrote your number, your index number 6057 017. There's a room you chose. For example, Ustawi will be seated at the tent right here at the right. See where Miss number ngapi? Number 1051 pale. Ustawi. They will be bringing us leveraging technology to enhance transparent and accountability in governance. Okay. The other one is in red. I can't read. Civic engagement. So they'll be talking about online civic engagement and the use of technology in enhancing transparency and accountability in governance. Quite a topic right there. So they will be seated right there. Now we have Jadili. Jadili will be on the far left, where the gentleman is seated right there. Jadili will be discussing gender equality. Okay, so Jadili watakuwa wamekaa pale wana discuss gender equality. And then we have hapa nyuma yangu right here at Nawiri. Nawiri will be seated right there. There is a very nice bench and a gazebo. Do we call that gazebo without a wall? What do you call it? Gazebo. So they'll be seated in the gazebo, the Nawiri team, and they will be discussing how can we empower active citizenship. Quite an interesting topic. So if you had written yourself at Nawiri, I'd encourage you to go on that gazebo. Now, for those of us who will be going next to the food, we go to a restaurant. Ugali, bro, it's the ugali. So Mizani, as well, will be seated in the restaurant. Of course, it's labeled role of religion in leadership and accountability. What a topic. Role of religion in leadership and accountability. Okay, then there is Gutuka. There was an initial, and I'd like to hear how these two will deliver. Gutuka and Jadili. They even had to bring me on to discuss which one is which. So they will be discussing social protections and responsibility, social justice and equal opportunity. And for me, that's where I'll be going because of my, my dad. I'll tell you a short story. There's a time I went to the butchery with my dad, and then I was telling the butchery guy, usiniekee mifupa mingi na mafuta. Then my dad asked me, told me, if you keep on talking like this, the problem was I said usiniekee mafuta mingi na nyama, and it was not even my meat. So nilikuwa na complainia nyama ya wenyewe. So and my dad was like, unapenda justice sana. So yeah, I think social justice and protection. So those are the rules. Kwa restaurant Mizani and Gutuka kwa 10 ili and outside Nawiri watako pale hivi. Yeah. So Flavia is on, joining us online. Let's go to her. Flavia.
Hello. Can you hear me?
There's a delay? Okay. Mambo ya technology inakuwa ngumu. Watu wa ustawi, I hope you'll tell us how we can technology better.
From here, but I think those are the
niendelee. Sawa. So yeah. Oh, can she write for us maybe in the comment section and then we can read it? Wacha nipatiane shoutouts. Niliambia watu nitapatiana shoutout. Who here is Musanga Lidire? Musanga Lidire. Who is Musanga Lidire?
It's me.
It's you? Yeah, piga makofi kwa Musanga Lidire. Let's give up Musanga Lidire. Kimpigeni makofi bwana Musanga Lidire. I also saw a representative from UGM. Hiyo picha imepigwa hapa. Tuwapigeni makofi representing unajua Mike ni kama simu, you have to restart utingishe. That is how you make. So kwa hashtag nimwambia mtumie hashtag purpose driven leadership. Let me see who's there on the hashtag right now. I can see Neto Agostino, big up to you. Obed Zeriku, shout out to you. Musanga, that is DJ Nick, big up to you. Engineer Matu, the team UGM Kumekucha, United Green Movement Party. Good morning from the Greens at the Mizani 254 Purpose Driven Conference. Umedonjo. Hiyo inaitwa kuarrive. Flavia. You know, someone suggested Anguka Nayo today for workout. We're gonna use that one. Ah, my God, pole basi. I just had to laugh. Are we ready? So the host can, in the meantime, if you're a host, you can pick cars, of course. You can even start, preparing yourself as you're getting ready to hear from.
Eli, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you for being patient with us. I'm sure by the time we do this next year, it will be much better.
Sure.
So online, we have 4 more people in addition to me. And all of us are from different parts of the country. But then just in summary, we are saying that Kenya ni home. We have left to make it better, but it doesn't mean that is not where we want to come. And that's why at such an hour, for me, it's 2:20 a.m. I am not quite sure what is the time for the other members in our online team, but I'm sure each one of us has made a sacrifice in one way or another to be up at this time so that we can join, because Kenya ni nyumbani. And as much as we've left to make it better, we can still be part of this and make it better online. So thank you for having us. We are excited to have these discussions with you and interact with you as much as it's not in person. And we hope something productive, something productive definitely has to come out of this. And I believe each and every person in this platform has a purpose in their heart. And we hope going forth, Kenya becomes your purpose. So thank you so much. And thank you for being patient with us. We look forward to some form of interaction.
Check. Hey. Today the mics are showing me dust. Check. Very check. Small check. Big check. Small check. Mic check. Any check. There is no check here. Anyway, check. 1. Very nice. Nice. The mics are showing me shege, but it's life. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that was from Flavia. And you see, we have people who love our country, even if they had to go abroad to, get greener pastures. So I think it's a good thing that we are having technology right now, that we can have people listening to us online via YouTube at Mizani 254, X Mizani 254, and of course LinkedIn Mizani 254. We have to engage on a great scale when it comes to leadership. Now, with the permission of our OST facilitator number 13, should we break? Okay, so in the next 3 minutes, I'm going to let my DJ play some slow music as we break into our rooms. I will repeat once again, if you're in Nawiri, you're going to be outside there, right behind the studio, the studio, nimezea kufanya show mpaka sawa studio, right behind the stage. Yes. All right. So Nawiri kwa banda pale, you'll be discussing empowering active citizenship. Kwa restaurant Mizani and Gutuka, Mizani will be discussing role of religion and leadership accountability, and Gutuka will be discussing social protections and responsibility, social justice and equal opportunity. Kwenye tent, right in front of me, Ustawi and Jadili. Ustawi will be discussing the leveraging technology to enhance transparency and accountability in governance, and of course, civil engagements online. And then we'll be having Jadili, who will be discussing gender equality right at the top. So, ladies and gentlemen, use these 5 minutes to get to your rooms and let's make it as engaging as possible. See you at lunchtime. We'll be breaking at exactly 1 for lunch. Today, let's keep time because we have a very long schedule. Remember, we also have a gala waiting for us in the later parts of the day. So, thank you so much. Good day.
Feeling intellectual, and I can't tell you're feeling the pressure, and I can't tell you're feeling the tension. You move your legs like this and that, you can't drive away depression. I can't tell your skill is precious, you can't change the whole direction. Move your legs like this and that, you can't drive away depression. Go my way, go my way, go my way. I like I see they go, baby, I like I see they go. Go my way, go my way, go my way. I like I see they go, baby, I like I see they go. Anybody, we know what to search. Anybody, we know the body body. I can't something, I can't something. Go back, I can't something. I don't wanna hear it. I don't wanna hear you there with another man. The way your body rotates, I know that God will see you with another man. I don't wanna hear it. I don't wanna hear you there with another man. The way your body rotates, I don't wanna see you with nobody, 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 nobody. Don't wanna see with nobody, 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 nobody. I know your friends, they never want you for me. But now that it's over, you can rest on their shoulders. It costs me nothing, I can tell you for free. I'm a certified loner, certified loner. You say I did not. Money on my mind, money, care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me, out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for.
Which would you rather we discuss?
Ethical leadership.
Ethical leadership. Okay.
Mhm.
I agree with you. I like that. I feel
Hello.
like that's yes.
Sorry. Yeah, even I was thinking about that ethical leadership. Yeah, I remember choosing that as well. So
Yeah, okay. Perfect. I like that as well because I feel like that's what, as a country, I think that's what we are lacking. So, all right, how do we go about that? I would like Wanyoni to start first before I take. Seems like I'm taking most of the time. Would you like to start leading us on the discussion?
Well, I wasn't planning to lead any discussion, but now that it's been thrown to me, I'll take the challenge. Yeah, I think more often than not, when you talk about leadership, what happens, what we think of is in the context of Kenya or Africa in general, we look at it in form of the political leadership, and this is what we identify mostly, rather than the corporate leadership that currently plays a very major role as well in insofar as the economic and the socio-economic arrangements of the country concerned. So, what have we seen in the leadership, so to speak, the quote unquote, the political leadership? I think there has been deficit of leaders, within the political spectrum. And most of it we see, if we're to talk about the Constitution of Kenya, for instance, we see Chapter 6, chapter on integrity, leadership and integrity, etc. We find that this has been mutilated by, whether the courts or by design or simply because these are the standards that we've set as a country. And so the leadership is quite telling or quite wanting, so to speak. So what do we look at and how could we change this? These are the challenges I would like to know. I'm also interested in knowing why we have very low standards for leaders, yet we seem to have very high standards, in other aspects of our lives, whether it's social, the people we associate with, the people we want to date, the people we want to marry. We set very high standards. However, when it gets to leadership, yes, so that would be my introduction, and I'd like to also hear from all of you. Thank you.
I like how you've started it, that somehow in other aspects of our life that we have high expectations and standards in terms of the behavior of the counterparty. So for example, when someone wants to get married, it's important for the lady, for you, I'm guessing, for the lady to have certain kind of character. But when it comes to leaders, that is not something that we focus on. So yeah, I think that's quite important. On my end, here's what I have to say on the topic. And probably I might sound a bit repetitive, but I have stayed in Japan before I came to the US. I stayed in Japan for about 7 years. And what I picked from Japan, one, they do not focus on religion. Religion is not of importance to them. But what was outstanding for the Japanese people, for me, is their character. They are taught in school how to be good people. They are taught in school how to be hardworking. They are taught in school how to do the right things. So what happens is when you go to school, wachana year to like up to maybe grade 2 or something, for us, we are taught, oh, you look left, you look right, you cross, G, something like that, as shallow as that. But for them, they're actually taught how to be kind to the person who is next to you, how to obey the law, how not to do something wrong. And I feel like some people are born good, but some people, when they are taught to be good, then because either of the fear of punishment or either out of fear of being an outcast, then they will turn out to be good. So, and for that reason, most people in Japan are good. Such that, in fact, I was watching Jana something, the train was late by 35 seconds, and the train,
who drives a train? It's not a driver. The person who handles the train had to apologize to everyone and return their fare because of being late. Like, that's the kind of integrity they are taught to have. That's the kind of responsibility they are taught to have. And in terms of goodness, you can never meet someone who is bad to you, or you can never lose anything. Let me give an example, especially of losing anything. Do you know, one time we went to the supermarket, and because we were younger, but then I was still in school, I think we played too much and we forgot that we had shopped, and we left the shopping just next to the supermarket. Inside, we also left our phone. They delivered the next day. Someone just knocked on my door, and then I was, oh, who's that person? Because we were planning now to go back to the supermarket. Then I see a police officer. The police officer brought the phone and asked me if the shopping was mine, and to prove how it was mine, of course, they asked what was inside and all that. But I got everything, including the money that was inside and my my debit card. I got it all. Like that, those are the kind of people who they are. And if a leader does anything wrong, if they do not kill themselves, of course, the first thing is that they are going to resign. That is not even yet debatable or anything. They don't have to be told. So for me, I feel like ethics is quite important. And as much as we are focusing to revamp our education and make it better in some ways by maybe competency based, I feel like people should be taught to be good. And it should start from a younger age. So as the school does its portion in teaching, I think also as parents, we are supposed to do our parts and teach our children how to be empathetic, how to be mindful of others, how to be good, and how to care for others. So that I don't take too much of time. Joy, do you have anything to say?
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, yeah. So as for me, I'll focus on the ethics principles, and I'll start with transparency. I realize that a lot of us as Kenyans, we are not transparent. Like, for instance, you can just employ somebody at your business or something, but they are thinking of what they will get from there, not what you're paying them or the work that you have employed them to do, but it's how will they benefit themselves. So there is that one. And we can all agree that somebody like our own Kasongo is doing the same, and other MPs, and they are getting into power not because they want to work for the people, but because they are looking to see what they can get from there. And then the other thing, I'll come into accountability. We are not, a lot of us are trying not to be accountable to anything. And that's why, I'm so sorry, this will revolve around our politics. But when we try to correct somebody like our own, again, Kasongo, he like that. And then another thing is we don't have any honesty at this point in our country. And if I compare that with here, where I live in England, I think there is people are not truthful. The morals as well in Kenya, they have gone down compared to if I see when I was growing up, things were a bit different. But now I think we will do anything for money. For as long as it's money, people are willing to compromise everything. Yeah, so only those three things. That's what I wanted to add.
That's really good. I think, yeah, and actually it's funny that I was just having a back and forth typing in X, because Bien had posted and said, oh, we have a shitty president. And then someone, of course, I think one of his people went right ahead and typed and say, oh, everyone in Kenya is corrupt, so it does not matter. And then I was telling that person, no, everyone is not corrupt. We understand that the system has been made to fail. so that people can become either like sometimes you have no choice but maybe to be a bit dishonest, or maybe I don't know, I wouldn't go as far as accountability and transparency.
Yes. Archives it's actually really cheap to access archives. It's 50 bob, I think for students like 20 bob. But you will pay 20 bob for a student and pay a 50 bob service fee. Yeah, for eCitizen. Every single government service that you use eCitizen, doesn't matter how cheap it is, you still pay some 50 bob that goes somewhere and no one knows where this money is going. We know, but but they deny it. In fact, the person was on radio, was on TV today denying it. Yeah, and the system is owned by an individual, which is also very suspect, because why is a government service owned by one person? What if he wakes up one day and decides just to close that system of his, or do whatever he wants to do with the money that's going to him? We have healthcare systems that are not functional and they're very expensive. And speaking from a point of view of someone who builds systems, it makes absolutely no sense to say that our healthcare system costs billions and the tender was given to someone from outside of the country to do it, yet we have a very educated population of people who are very good in tech who could have built that system in a couple of months and tested it. And again, it makes no sense to say that the system is failing where when it comes to software development, there's something called testing. You have to test it. So it makes no sense that something was rolled out to the people. Like when M-Pesa came about, I don't remember ever having a situation where M-Pesa is not working, It's like they didn't test it to find out if the systems work or not. It makes absolutely no sense. So most of these things are done, it's deliberate. It's deliberate so that fishy things can happen in the background, and we need to figure out how to make sure that we make our leaders accountable to us using the technologies that we have, and we have to force it to them. And one of the things that us, the organization I work with, that we started during the protest, when we decided to do a blockchain projects, the focus was mainly on election accountability, but after having conversations around accountability, that we can't just focus on election only, and we're also aware that they're not going to adopt this system into IEBC immediately, especially when you go to them directly and tell them, now we have this system that is going to ensure that you can't steal elections and the results are going to be instant and everybody can see it and you can't change things and it's immutable, But we thought, how about we take another approach, and I hate using the same language as Kasongo, but I just use it. We decided to take more of a bottom-up approach, whereby so we thought, how about we introduce this to people so that when we are pushing for these changes, it comes from the people. It's easier that way. I'll give you an example. There's a time in 2023, I was working for an organization that was trying to introduce blockchain technology into the Kenyan markets, basically just for accountability. And we were approaching SACCOs. We were trying to talk to SACCOs. And SACCOs are the most affected when it comes to money being embezzled. And you talk to people from the SACCOs, and they're very excited when they hear about new technology, they want to hear more about it, until you mention to their accountants that the ledgers are immutable, right? That is to mean, once you have entered to that system, you can't delete it, you can't tamper with it, you can only add on to it. And everybody can see that this and this transaction took place on this and this time. Pesa ilitoka hapa, ikaenda hapa. There's no hiding, there's no changing that, there's no fishy business. But the moment they hear that, they disappear. I'll call you, don't call me, kind of, we'll get back to you. Everybody disappears. And now you see what has happened in circles. Because they also are aware that you introduce such a system, they'll have to get audited, they'll have to do like transfer their data there, and then things are going to start being questioned. So when we are talking about introducing these technologies into our governance system, I think we have to start very small, even in our own chamas, these small things. How do you ensure that within your own group you have accountability? How do you use these technologies to make sure that you are accountable to each other? So that you push that to your circle, and then you push that to your maybe county government, and then you push that now to the national level. So yeah, I'll pass this. I've talked a lot. Actual mic.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. For me, I'll get it a bit back so that probably we understand the challenges. I'll frame it in two sections. One, I believe in our country we have places or sections of our government that has it. And then there are also other sections that don't have it. Whether by design or through lack of funding, they still don't have it. So I'll be very specific. Like you said, the e-citizen platform has it. Then a very basic human interacting government online police does not have it. I'll give you a very specific example. If you lose your phone today, you won't go to the nearest police station and speak, instead find accountable. You get a phone number. It's torn off a page. So if that OP number disappears from you, how will you ever get it? Number two, we've seen even in recent legal cases, especially when we're looking at cases like Masai, the ODPP says we don't have enough because one, case numbers are different. There's a case that was filed at one police station, similar case in another police station. So where do the investigators go? And then once they prove that book disappears again, they don't have information. So that's a problem. So for me, my concern is this: we need technology institutions like this. For example, we know internationally in developed countries, police have that just what they do. We need a system whereby you don't need to go to a physical police station to attract. You can do it through the phone or a website, and that creates accountability and traceability. So if you get an OP number, for example, if I go back, even if it goes into a private legal matter, so it's very easy for the legal system to track this case. You can see the file, it's their photos, their order. Number two, I think for those arms of government or institutions that we have, I believe the biggest problem is that we have a deliberate government. Very good example is agency. It was created for it. And the reason was government needed to provide opportunities for people to make their own businesses or trying to start businesses. The problem we have is, for example, just like the healthcare system, we are being told by the auditor general that it was a single source. So that single sourcing already circumvented an already existing system. Number two, we all remember of cases like the NYS where you hear of 33 days costing 1.7 million. Again, that is a deliberate attempt to circumvent the system because we all know the prices of this. So when a tender goes out, we would be able to know when something is being sourced, what the tax is. And then we can also go and check so that even the committee that is awarding the tender can be able to move around and say, okay, if you quoted this much for this product, what is the market? Is it fair? Right? So that again limits wastage by having those systems. But then there's a deliberate attempt to circumvent those systems. And then number three, for me, it is one of the deliberate attempts we see and we hear it from all these auditor reports. The auditor, what they report is passed transactions. So by the time you're getting to understand what went wrong, it is way gone. So the other question is, why is it that it is so difficult once this report comes out to see an action? So there needs to be again some form of technology. And also most importantly, as I conclude, is that part of the purpose of this technology, for example, the reason why we have so if for example the president or whatever politician, MCA, senator, promises that they will do something or they launch something, then we can add it to people because we have the so we have people. So if a road is being launched, or a fish market is being launched, like we were told in Russia, we can go and see it. And when you're told 4 million, that's the size what has 4 million. Another very good example is when we're told to be a fish and people to contract all these bodabodas. You're being given a figure of 5 million. Then you go and look at the structure and you ask yourself, it's not 5 million. So that is the level of accountability we need to get. In the sense that when money leaves that main account was consolidated, we need to be able to know. And further to that, I remember when Henry Rotich released a certain document on payments for the loans for the year. That document was heavily done. The problem is Kenyans need when you pay your taxes, what is this money? If you're paying a loan, and when you're being given a grant or you're being given a loan by a you need to know when that money hits that account, where was the sitting going. So that for me is very important because technology can be able to solve some resources and because there always is and it is important to understand why we do that because you should not have a system whereby politicians tell us, no, this is what happened and it's an excuse for excuse.
I just want to probably also give numbers I think the constitution allows us to demand it's a constitutional so I expect that should be the case, and we should be able to have access to members who can register past information. And then the other problem is, I don't think I'm the thing honestly saying it's not able to do it. It's deliberate because in that confusion, things happen that are favoring or supporting the people within the government system. Information. Now that's it. Government has your fingerprints. How are they able to know if you're involved in the crime? That's what you do. And they're able to go through and are able to confirm. You have a national ID coming to you. Isn't that most important? They can link to a lot of things. Our numbers are registered using your national ID. So, and we've had situations where in the recent past, in a few years past, we had within a number, there's another number, another UK identifier for, from back, that's the number you keep and good idea. But then when you look at it, they have been used as conduits to siphon money. I remember Huduma number, 6 billion were spent, and there's really nothing for it. There's nothing sure for it. So there is a desire, and I think that's the funny thing. Everybody knows we need to digitize. There was a case about land digitization, land record digitization, and then we decided. I love what the judiciary has tried to do with cases, and the system cases and what is required. But that was at the behest of World Bank and the support of the World Bank. to be able to do it in the name of reforming the country. However, I feel deliberate, even the EPC, it's never done, it doesn't have a problem. It's just intention. So what is lacking in my opinion is the good from the people who are responsible because it serves us. And anybody who's going to a government would know approvals are done. Somebody writes an email or a memo, it's attached, the attachment. There are so many signatures that follow. Why can't we have approvals done? Even on email, somebody in the order of seniority. I think for me it's intentional, very deliberate, because efficiency created by digitization knocks off a lot of people and makes so many people redundant. There is a reality that we must do. People who are given jobs not because of what they need, but because of who they need. And for them to be relevant, they have to keep the system away because it will keep them out. We don't need you. And then I think with digitization, you will be able to also do something called process mapping that cuts off unnecessary things or unnecessary stages of approval that cut off extra resources. We cannot have to say that you're not even able to tell why government is doing one thing to do trillion. That's a lot of without proper accountability and saying the system was down and that becomes a mainstream. How do you have a system down for 7 months?
How much is our current budget? So they do a third
That will be. So you see the point, and then when you're funding education, look at the budget. We call it budget BPS. When you look at the suggestions they're getting, education is not getting enough, health is not getting enough. Why is our priority? You see, and that's why you see conspicuous consumption, because people are stealing and nobody's asking them anything, and there's no consequence. And that's why somebody can afford to tell us they're worth 1 billion. There's no invention they have made. There's nothing that they have done. They have priorities. Why are we getting all this? So it's intentional. We have a very progressive document in terms of social progress in the name of the institution, but we live in the past. And I think it is critical that government has all our information. The other thing, health sector and in terms of digitization is also critical because there are places in the world where if today I go to hospital in some good place and I come to another hospital in Kenya, you probably die because you have a misdiagnosis because somebody does not have a record of a history of what you had as problems. But if government had put things together, it's easy to know according you come with your number, punch it in, you're able to tell what you had as a problem. And I don't need to ask you because there are situations where you're not even able to explain what you feel. But if we have a history and a record of what you feel, I'm able to make a diagnosis and say, based on this fact, the likely situation you're dealing with is this. But we don't want to do that. Why? Some people are benefiting from the crisis.
Thank you very much, Robert. And I really just want to build on that and also what to fight for life, etc. Because so what happens is I'm heavy on leveraging technology in the justice system, and I've been at Makadara Law Court for quite some time, and that's where all that I'm doing is emanating from. There's something, as we all agree, that some systems that are not working or are not meant to work by design or by default, because some people there's some food web that is not supposed to be distorted. Okay, so I ask myself, especially when you're looking at the criminal justice system, there are three main stakeholders involved in that. We have the police, we have the judiciary, and we have the ODPP. Okay, so these three bodies have to work together for us to get to the end of this. It starts with the police, where you lodge your complaint, investigation is done, and then now the matter is is forwarded to ODPP, where now they have to look at it, approve the charge sheet, and then the same is forwarded to judiciary, and then that happens. So the judiciary is having at least a digital system, the CTS. Okay, ODPP have a digital system, what do you mean? Okay, but now the elephant in the room is the police. Why don't we have technology? So you see, once one of the stakeholders is missing within the digital, it means the chain is broken. So we cannot have a linkage between the two. Ask me why, in this day and age, we still have police handling police files manually. Okay, so in the criminal justice system, a case cannot proceed in court if there's no police file. You get? So the main people that are supposed to be in court during a criminal hearing, an accused person has to be there because it is republic versus that person. We need to have the judicial officer, who is in this case magistrate or judge. We need to have a prosecutor, okay? Because this is a state attorney, and then we have the police, the police file that is supposed to be present. So without a police file, nothing is proceeding. Without a prosecutor, nothing is proceeding. Without a judge or a magistrate, nothing is proceeding. And without the accused person, nothing is proceeding. So the complainant, they can be there or not be there. They're only needed there when they have to testify. Okay, so you have a police officer who has to deliver the police file manually for the prosecutor to proceed with the case. Why don't we have a digitized system where once you lodge a complaint at the police station, these things are recorded and then probably uploaded on a certain platform? Then you don't have to have police officers going to the ODPP to line up with charge sheets for them to be approved. So once the police file has been compiled, everything, the file is ready, it's forwarded to the ODPP. ODPP goes through, looks at the evidence that is there, the statements and everything, approves those. This is a good charge sheet, let it proceed. It sends to the judiciary. The judiciary receives through the CTS, they look at it, then the process starts, plea taking and all that. But you see, we have a break of the link here. So it means every other time the case is at the mercy of the police. Okay, so if we eliminate this manual handling of police files, it solves a lot. So why don't we have a system, a unified system that links these three main stakeholders within the criminal justice system? Okay, so why should we have ODPP with their own system? Judiciary has its own system. Police don't have a system.
No, they have a system that is
manual. Yes, they have a system that is manual. So if you can harmonize this system, it will be seamless, so that whether the police, the investigating officer is there or not, the matter will proceed. So that all you need to do, you have to be there. The prosecutor will call you and I need this thing, and then you do it. You forward the document to them. If it's additional, if there's any additional piece of evidence, it's still added on the platform, forwarded to the ODPP. The same is, so there's a moving cycle. But you see, it is by design, it is deliberate that this system doesn't have to work. So why can't you now leverage on technology so that we have a seamless? Because especially when it comes to the justice system, the biggest problem is within the criminal justice system. Because you see, when it comes to civil matters, this is inter-party matters. But you see, when it comes to criminal justice system, we're looking at the state being there, like the complainant in this matter against the accused person. Okay, given the nature that whatever matter that is criminal in nature, if robbery, let's say if Obet has committed a robbery with violence, it is not against, when the state is coming in, it is not a matter just against, it is not a crime against 254 for life. It is Obet is a threat to the entire society. So now that is where the state comes in, so that he doesn't have to be the same to any other person. I tried to work on this project, and I can tell you for a fact, it's not easy. And there are systems that are deliberately meant not to work. Because it's the same thing I'm facing with the AI Magarizani. Okay? Because for us to achieve 100% or at least a good percentage of whatever we want, we need to have, let's say, the prison department on board. But what happens? You give them this proposal, and one of the hindrances that we're having is they don't have a budget. So it means if they don't have a budget, they will not have established infrastructure. So
at some point you'll have to hit a dead end. But you want to tell me now, with the impact that such a program will have on the criminal justice system, you don't tell me they cannot set aside a budget. Like, if we come with this will help decongesting prisons. It will help reduce backlogs in our courts. It will have empowered inmates being integrated into the society. So if this system works, it cuts across all the sectors. But for some reason, if it works, someone is going to be out of business. Someone probably is supposed to bring in a tail or something. So I think we have to look at how then do we leverage technology. So even when it comes to budgeting, we are looking at budgeting is supposed to be made for posterity. So wherever you are investing these amounts, doing things mechanically the same with the way we've done it, the same way all over and over again. So how do we now leverage it? Because technology helps to curb efficiency, to enhance efficiency, faster access to justice, faster delivery of justice. And here we are, because I'm telling you, it's a sad state of affairs, especially in our courts. Because if you go to court today, going back to what I was talking about, the three stakeholders, if an inmate is in the surrender, this person cannot afford cash bail. So they have a mentioned day today or a hearing day today. They come, the prosecutor either is not there, or there's no police file, or the magistrate is on official duty, or whatever it is. Now they have to get another date. It's not tomorrow. You're looking for at least a minimum of 2 months, 2 or 3 months. So this person, again, they have to wait for those 3 months before they come again. So the next time they come, we're talking about 3 months. Probably the first time the police file was not in court. The next time they come, this time the prosecutor is not there. Again, 3 months. The next time they come, the judicial officer is not there. We're talking about 9 months. Someone is behind us doing nothing just because. Exactly.
Omwe wanted to say something, and then
Okay, mine is more or less what Yvonne was saying. When it comes to projects, if we had every ministry required to have maybe on their website where you can go and see the project they've launched, the ongoing projects, like you can tell the status of each project, the completed one, who has funded it, how much it costs, that would help a lot. But now the question is also asking, they have the capacity to do that if they wanted to. Now the part is they don't want to do it. What can you do with the fact that they don't want to do it? Because that's the biggest challenge we are having. It's not the system. The system can be there. If they wanted to, they can. Because you've seen them do systems and they have worked. So what can you do about the part when you don't want them to?
Okay. Listening to him, I think there's a problem with the level of education qualification of people employing the police force. How is it that judiciary and our courts are able to leverage the police force? And there has been a resistance of them doing that because of qualified people to handle those platforms. There have been instances where there have been instances where okay, in the judiciary, as you mentioned, ODPP, yes. and the judiciary actually they're married.
Yes.
At the moment, they're married. And they're working together. And DCI have been consistently joined because of that. I wanted to say that there's some instances where, when some years back, when a politician could just carry people in a truck and then bring them here to Nairobi. I remember some years back, we used to have something called Lotodo from Pokot.
As my MP
Lotodo will carry like a lorry full of 6 trucks and bring people, and then they just deployed with the police force. The level of communication you've witnessed, even a police inspector can't even communicate properly. So I think there's a very, very big difference, and that's some of the areas that we need to start from. In developed countries, people deploy. Look at US, for example. Of course, it's a personal country, but police on patrol are given a car, and they're able, if they're on patrol, they're able to track a vehicle and immediately look at the number of plates and even identify the kind of people who are driving this car, and then their work becomes easy. And I think we are still very far. We cannot reach that level, but that's we could start from there. But it's also I want to say that it's important that actually we employ technology in most of our functions in the government institutions. One, it makes communication easier. Public can access that information. We can also track if there's anything going on. We can actually track. There are instances where platforms have helped expose some of the ills, and then people have been caught and they've been taken to court.
I think before you wanted to answer your question about what we can do since they have the capacity to do these things for business. So you remember in December when we went missing? Around that time we were working with them with a group of techies on an accountability platform. There's actually a couple of groups that have done this, where all government expenditure on projects, basically what Morara Kebaso was doing, but sasa on a digitized platform. And most of these records are actually public. Like if you really go looking, you will find that you will find how much money was allocated to this project, how much money was disbursed. If the
But
project
as
is
a
done,
citizen, I shouldn't go digging. The information should be available to me.
yes, it should be, but we are at a point where we have to do the work ourselves because they are not doing it. And the best way to force their hand into doing this is to expose them ourselves. So either they do it or we do it, but it has to be out there. It has to be out there for the public. Because even when it comes to like civic education and all that, it will help us better to explain to people the kind of leadership we want and the kind of leadership we have right now. If we can show them practically, this and this is what is happening, yet this is what should have happened. One of the platforms that was being used was doing a comparison between how much a certain amount of money can do and how much that money has been used. Like for instance, if healthcare was allocated, let's say 100 billion. So there's a breakdown of what healthcare has done with that 100 billion and what healthcare could have done with that 100 billion, so that you can see for yourself the amount of disparity that's there. And I wanted to disagree a little bit on the fact that we can't be there with the full police force, like with the whole streamlining the police force, because we do have the money. We totally can do that, because look at the way they were handling abductions the other day. They know exactly where you are. They know exactly where to find you and how to find you. It's just very deliberate that when you report a case, suddenly they don't have that capacity. But when it is mkubwa ametumana, they pick you up from wherever, the capacity is there. You remember when they told me they pick me up from wherever I am? I know if they want to pick me up, they can come to Kajiado right now and pick me up from wherever I am. They do have the capacity. They're just deliberately not doing it. Then, yeah, so one of my biggest questions is, so we pay tax, all right? But tell me why should we pay for services like require an ID at the moment and replacement?
Actually, they scrapped it.
Okay. It was a roadside adoption.
Yeah, but that's a political move. That's what it's supposed to be.
But actually, he's the one living on that problem.
He created
He's the one who created it.
so that to look like he can be listening to us.
Yeah.
Okay, my other question is so again, funds are allocated to ministries. For instance, arts and theatre. So we have the ministry, maybe dealing with sports. I assume that's where that's where it is. And we have money that is allocated to that kind of ministry. Yet we people who are in the art industry, honestly, we don't get anything from that. And you'll find like the Kenya Film Board will come and arrest an artist, or they'll charge you if they find you shooting something in, like we will do it ile na uoga tu ama ile tu kitu ngumu. And at times you're there wondering, we are the ones trying to push for our art, and this art is also to educate or to create awareness and stuff like that. Yet to be finyiliwa na tuko na ministry, we even have bonds and people sitting there and they're supposed to be fighting for our rights or pushing for something for us to grow, yet we don't see that. Also, my other complaint is money that is used by offices. There's a time I remember we had information on the expense of the office of the president in a day. All right, the money that is spent in a day by the office of the president, and you're wondering, okay, this is our money that we are paying. What is this that is really being done in a day for him to spend like over an M? Are those things that we can't question and push for them for, I find them very unnecessary. Or the office of the first lady, or those Krabiwa again, but I feel like those are, yeah.
I actually think it's more than an M. It should be around 5 to 6 million that goes to hospitals every day. If you're in, probably you'll get some of the money. Yeah, per day.
It's
less. Oh, thank you for correcting me.
Because actually, if you are a capital secretary, can come from state or and then maybe can deliver 3 million.
Yeah.
That's a capital secretary.
Pardon me.
Cash.
So it is more.
This is the reason why we don't want to be there. Because
Exactly.
we carry a lot of cash, words of cash. If I told you passed away, exactly. That's in Jamaica. People go for lunch. How do they buy lunch? How do they? They come to places, and I know there's an office. This is an experience I can talk about. The office of the DP. Somebody walks around with 5 million as petty cash.
Do you remember that trip to some is in Namibia?
Yeah, the lady.
Namibia, the lady calling in
I'm
dollars.
telling you this because this is something I know. Because I know somebody who works in us. 5 million petty cash, an ordinary folk whose business is just to be walking around and doing some stuff. Is the guy who pays their money to team that talk about the business stuff, whatever. 5 heads. This is my friend. It's technology is very critical, very important, very powerful. What we don't want, I like what he said about the police. We have offered the worst within our system to do what is very critical within our system. You can't have the most truant children are the ones who say, police.
Yeah.
And
No, okay, fine. That's the net effect. That's the net effect of what you're saying. But then you decide, the best way is to do police officer. One thing, and then the least qualified in terms of academic ability. We're not saying academic ability is the best, but exposure academically is very important. Understanding a few things and relating and the patience to stay in school for that period and do the right thing helps you to understand that. Now you decide the human capital that you need for this very critical job has a D or something, and the number of teeth is what we're looking at as the qualification and height. Then you go to other jurisdictions like the UK, from whom we borrowed our policing system. They police by consent. They don't even carry guns. Why do you give a D+ person a gun? This you think it's a very dangerous person. They're more criminal because this guy has no patience to understand why you're asking. That's why police, and forgive me, police don't like people. The moment they arrest you, kizungu, madarau, and that's your problem. Actually, even if you have no mistake, they'll find a way. So what I'm saying, it's a deliberate move because they're graduates who can be police officers, who have a passion to be police officers, but you're overqualified for the job and you'll never get it. Why? Because we need people who are dumb. We need to dumb it down so that we can control the exam.
And that's how the system is.
Yeah, so ab initio, the system is set up to fail because even if you digitize, you don't have the human capital to work on this system. So maybe we need to start with how we train our police officers. For instance, the example given, or employ people who have the ability and capacity and have a passion for the job to make a difference. So as much as we say technology, we have people who have the ability to use the technology to be able to leverage on it properly and give us the best result? Or how do we help those who are already in there? Upgrade them so that they're able to meet the requirements for what we need now.
I think she.
Yeah, sorry, I cut you.
I'm sorry.
When you hold
Let
this
me pass the
thing,
bottle to you.
when you hold this thing, there's more power.
I'll pass it in a minute.
I was thinking of a different aspect to the accountability, which is consequences. Because we've seen that we want to demand accountability using technology. But what about now the consequences? Because I can give an example. When you were doing I like that most of you have mentioned the court system, the CTS. I was part of the team that were doing the CTS in Mombasa. And then I was in charge of a team. My court was Kadhi's court, but by the time I was able to complete my court in good time, so I was given a different court to not proceed with. That was the children's court. That was the most traumatizing thing because, first of all, it's very emotional to see everything that goes on there. Then, secondly, now, the sabotage. Most of the courts, they did not want that system. They fought it the best way they knew. So we had laptops getting lost. We had police cases because now we have a laptop that is lost. We do until today. The laptops that got lost during the program, we cannot account for them. And in those laptops, we had files that had been scanned, and so we can't also account for which files were scanned and are missing. And we can't say we start scanning afresh. We're in the middle of a project, so there is also that aspect that we can have these systems, but they'll still find ways. Even not even the government only. We have even people in the private sector that try to digitize maybe their businesses, but then you still find the staff finding ways to. Yeah, there's a lady who found a way to pay her salary more. So we will always find this, but then yes,
but then it's
yes,
to
so
identify and
yes.
have people
Yeah.
raise traceability and you can get back.
Exactly. So now it's the consequences bit. What are the consequences when we have all these systems, but then they find a way now to still override them? So for me, I would want to know if we have these systems, then can we also have other systems to make sure there are consequences to them being, either not working intentionally or people overriding them and all that. And then I was curious to ask, maybe it's a naive question, but it's the manifestos. Another aspect now, again, of accountability. These people bring manifestos, and I think even the interview Ishunwa had with the international journalist, this guy was prepared. Like, he was talking about the manifesto thing. Some of them I didn't even know. As a Kenyan, I was very embarrassed because I didn't know that things Ruto promised 30 days in office. So are these manifestos also digitized? Where do people find them after they speak them so passionately before, during campaign? So now when you talk about accountability, also these things that will help us, because these systems alone might not give us the results we think we will get. The things behind it's like back ends to these systems for accountability, for how are we tracing, as she was asking, for where are we looking at what has been done, what has not, before Morara goes to do that for us. Yeah. And also the platform you said, could you share with us where we can find them? Because again, knowledge is everything. Yeah. So I don't know if that manifesto is digitized or not. I don't know. Some are. Where are we finding them? Is it in the party? Okay, thank you. Please allow me to leave anytime because I have to go around and all the groups. Okay, but please.
Okay. First, just to answer your question, manifestos by definition are promissory notes. Manifestos have no legal binding framework.
Oh.
So a politician will give you a manifesto because you can't hold them. And that's why even in that interview with Mehdi, you saw Kimani Ichung'wah saying, are you going to believe somebody over me? Because I'm telling you, because I'm a politician, it is our manifesto. We structured it so we can change it.
However we want.
So manifestos don't exist. Don't take them as valid.
Sure.
It's like a promissory note. If I tell you I'll meet you tomorrow, I can change. I can say the day after. What recourse do you?
But honestly, but can you take it like a social contract you have with us? So now we try and keep track of what you said and what you're doing.
Because that's what we used to vote for them. So it's confusing. Yeah.
Those things.
What is?
the reason why it's not a social contract, because a contract has to have two interested parties. So when they are building that manifesto, do they consult? No, they don't. So when they put out there and then they say, we're going to build a dam worth 100 million, are you there to know where that dam is going to be? Are you the resident of that location to say, okay, how many people are going to be displaced? Do they agree to be displaced? What are they going to be compensated? And what is the net effect of this? So all these things have, that is why you have organizations like okay. So that NEMA has to go through all that process of saying, this is the environmental impact study of certain things which people say. So is it okay for me? But because you're not there and you are not consulted, they can change it as many times as possible. And today, this is the particular reason why you hear of all this roadside declaration. Remember, when they were raising the fees for this ideas, they gazetted it. They put it as law. So when somebody tells you on a roof of a car, it's going to revoke it. What's the legal notice? Where's the gazette notice? So that we know from today we're not going to do it. Right? And even to make matters worse, this is why I say systems are there. We just don't want them to work. I'll give you an example. When Kajiado happened, I don't know what the nearest police station is, but if you Google, you'll find there's a police station. So let me give an example and say Rongai police station. So if you call Rongai police station, if you Google it, there's a number. How many numbers do you find of those police stations actually work? None of them work. Forget the 999.
An example, because there's an emergency line.
Yes.
I've called
That doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Do you remember Prezo did it on live TV the other time? They
Yeah.
called a couple of times. As if you were kids, you would give it.
There's something she mentioned. She talked about the systems to change and something. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, but I can understand. The government's the biggest employer at the moment, and some of these people are afraid of losing their jobs. What's legal? And some of these people have not been trained. For a fact.
But you see, forgive me for saying this. I'm sorry if you have that. This is the exact reason why we want this done.
Yeah.
Because we want to weed out the bad people and have the correct numbers.
Yes.
And also, the net effect of this is government saving money. So we have ghost workers.
Yeah.
Very many.
There are so many ghost workers you will pay.
So
Any system is good at it.
how do we
People
hold
don't have the
now
capacity to get rid of it.
how do we hold this manifesto? So manifestos we've already said we are
No,
putting
sorry,
out.
no.
So how do
No,
we
but I
hold
think-
politicians
Can I,
to book?
can I ask
How do we
something
hold?
Yes,
on
go ahead.
manifestos?
Yes.
So what she's asking, I'm also of the same opinion that if we keep track of these manifestos, we'll be able to show people that this guy said this, he did not do it.
Yeah.
So the next time he promises, you need to be careful what you believe. I think
That
like,
makes sense.
not a legal way, it's not
That makes
binding, but
Maybe it can be
But
civic
if-
education now.
Maybe if I can come in because I'm holding the talking piece. So I think now because we are looking at this from this conference, we're looking at the action points.
Yes.
One of the action points I would suggest, and especially to the same regard, is one of the requirements that should come from the office of the Registrar of Political Parties, because I believe that's the one that deals with political stuff. If you can have it written as a law, definitely it will face opposition from the politicians themselves. Whereby before the manifesto that you're looking at, it is one of the requirements that you do what is one of the qualifications. You deposit with the Register of Political Parties, and it is going to be used as an accountability tool by the citizens, so that by then it is not just a decorated manifesto that comes into woodwink to do the masses. And then there's something Obed said on the issue of having that emanates from his point, where we're having police officers that cannot work, that are not educated in the stuff. But ask yourself, we have KDF, which also uses the same system to recruit, but it has professionals, it has lawyers, it has doctors, so it is because it wants the system to work. So the same thing would apply to police. If you are recruiting people who are supposed to go to the field and they're supposed to have a D+, that's okay. But when it comes to things like tech and stuff, we have another system of recruiting professionals in those people who can handle the system, so that we don't have an excuse that the police service is having only D+, so they are incapable of handling systems and all that. So that you see, if you are going to a police station to report, you don't need a police officer with a gun for you to record a statement. You need a professional who's good at handling and recording statements and having them digitized. So that if you really have to have a gun and run after thieves and go to the field with the gun, but if you're supposed to be at the manning desk at the reception, be equipped with the appropriate skills to handle that job.
Communication skills. What if you come to the police station and cause danger? He has to be ready for you.
You see, that's why.
But he's not alone in the station.
There are
There's
people who are
always
supposed to do
someone
that.
at the gate. There's always the person writing the really doesn't know. So I think there's so many things that even citizens are not aware of what the government needs to be accountable for. For instance, so I'm very passionate with environmental conservation and stuff like that. And then we came to realize that the government does business with foreigners on things like the dumping sites, like the Ile and Andorra, all right? So they'll come and they will know how to, to maybe recycling of these things, of harvesting the gases that are there that can be used for power production and stuff like that. But we, the citizens who live in this country, are not even aware of such kind of a deal. So if we can push for technology to capture some of these resources that are in this country, it can benefit us, so that it's open and people who have the knowledge of how they can be able to collaborate with the government and make money out of it and create employment. The other thing is carbon harvesting. There are people who didn't know about the carbon harvesting when it comes to tree planting. So the government will push for tree planting. We even had the president had the tree planting day. But when they come to harvesting of that carbon credit, you'll find that there are many people who are not aware about it. There are people who are benefiting from that. How about technology? Like we were Kenya to do that these things exist, and we can even benefit from that.
I think to answer that is civic education. So do we tell people what's
For me, the main problem is nobody wants to invest. So we are not. The government is not encouraging technology because someone will be held accountable for this, which they don't want.
All of us did introduce ourselves other than Eric. And then Eric, you can introduce yourself after Joyce, and then we continue with the discussion from there.
Okay.
No, you can unmute yourself. Just unmute yourself. Sorry, I can't unmute you. Only you can. Would you just check next to the camera? There is mic. If you click on mic, then you're going to unmute yourself. So there is leave and then share and then mic. At the further right, top right. Eric, you can introduce yourself as Joyce is figuring it out.
Yeah, well, I'm Eric Marimba. I have been following the conference since yesterday. I'm in Kenya. I'm in Kenya, Nairobi. I'm a freelancer. I'm a freelancer working with different clients globally, and on part-time, I'm an investor at the Nairobi Stock Exchange.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice to have you. How is freelancing? Ruto tells us you're making dollars.
Ruto has to look into freelancing because it's dollars he can't really tax. So I think it's a bit painful for him.
Don't speak out loud. Every time people speak about that, I'm just like, shut up, shut up.
Anyway, the freelancing is good thanks to artificial intelligence. It's making it easier to find markets and to access markets across the borders. Things are changing. We are hoping within the next few years to come, it's a type of hustle that will have been embraced in Kenya to reduce the burden of unemployment, but through proper, of course, through proper leadership structures. Yep.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, that's true. I agree. I feel like where I just moved from Kenya sometime mid last year, and where I was staying, most people were actually freelancers. Like most people were working online, because in the morning I would be like, "Oh, guys are not going to work. Why are people not going to work?" But then I was running a small shop, and my girl will tell me, huko nyinyi tu ni wa kufanyia kazi kwa nyumba." So it's something that many people are doing right now.
Yeah, it's something that it's picking up, but the issues of ethical management is actually affecting very many newbies or novice people who want to join into this space, because nowadays it's very hard to find trusted brokers. Somebody just wants to steal from you in one way or another. So I think it's a Kenyan thing. It's a Kenyan thing, and we need to legislate morality to ensure that people stop exploiting others in one way or another.
Kevin says we cannot legislate morality.
I think it's possible. It has been done successfully in North Korea.
Tell us more.
You can't really steal from somebody in some countries. Of course, it's not something that I'm familiar with, but according to what I've been reading on blogs about some countries, I think it's a possibility, but we can actually force people to behave in a certain way through laws, especially when it comes to economic crimes of whatever magnitude, whether small or big. There should be frameworks that ensure people transact in a moral way. And nurturing will play a very huge role in that. Replacing subjects and incorporating ethics and philosophy into the education system to promote free will is an approach that could be embraced through laws. Yeah.
I agree. I wish we could hear Joyce. I think it's being resolved. Yeah. Joy, feel free to jump in anytime. I think it's free discussion right now. I'm trying to fill a form for the team, so we can keep on talking as I do that, and we wait on Joyce to be activated so that she can speak. Kevin, Joy. Anyway, so interesting. Nataka tu kutusikia. Hata si tunataka kuwasikia.
I'll get back to you. I'm just finishing something.
No worries, no worries. I play too much. So, Eric, you're talking about, I think, what is it? Something about, no, what were we talking about? Family, the impact of family in. So what I wanted to ask you is, by family, do you mean like single parenthood or the behavior of the people in the family? For example, like a family which has people who are like people who are fighting a lot, and a family which has maybe a parent who is absent, then it would maybe have some impact on the child? Or do you mean just the aspect of, is it a single mother or a single father?
I think we should strengthen the family structure, and we maybe could figure out a way to educate the next generation to ensure that kids are raised in a true single parenthood, because I think parenting is a very heavy burden to be undertaken by a single parent, whether it's the mother or the father.
But it doesn't mean that people have to stay together. And the reason why I ask that, like, I agree with you. I feel like it's important for the child to feel the presence of the mother and the father. And I feel like, one, it's important, especially for Kenyan men, to actually take responsibility when it comes to children, because other than the financial aspect, a man really shapes the child's behavior. I feel like that's really, really important. But then it's one thing to raise a child together, but it's another thing to stay in a relationship that is not good. So for me, I am not for stick there, irrespective of what is going on, but I am for this is your child. Irrespective of what is going on, you have to raise them. Irrespective of your relationship with the other party, you have to raise them.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. But even before we could get to separation, I think it's not good as people to actually embrace the whole idea of shifting family structures from maybe two-parent households. I wish I wish people could be taught more about relationships and the whole institution of marriage so that they could understand it better, because it is proving to be difficult by the day. And it's the reason why people are feeling more comfortable to maybe separate. I'm also for strengthening, let's strengthen the institution of marriage so that we can make the responsibility of parenting less burdening. That way, I think parents can be more participative in parenting, and that one also strong family structures also contribute to community parenting, and that's where morality germinates from.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Like 60% agree with you. I 40% for if it's not working, then it's not working. But still just continue being a parent. But I feel like it's important. A child being raised in a complete family, there's some plus in it. Yeah. So I agree with you. Kevin, do you have anything to add? Let me see why it's taking longer for Joyce. I'm sorry, Joyce. Sorry, I'm filling this form as well. It's a summary of what we are discussing on. Does anyone want to share the organization they work for? Part of the form includes that. Eric, you've told me you freelance and then you work at the stock exchange.
Yes.
Okay.
Just an independent analyst.
Okay.
And financial advisor regarding stocks and government-backed papers.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right. Just a moment. Let me see if they're save to files. You have to allow your system to access the mic. When you're joining, it asks you if you allow the system to access the mic. Would you want to rejoin again? And then select the yes option. I like
So,
what you
Flav,
like. Yes.
do you know what's
Nice to
happening?
see you.
Nice to
Yes.
see you too. Do you know what's happening on their end?
People are having lunch. What time is it
Oh.
right now?
For me, it's 9:49.
What time is it in Kenya, Eric?
It's 1 p.m.
Okay, let me tell them to prompt us when we are supposed to be back. But yeah, as of now, they are having lunch. They should be almost done, but they're having lunch. Oh, has she just left? Okay.
Oh.
Can join with a phone. Sorry, there's a form that we are supposed to fill about a discussion, so it's what I'm working on right now.
That's
Joy,
all right.
Eric has nice ideas. I think he's expounded on the aspect of like the household and nurturing. I feel like that's, if I had spoken on it without his input, I think my views would have been a bit narrow, but he's made it very broad. Thank you, Eric. Feel free to speak on something else. The other thing that we spoke on, of course, that's the bit of education you've touched on before. And then there's something on enforcement or on mentorship.
Right.
Community.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. I'm carry on.
No, I feel like community parenting also has some aspect of mentorship, but also just on its own, I think it's something that stands.
Okay. I had you, I was listening to you, but I couldn't talk earlier. And you were speaking something to do with both parents raising the children. That's quite a difficult topic because you, for one, maybe you can't stay somewhere if it's not favoring you. But also there is something you mentioned and it's clicked on my head that obviously, like for instance in Kenya, I don't see a lot of laws that are really protecting women in that nature. I'll give you an example, like here. I know for sure, for instance, if I don't want maybe to be married anymore, I know I can move in swiftly and whoever I'm married to will provide for the child, but I cannot say the same to a lady in Kenya. Because
That
the
is
laws,
true.
yeah, the laws here protect the child. They put children first, but in Kenya it's the opposite. They don't put children first because you're supposed to look the well-being of the child to start with. Forget about the two parties. It's the child who has nothing to do with this relationship. So that's quite difficult topic, to be fair. But I do agree. But I do agree a child has to come to, it's better for a child to grow in a home with both parents.
I fully agree with you.
I don't know what is it Eric has to say about that, because we see a lot of men in Kenya. They don't like to once they are done with somebody. Some of them don't want to be involved in the child's life after.
And that okay, Eric, go on. Why am I jumping in bad manners? I'm sorry, Eric, go on.
Okay, she has a very legitimate points. Very legitimate points. But I think going back to the roots, I think it's the case of maybe people abandoning gender roles, and once that happens, we get into duplication of roles, which makes relationships so competitive. And when that happens, it becomes an issue of pride, where the compatibility ends, and now staying together even with the child becomes difficult. And that's why in Kenya there are so many cases of divorce and co-parenting. And it's having a real effect on our children or the approach we are raising our children, you see.
But I want to give an example of my boss. He's going through, now he's in his third marriage. He's had children with each of the women that he was married before. I mean, he was married to before. And each of the women has remarried, and they are parenting their children very, very well without issues. They've agreed on whose responsibility, like who does what. And during holidays, for example, the last time I was in Japan, one of the wife had come with their partner, and then this director had their partner, and then their children were there. And it was still an easy relationship. But for Kenya, the way Joy is saying, when someone is not with you anymore, for whatever reason, your children were his children as long as you're with him. But when you're not with him, your children are not his children. And he stops taking responsibility, and he might even go ahead and start taking care of another man's child just because he's with another woman. That's the bit. And I know the law fails us on this because enforcement of child protection is just like every other thing that we complain about. I think that's a problem as well. But also ethically, as a man, what is your problem with taking care of your child just because you're not with someone? If you could take care of that child, then we wouldn't force people to be together if things are not working out.
100%. 100%. Yes. I don't understand why you can't take care of your child, because it's your child. That has nothing to do with the woman. I'm struggling with that. It's something I struggle with.
Eric, you're on your own on this one.
No, yeah, I think it's true, but I think generally, compared to the West, Kenya is yet to embrace a family structure that allows blended families to blend together. Kenya is yet to embrace a blended family structure where somebody can easily can divorce and maybe get remarried elsewhere and comes together with somebody who is also divorced and start a family together. I don't think Kenya has embraced that kind of family structure, and that's why it's a difficult thing. It's a difficult thing in Kenya to have things the way you perceive them. It's more of a personal thing than something that has been enforced as a social culture.
Mm.
So part of education should also allow people should also teach children about the coexistence of blended families, so that raising kids can be a community responsibility when we embrace blended families in Kenya. So that has to be addressed too.
I agree with you. Joyce, are you able to speak now?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, perfect. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Finally. Yeah, my name's Joyce Oduor. I'm based in Germany, and I'm a medical controller by profession.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So today we are talking on ethical leadership, and just basically what is it that we can do to ensure that there is, of course, it's lacking in Kenya. I think that's well known. So what is it that we can do to ensure there is ethical leadership in Kenya? And that's what we are talking through and brainstorming. I think what you might have caught us talking on was about family and the impact it has on ethics. But then if you have any thoughts or any additions on that or anything besides that, please feel free to share with us.
Yeah, the what I heard from the conversation was the impact of parenting in case of separation when both parents are not able to be together. I think that the well-being of the child is the prior number one in such a situation. Personally, I think we have a problem in Kenya with this baby mama and baby daddyism. As in, most parents, like maybe they move on with one leg inside the past relationship. And I think that's, okay, I wouldn't say toxic to the child, but it depends on how you go along with each other. Considering that you're not that the both parents are not a couple, are not a couple anymore, maybe more both parties have moved on. If both parents set a clear boundary to each other and just put the well-being of the child first, it shouldn't be a problem.
I agree.
Again,
But most,
we are saying
from what I've noticed, like in our African community, there's a huge problem of, especially, okay, I wouldn't say the men, even women are like that. Like, this is the father of my child. Maybe he's moved on, but you still find the exes having this, how do I put it? I wouldn't call it audacity, but they feel like the man still belongs to them or the wife still belongs to them.
That's true.
And it can, such a situation brings can bring bitterness for both parties. And children are not stupid; they notice such things. And in most cases, you find that the children are just confused. Are we a family? Is mom and dad? Do mom and dad love each other? And most of the time, when they even come to an argument, kids notice that.
That's true. That is very true.
Yeah.
But I agree with you fully. And yeah, I think also Eric was speaking a bit on that, on how, just a moment, let me go to the exact point. I think just households, like children are what they see. And one, just the aspect of disrespect between partners, also that shapes the kind of person a child becomes. Of course, that is very unethical. They become disrespectful people and they fight a lot and they do everything else but that they are seeing their parents doing. But also on the other side, it's just not a good environment to bring up a child in. And through maybe recluse, someone can build a very, I usually say people go through the same circumstances and come out either good or bad. So through such a circumstance, a child can
Individuals
totally
and
become
groups,
what they
that
have
would be-
seen, or because of taking their own corner, they can shape themselves into something else, not wanting to be what they have seen. But you never know where they will turn, what they will turn to be. So it's better to just make it a good environment to start with. Anything else you think we can do to ensure there is ethical leadership?
In 2023.
Yeah, I
was
need
working
to
for an organization.
I need time to brainstorm. I wasn't actually prepared about this topic.
No
Maybe I
worries.
need some 5 minutes to just listen in, and then I'll just join in where necessary.
No problem. No pressure at all.
Thanks.
Who has a friend in the group? Please tell us when they resume, because I'm typing whatever I'm supposed to type, so I might be missing messages. Recording has started. Please check if they have resumed. We should see if they have, shouldn't we? Eric, if you have anything to say, please keep on. I'm typing now, so I'm going to be not as active in participation. Mm. Sorry, I'm typing. One of the questions is, what are the next steps and who is going to do it? So our action points, of course, it's that part of household. I think that can be taken on by all of us. Household includes like just being a better parent and the aspect of community parenting and taking responsibility as a parent. And I think that that will be done by all of us. And then the second action point will be mentorship. That I'm going to put the church as well as all of us, but then I think it wants names, but I will just put that. Then there's the aspect of education that I take on myself. I said I'm going to research, and then we see if we can write a policy recommendation for ethics to be included in syllabus in schools. And then the final bit is walking the talk. Oh, mentorship, I already touched. Walking the talk, I think that is on everyone, each and every one of us. Anything that you feel like I should add on? Guys, are you sleeping?
Yeah, can I speak?
Yes, please.
Yeah, maybe I would like to add on the topic co-parenting. I've managed to make a point, some notes to a point or two. I think the most important thing is when both parents manage to communicate clearly. Both parties should, first of all, prioritize healing, like separate the emotions they have towards each other from the well-being of the child. Maybe they can also just make an agreement or agree on the important issues.
Working for an organization that was trying to introduce blockchain technology into the Kenyan market, basically just for accountability. And we were approaching SACCOs. We were trying to talk to SACCOs, and SACCOs are the most affected when it comes to money being embezzled. And you'd talk to people from the SACCOs, and they're very excited when they hear about new technology. You know, they want to hear more about it, until you mention to the accountants that the ledgers are immutable, right? That is to mean once you have entered a transaction into that system, you can't delete it, you can't tamper with it, you can only add on to it, and everybody can see that this and this transaction took place at this and this time. Pesa ilitoka hapa ikaenda hapa. There's no hiding, there's no changing that, there's no fishy business. But the moment they hear that, they disappear. You know, they'll I'll call you, don't call me kind of thing. We'll get back to you. Everybody disappears, and now you see what has happened in SACCOs. Because they also are aware that you introduce such a system, they'll have to get audited, they'll have to do like transfer their data there, and then things are going to start being questionable. So when we are talking about introducing these technologies into our governance system, I think we have to start very small, even in our own chamas, these small things. How do you ensure that within your own group you have accountability? How do you use these technologies to make sure that you are accountable to each other, so that you push that to your SACCO, and then you push that to your maybe county government, and then you push that now to the national level? So yeah, I'll pass this. I've talked a lot. An actual mic.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. For me, I'll take it a bit back so that probably we understand where our country is. I'll frame it in two sections. One, I believe in our country we have places or sections of our government that has technology. And then there are also other sections that don't have the technology, whether by design or through lack of funding, they still don't have the technology. So I'll give very specific examples. Like you said, we have the eCitizen platform. It has the technology. But then a very basic human interacting government arm like police does not have the technology. I'll give you a very specific example. If you lose your phone today and you want to go to the nearest police station to make a statement, you still find counter book. You get an OB number. It's torn off a page. So if that OB number disappears from you, how will you ever get it? You know? Number two, we've seen even in recent legal cases, especially when you're looking at cases like Rex Masai, the ODPP says we don't have enough evidence because one, case numbers are different. There's a case that was filed, I think, in one police station, similar case in another police station. So where do the investigators go? And then once they go, if that book disappears again, we don't have information. So that's a problem. So for me, my concern is this way. We need technology in institutions like the police. For example, you know, internationally in developed countries, police have body cameras that record everything they do. We need a system whereby you don't need to go to a physical police station to report a crime. You can do it either through your mobile phone or a website. And that creates accountability and traceability. So if you get an OB number, for example, if I go back, even if it goes into a private legal matter, then it's very easy for the legal system to go and track this case from the police and say this was reported, we can see the file, if there are photos, they're all there. Number two, I think for those arms of government or institutions that do have the technology, I believe the biggest problem is that we have a deliberate effort to circumvent that technology. Very good example is IFMIS, the procurement system. It was created for a reason. And the reason was government needed to be open and provide more opportunities to local people who either own businesses or are trying to start businesses who can trade with the government. The problem we have is, for example, just like the healthcare system, we are being told by the Auditor General that it was a single sourcing. So that single sourcing already is circumventing an already existing system.
As a single mother, I mean, you've just discovered you're in your second pregnancy, which you do not require. You don't want it. But now you can afford the pills. Ordinarily, you should have had pills for you should have been able to access pills. You should have been able to afford the pills. You know, so that's a second tier, affordability. That the reason why you're not going to be treated differently is because you cannot afford. So, as university students, people are going with 3 square meals a day. Some of you have to sleep from 6 to 12 so that you skip breakfast. That's an injustice. You understand? So you're having an injustice because you can't afford. Food is there, it's accessible, it's available, but you can afford. I mean, you know, it's good food, it's chapati and madondo, and it's available. But you look at your pocket money ran out on week 2. So it's not affordable. So it's an injustice. You know how many students have come to UGM and told us that wanainama, that they have to skip a meal because they can afford. So that's the third tier. The fourth tier of this injustice and inequality is the issue of quality. Quality. Yeah? They can tell you that they're giving you food, because food then is an important part. But the food is expired, or it's rotten, or it's especially in schools. So they're giving you dish in a county, but it's not of good quality. So it's an injustice. Wanakufanya kama wewe ni paka. It does not matter. It does not matter. I mean, your slum children, it does not matter. Or even the issue of medicine. They're basically giving you expired drugs. KEMSA, in their lack of wisdom or in their theft, half the time, they dispose of the drugs. They are available on the shelves, but who in the village is going to care about what's the manufacturing date? You who is in Nairobi, bother about manufacturing date. But the person in my village, at what point are they bothered about so yes, you've bought a capsule, you've bought a Piriton, you've bought a paracetamol. What's the quality of that paracetamol? And of course, quality then goes with acceptability. You see, the problem about acceptability is that we might be having food. I'm just giving an example of the Muslim faith again. That now we want you to break your iftar, but we're giving you pork. It's not acceptable to you. It's not acceptable to you. It's available, it's affordable, but it's not acceptable. So it's an injustice issue because now it's against your faith. I could be a Mkorino. That's not acceptable to my faith. So you're subjecting me to something as a Mkorino that my faith, it does not matter that I'm Mkorino or I am whatever. This is me. I'm a human being. You treat me. An injustice issue, it's my dignity. I want to be treated as a normal human being. That is why it's a social justice issue that you have to take care of my. So having said all those 5 ingredients, then I think the best way now you want to deal with social injustice and inequality is then how then do we deal with it? How do we as advocates? And that's why, remember, I asked you, what do you understand is a distinction? So one of the ways, of course, of dealing with social injustice and inequality is the issue of social protections. That now social protection then becomes
education. They are bringing problems that actually they can be resolved by themselves outside the church. So when they come to the church, they become more confused than they actually were. And the leaders of the church, they are doing nothing about it. So what should the church or the religious institution do? Should they introduce a segment of civic education to actually tell their people of how the country runs, how the government runs? Because it's like even the leaders of the church themselves, they don't know how the country runs. Everything they link it to sermons and I don't know what not. Can they just bring a segment like, my people, and be enlightened of this and this and this? I feel like religious institutions should play a front role of enlightening their followers of civic education about how a country is governed, about how a leader should be. If they don't know, they really don't know what to expect because they don't even know the values. They're not getting the values from outside. They're running to the church. The church is not giving them the order of the day. This is how the parliament should be run. This is how this should be run. Even the church doesn't know. And if the church doesn't know, can they ask their followers or their flock, go back to the drawing board, go back to the constituencies, go back to Bunge la Wananchi and discuss this. Instead of let us embrace, we know everything, we will guide you. And you are actually guiding your people off the cliff. Huh? So
education systems in our curriculum, and we should even introduce these leadership skills to even learners when they are, at even kindergarten level. So I'm also thinking that the role of religion in leadership and accountability should involve most religious institutions have maybe classes for young children. The madrasas for the Muslims, we have the Sunday schools for the churches. So they should also, in the curriculum that they use to teach these young people, the young children, the teenagers, the teenage classes, I think they need to introduce leadership and governance topics in that curriculum, so that even as these children grow, they have that leadership, purpose-driven leadership embedded in their knowledge. As they acquire knowledge and skills as they grow up from even kindergarten to primary school level to teenage level and even at the university, they have a basis and they have a foundation of ethical leadership, of purpose-driven leadership and governance, and that will also bring about the issue of accountability. Yeah. On that, yes, I feel like, you see, we've talked about their different ministries now. There are people who are in the ministry of prosperity, and all they do is preach about how prosperous you're going to be, right? And I believe, like, for example, in our church, we are fortunate enough to have a leadership school where you just go and learn about leadership. You reach a certain age, you go and learn about leadership. So I feel like the big question here, I'm sure there are many other churches that do that, but the ones that have the voice and are reaching many people are the ones that don't have these things. So how are we able to maybe amplify the voices of the ones that have these classes or these schools, or also, I don't know, I know there's a board of religion. Yes. So how do we engage them and tell them maybe this should be a qualification? So if this and this church doesn't have this, or this and this, religious institution does not have this, kidogo, they are not in the line of, in the best interest of the people. Because again, even in the Bible, I feel like from the word go, God has talked about leadership in every angle. So it's not even about you going to church and there's no scripture to guide that. There is scripture.
Of how do we, because to realize rights, you realize rights progressively. Yeah, a realization of rights is progressive. So number one is that's why you do affirmative actions, and that is, you remember your discussion between gender equality and women rights and women equality, why it was tricky. Yeah. And I was keeping quiet and laughing. It's because there is one thing that they share, the issue of affirmative action. You see, for you to deal with social justice and inequality, you have to do affirmative action. That you come to Kirinyaga, and these Kirinyaga people have been denied health, they've been denied access for a long time. So now you have to do affirmative action. Now you want to do more rapid programs in Kirinyaga so that they catch up. What Ruto is trying to do with the ID issue of the Somali and Northeastern, which is a good thing. It's a good thing, yet
we hear of 32-inch TVs costing 1.7 million. Again, that is a deliberate attempt to circumvent a system, because we all know the prices of these things. So when a tender goes out, the rationale behind the IFMIS system was we would be able to know when something is being
about civic education. They are bringing problems that actually they can be resolved by themselves outside the church. So when they come to the church, they become more confused than they actually were. And the leaders of the church, they are doing nothing about it. So what should the church or the religious institution do? Should they introduce a segment of civic education to actually tell their people of how the country runs, how the government runs? Because it's like even the leaders of the church themselves, they don't know how the country runs. Everything they link it to sermons and I don't know what not. Can they just bring a segment like, my people, and be enlightened of this and this and this? I feel like religious institutions should play a front role of enlightening their followers of civic education about how a country is governed, about how a leader should be. If they don't know, they really don't know what to expect, because they don't even know the values. They're not getting the values from outside. They're running to the church. The church is not giving them the order of the day. This is how the parliament should be run. This is how this should be run. Even the church doesn't know. And if the church doesn't know, can they ask their followers or their flock, go back to the drawing board, go back to the constituencies, go back to Bunge la Wananchi and discuss this. Instead of let us embrace, we know everything, we will guide you. And you are actually guiding your people off the cliff. Huh?
So I education systems in our curriculum, and we should even introduce these leadership skills to even learners when they are, at even kindergarten level. So I'm also thinking that the role of religion in leadership and accountability should involve most religious institutions have maybe classes for young children. The madrasas for the Muslims, we have the Sunday schools for the churches. So they should also, in the curriculum that they use to teach these young people, the young children, the teenagers, the teenage classes, I think they need to introduce leadership and governance topics in that curriculum, so that even as these children grow, they have that leadership, purpose-driven leadership embedded in their knowledge. As they acquire knowledge and skills as they grow up from even kindergarten to primary school level to teenage level and even at the university, they have a basis and they have a foundation of ethical leadership, of purpose-driven leadership and governance, and that will also bring about the issue of accountability. Yeah.
On that, yes, I feel like, you see, we've talked about there are different ministries now. There are people who are in the ministry of prosperity, and all they do is preach about how prosperous you're going to be, right? And I believe, like, for example, in our church, we are fortunate enough to have a leadership school where you just go and learn about leadership. You reach a certain age, you go and learn about leadership. So I feel like the big question here, I'm sure there are many other churches that do that, but the ones that have the voice and are reaching many people are the ones that don't have these things. So how are we able to maybe amplify the voices of the ones that have this
these classes or these schools, or also, I don't know, I know there's a board of religion. Yes. So how do we engage them and tell them maybe this should be a qualification? So if this and this church doesn't have this, or this and this, religious institution does not have this, kidogo, they are not in the line of, in the best interest of the people. Because again, even in the Bible, I feel like from the word go, God has talked about leadership in every angle. So it's not even about you going to church and there's no scripture to guide that. There is scripture.
Learning in school. And then community parenting policy, that I leave to Eric to pick on that, and then we see what he can do. Any topic, any action points that you wish to take on, Joyce and Joy? It's confusing. Stella, yes? Stella, do you wish to talk?
Flavian, hi.
Yes. Should we be back?
Yeah. So I wanted to. Yeah, we ended up the breakout rooms. So I wanted to explain the sheets that you've used, but already I've seen that you've already developed. You have already done a good job in capturing the key insights. So what we'll do, because I wanted to guide you, but I've seen you guys have done that already. So we already reconvened.
Okay.
So you can just wind up, and then we'll call you. Maybe you'll be the last group to present.
Yes, last
Once
is
you finish,
better.
you can just wind up, and then we'll call you to. You'll be the sixth presentation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
right.
what you'll share with us will be basically the key insights and the action points.
Okay. All right. I'm
And then
resharing
you'll
the
send us
document.
back. Yes, and then you'll send us the document. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Will do.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, you can just proceed to wind up, and then we'll get back to you for presentation. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay. 2 more
Hi,
minutes.
everyone.
and then
This is
we're
Eli.
done.
I hope you're doing well. Sorry for the technical hitches. We've really tried our best to have you guys on. But I know Flavia, Joyce, you've done an amazing job. I've also seen that we had yesterday Eric. And Eric, thank you as always for making time to be here. So as Bikundo has explained, we are winding out, but that does not mean the conversation comes to an end. So I hope you've had an opportunity to discuss, engage, and even resolve some of the issues raised. And looking forward to listening from your submissions.
Okay.
That's it from me.
Thank you so much, Eli.
Take care, guys. Yeah, but I'll take you around just in case you're missing the Manthari. I don't know. I'll have to correct the camera in order for you to be able to see the settings. Just allow me a few seconds.
No worries.
Okay. So this is what you should be seeing. We are about to do presentation, and Fadil will be taking the stage in a few. And yes, I'll allow you guys to make your conclusion.
All right. Just 3 more minutes and then
Right.
we are done.
All right.
Okay.
Hi from Pipi.
How are you
Hi,
doing?
Pipi.
Looking forward to hear your submissions.
All right.
Nice seeing you.
Nice seeing you too.
Nice seeing you. See you around.
Okay.
Their submission is gonna be the second one. You told them? Okay. Yeah, I would have put you the first, but I want to first break the ice and then.
Pipi, we're not playing. That is so unethical.
All right. Pipi is a shy guy, so take care of yourselves. We'll see you on the other end of the show.
Okay.
Take care.
All right. See you in a few.
Bye, Joyce and Eric and Flavia.
Bye bye.
So you pretend you're not seeing me, eh? I see you. Well,
Kevin, I didn't notice you, but we have DJ Nick here. Hello. Hello, guys.
So you can't say
Hello.
Hi. Good job you're doing.
Thank you so
Flavia,
much.
For a
Good
moment,
job.
you had my heart racing there while we were asking for the countdown to test yourself.
Oh, you thought
Yeah.
it was not going to work?
No, we have to test before we go on air.
Oh, all right. Understood.
Yeah.
Well, it's working out. We hope it continues to be okay.
Looking forward to listening to your submissions, guys.
Hope we deliver. Thank you so much.
All right. Ciao. I sign out, but we stay online for the submission. Bye.
All right, Joyce and Joy, which area do you think you want to lead us through in terms of the outputs that we mentioned above? And anything, even if it's not there, anything that you feel like we need to add, and then it's something that you can pick the mantle and lead us on, because we are cleaning the swamp, so we are taking on leadership. So there ought to be something that we can do. If there's something that we can do, then we take the leadership on that. Anything? Or anything you feel like I should add or change, or maybe you spoke about it and I missed on it?
Flavia, I think you're very good at explaining things, so I'll just let you take on anything. And besides, I might be moving in and out, so I might miss something. So I might not be available. If you don't mind.
No, it's okay. I totally understand.
I also think I'll just let you present us, and if need be, in case of any question, I'll be ready to answer.
Thank you
But
so
you take the
much.
lead.
That is really helpful that I have you to help with the questions. That's really helpful. Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to modify and add Kevin Wanyoni's name on the first deliverable on mentorship, and then I'll share the file with them. Thank you so much. We'll clean it up and make it more beautiful. But for starters, I think we have something to go by.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
this
you.
is good. Maybe add something on that Eric's submission. What I think
Okay.
he's been trying to say is it takes a village to educate a child. Is a very African thing. But otherwise,
Yes.
True.
Yeah.
I agree. Okay, when I introduce the aspect of household and community parenting specifically, I'm going to mention that. Eric, anything before now we stop talking and we wait on them to bring us back?
Not much.
All right. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for your patience. It's been 2 hours, and thank you for Wanja wants to speak. Yeah?
Wanja wants to say.
Apologies. I've been listening from behind the scenes because I also had a work call going on, but it's a good discussion. And the only thing I would add, I did type in the chat. I think emphasizing on autonomy for kids is really important. So they learn how to also stand up for themselves, create boundaries when needed. I think that's important.
Nice.
Yeah. And maybe
That's
if I could give
nice.
examples. I remember someone told me something like, for example, if a child doesn't want to hug a certain family member, you shouldn't, as a parent, you shouldn't force them and be like, I'm going to hug Nani, you know. Maybe it's not out of malice, they just don't feel it at that moment. So encouraging children to speak up, but also be autonomous and know they can decide something or change their mind without being victimized or judged or punished harshly. It's something that I think we need to encourage more in our society.
Oh, that's nice. I also think, I agree with you fully. I also think like the aspect of autonomy can teach a child not to be, like even as an adult, they wouldn't be easily influenced, which is a good thing. We won't say, oh, when they meet bad leaders, then they're going to be bad themselves. If they're autonomous and they can make their own decisions, then I think they are an individual person without influence. So yeah, I agree that is really good. Okay, I've added it. Thank you. That is really good.
Thank you and well done.
about you. If it hurts, it's about if you know, you know. So then you ask for their number, they say population at 69. You say, Then you wake up in the morning this day, you look at how you dressed and how they're dressed, you say, hey, we are twinning. You say, it's a sign. Very simple chorus. It says, must be a sign from God. Must be a sign from God. Help me sing. Must be a sign from God. Must be a sign from God. We thought it must be a sign from God. 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 On the day that I got paid, I asked Mary. The day that I got paid, she said 0769. We should have done. Must be a sign from God. 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 Sing with me. On the day that I got paid 500 US dollar, the moment I got paid, I decided to call her. I said, come on me, how much for that human's hair? She said, sweetie, only $4.99. I said, Jesus is Lord. Jesus is Lord. Jesus is Lord. Jesus is Lord. Hey, it must be a sign from God. Sign from God. Must be a sign from God. Must be a sign from God. It must be a sign from God. Must be a sign from God. Hey, tunariski seriski kupata riziki na wala haturidhiki. Tunariski seriski kupata riziki na wala haturidhiki. Tunariski seriski kupata riziki na wala haturidhiki. Mama. Asante sana. My friends, I have a problem. I have a problem. It is a serious problem. I have a problem. My friends, I have a problem. I have a problem. It is a difficult problem. Not a money problem. It is a different problem. It's not political problem. It is a different problem. I have a problem. My friends, I have a problem. I have a problem. It's a difficult problem. It's not political problem. It is a different problem. It's not problem. It is a different problem. I need love and comfort, peace of mind, I need support. No man can sort that. Only human transport that. I need love and comfort, peace of mind, I need support. No man can sort. Only human transport that. I need love and comfort, peace of mind, I need support. No man can sort. Only human transport. I need love and comfort, peace of mind, I need support. No man can sort. Only human transport. I have a woman problem. I have a woman problem. I need love and comfort, peace of mind, I need support. No man can sort. Only human transport that. I need love and comfort, peace of mind, I need support. No man can sort. Only human transport. I have a problem. Used to joke about it, now it's a serious problem. I have a problem. Lack of sense of touch, it's a physical problem. I have a problem. Mental illness, psychological problem. I have a problem. My dissatisfaction, spiritual problem. No, but there's a God in every woman, for the devil in every man. She's the core that makes us human. Give her seed, she'll make a man. And if you love God, you love a woman, cause it takes a woman to raise a man. And there's a woman for every woman, and a woman for every man. I need love and comfort, peace of mind, I need support. No man can sort. Only human transport. I need love and comfort, peace of mind, I need support. No man. Woman problem. a woman problem. I need love and comfort, peace of mind and its support. No man can sort. Only woman transport. I need love, comfort, peace of mind and its support. No man can sort. Only woman transport. I need love and comfort, peace of mind and its support. No man can sort. Only woman transport. I have a woman problem. Woman problem, woman problem, woman problem. I have a woman problem, woman problem. Na, na, na. I need love and comfort, peace of mind and its support. No man can sort. Only woman transport. I need love and comfort, peace of mind and its support. No man can sort. Only woman transport.
Check! Hey, let's give it up for him, man. Tupigeni makofi Fadhili. Fadhili. Uko na album? Hebu tuambie tutatoa pia album. I want that album. You see, 2025 is my year of return, yani mwaka wangu wa urejesho. This is the year I find love. Probably a wife. You know, hapo ndo mnasema amen. Alafu mniambie niende nitafute. Yeah. So 2025 is my year of love. I have been single for very long, struggling, seeing dust. But after Fadhili, I now believe in love. Ongeza volume, labda kuna wenye Fadhili amenibakishia hapa. Fadhili, bana tubakishia hata wenye hawajui dance. Tubakishia hata wenye hawajui kudance, please. Hey. Too much pressure. Let's give it up for Fadhili, ladies and gentlemen. Wakati Fadhili alikuwa kwa line ya talent, ulikuwa wapi? I want to shout. So we are going to naangalia bado pale meza haijaandikwa. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on our second day of Mizani ya Ustawi conference. Kindly give me your ears. I am not asking to lend. Give them. Because, of course, it's ironical because my photos don't have ears. So, yeah, lend me your ears. I don't have ears in my photos. Hata sijauliza tu video. Bro, cameraman, are my ears visible? Or should I change the angle? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, my cheeks are too big. Yeah. Baby cheeks. Abuju. Okay, cool. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, right now we're going to get a speech from Mr. Peter Okumu. And then when I return, I'll be here with Diana. We're going to select the packing order. The packing order for how we are going to present. As we said, because lunch is delaying and we don't want to just chill around, we are going to have our presentation start, including the... It's not them, it's me. Okay, we are going to have here. We are going to have a quick selection. We had 6 groups, 5 here, and we had one group joining us online. So the group in online, I just spoken to them via Zoom, and I've told them they're going to be the second one. So we have 5 more slots to pick in presentation. Okay, noted. Guys, next time when you organize events, balloons. They fear sun. Do we have like sun resistant balloons? Like, you know, when I was a kid, balloons were grass. They were allergic to grass. Ikigusa tu grass. Now these days it's sun allergic balloons. Technology. Anyway, so Mr. Peter Okumu, let's give it up for Mr. Peter Okumu for this speech. I have an update that the Zoom team will come in last. So when I come back with Diana, we're going to decide who is going to start the submissions. Is this one?
Good afternoon. Naambiwa ugali bado naiva. Mimi ni Mluya, lazima ugali ive kwa vizuri. My index, I was given index 0055. I think it's time out to reveal the name behind the index number. My name is Peter Okumu, and I'm a communication strategist. I noticed that many of us here are in communication, the communication field. We have also journalists. If you read newspapers, there was a name called Peter Orengo some years back at the Standard newspaper. That was yours truly. But now I work for the government. I work for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution as a corporate image advisor. So, so before I continue, I want to thank the organizers of this conference. Mizani 254. Yeah. Okay. I was saying I want to thank Mizani for this conference, Mizani 254, for having this forum and also inviting government institutions like ODPP, AIC, ESCC, and TCA. Because I had the privilege of sitting in yesterday, and some of the discussion actually had on the government institutions. So when you include us, we have the privilege also listening and also taking back, going to do reports and take back the message to our bosses. At the end of the day, we are all Kenyans. Everything that happens in this country also affects you and me, Mambomboga, and all those who work for the government. So we are really, really privileged to be invited in this forum. As I speak, my boss, Director of Public Prosecution, Anthony Ngonga, is in Central Kenya, Nyeri, also performing almost the same forum, which is public participation. So I was asked to talk about the role of prosecutorial leadership in strengthening good governance, and also try to elaborate on relationships with institutions in advancing justice system. But before I continue, I think it's important that we know and understand the role of the Office of Public Prosecution, because I've gone around the country and we've discovered that so many citizens still don't know what ODPP does. So the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution is a national prosecuting authority established by the Constitution of Kenya 2010 to institute and undertake criminal proceedings against any person before any court other than court martial. And the Director of Public Prosecution, Mr. Reston Ngonga, currently is the head of the office, and the office operates independently as stipulated under Article 157 of the Kenyan Constitution. The office was previously under the department, a department under the Attorney General's office, and it discharges responsibilities in criminal jurisdiction of the Republic of Kenya on behalf of the Attorney General. Please, if you don't mind, some water. So the office was delinked from the state law office in 2011, following the appointment of the Director of Public Prosecution under the new Constitution of Kenya 2010. So nationally, ODPP operates in around 47 counties, and we have over 130 courts across the country, and we are headquarters in Nairobi here. If you know Upper Hill, that's where we are headquartered. Nationally, the office deals with a wide range of cases, from minor offenses in magistrate courts to serious cases such as murder, which are heard in the High Court. So the mandate of the office is to institute and undertake criminal proceedings against any person before any court of law other than a court martial. Also to take over and continue any criminal proceedings instituted or undertake any other person on authority. We also discontinue at any stage before judgment is delivered. Yes, we can stop any case. People have been talking about why sometimes the office terminates cases. The law actually allows us to do that, but there are always reasons behind that. The office also directs investigation and guide the conduct of criminal investigation. We work with various entities. EACC is one of them. We work with the Kenya Police. We work with the judiciary, and also we work with the leaders in the counties, including civil society like the ones that are represented here. Now, I think before I came here, I was given a message by the director, and I think it's only prudent that I read it so that you get the message. Actually, before I came here, he endorses such a forum. He's worked with the office has also worked with civil society before. So I'll read the message. So distinguished delegates, honorable guests, fellow citizens, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a distinct honor and privilege to join you today at the Mizani 254 purpose-driven conference, a timely and a critical platform for reflecting on what it truly means to lead with purpose, integrity, and service. I thank the organizers for convening this gathering of minds, hearts, and committed to building a better, more just Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Director of Public Prosecutions, I have come to appreciate more deeply than ever that the quest for justice is not merely a legal duty, it's a moral calling. Prosecutorial leadership is not just about managing dockets and presenting cases in court. It is about safeguarding the rule of law, defending the rights of the vulnerable, and restoring public trust in institutions. This requires a leadership that is not swayed by fear or favor, that holds firm in the face of pressure, and that remains anchored in the values of integrity, fairness, and accountability. We are living in a time where leadership must go beyond rhetoric. Citizens are demanding justice that's not just seen, but felt. They want institutions that prevent rather than intimidate, a system that uplifts rather than oppress. As ODPP, we have a responsibility to not only prosecute, but to lead transformation of the justice system, one that puts people at the center. Our vision is justice for all, anchored in independence, professionalism, and transparency. That is why we continue to push for expeditious and fair prosecution of cases, especially touching on corruption, gender-based violence, and economic crimes. Collaborative justice, working with investigative agencies, courts, civil society, and communities to strengthen the justice chain. We also protect witnesses and victims so that justice does not come at the cost of fear or retribution. We champion legal reforms that make our justice system more accessible, more human, and more responsive to the needs of ordinary Kenyans. But we must also be candid that there are challenges. We know there are case delays, withdrawals, and there are valid reasons for this. Systematic bottlenecks, resource gaps, and occasional interference, yet our commitment remains unwavering. Purpose-driven leadership means staying the course in the face of adversity. Ladies and gentlemen, leadership is not about titles. It's not a title, it's a responsibility. Whether in the justice sector, public administration, business, or community service, we must ask ourselves, what legacy are we building? What values are we standing for? What change are we inspiring? As I conclude, I wish to remind all of us that justice is not a department, it is a collective responsibility. It is the promise we must keep for our children, for the vulnerable, and for the soul of our nation. Let us lead with courage, let us lead with purpose, and above all, let us lead with integrity. Thank you, and I hope this conference has ignited in us a renewed commitment, just and transformative leadership. So after I finish, I want to say that ODPP has a big presence in X platforms. We have a website, and we're also on Facebook. Please follow us, because yesterday, I must say that there's a presentation that I think was misleading. There's a presentation that I think was misleading. One group used the analogy of Waititu's case to show how money disappears, from money meant for the public disappears. Waititu, in that case, how many people were convicted in that case? 5. And then how much money got lost? How much did Waititu get? How much was he bribed? 20. And then he was, what was the he was 50 million. 58. So Waititu did not steal 588 million shillings as you wanted to portray. Somebody you did not go back and read the ruling very well. So in our website, actually, you'll find all this information that have been explained by our prosecutors and the judges. So I want to thank you again for allowing the office to participate in this forum. And thank you again.
Ukweli unajua inauma sana, na ni jambo la aibu kama wewe ndio presenter alafu wewe pia ndio umetajwa. Sasa I'm going home.
Where are you going home?
I'm going home.
Why?
See, I'm going home.
Why?
Mr. Peter amemaliza kazi.
So?
Hatuwezi endelea hivi. I'm going home. Nikachora pie chart kabisa. Description. Nikaonyesha vile pesa yenu inaenda.
Ukawekelea watu makosa.
Nikaweka mpaka 500 ndo hii. Kumbe pesa iko.
Ukachora funnel.
Nipatieni hiyo chart yangu. Mimi nataka
You have a problem.
Ndo ile.
You have a problem.
Ona venye ilikuwa nimeiandika hadi na green. Niambia hapa ndio pesa yenu inaenda.
You had the effort mattered.
Let's give it up for Mr. Peter Okumu from the ODPP.
It was the effort, right?
You know one thing, and it's a good thing that he has pointed it out. It's a point of information. You know, somebody would watch these and say, "Oh my God, they're stealing a lot of money." But he has clarified. Kama ni 20 million anaenda for 58 million, I take back my words on that one. Better than this one? Okay, cool. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get into the presentation phase of these open space technology conversation for the second day. We'll be bringing in Mr. 0013 to tell us more on how to do it. But before that, I want to select, selection. Yeah, how they're going to present. Tumepewa promotion. Tupigeni makofi. We have been promoted.
We've been promoted to facilitators.
We are now facilitators.
Andika kwa CV. Ongeza hapo.
LinkedIn. LinkedIn. Yeah.
Okay. So we're just going to ask people to volunteer. hatutaki we select this ones waseme hawakuwa ready, ndio
wataki to appoint
eh,
twende wa kwanza.
We were not ready, you guys pointed us. So we had how many breakout rooms?
We had 5. We had 5. We had 6. We had 6.
We had 6.
5 physical and 1 virtual.
Okay.
Yes. So the 6th one wamesema
Wando wa mwisho.
Wamesema kwa
Washa
number
book
last.
the last spot.
Yes. So
Yes.
number 6 is out of the spot.
So which group thinks they're okay to give?
Number 1?
Hawa ni AI,
Wa kutoka Ustawi. So Ustawi will present first.
the technology team, right?
Acha tuandike hapa
Okay.
Ustawi.
Ustawi. Number 2.
Who's going second?
This is gender equality.
Gender equality, that
Which room?
is Jadili.
Jadili.
Jadili goes to as the second.
Number 3. Yes. That
Okay.
was social justice was in the Gutuka. Yeah,
Gutuka.
Gutuka room.
Social
Number 3.
justice and equal opportunity.
Yes.
My classmates. Na tumepigwa vita, I hope leo mtakuja na controversy.
You won't draw finals. Number 4. Let's take
Number 4, kuna
religion
zimebaki
pale.
mbili. Zimebaki Mizani and Nawiri.
There's a lady there.
Mizani?
That was
Mizani.
Mizani. Yes. And then number 5, Nawiri. Okay.
So this is what I'm gonna do. You are going to be the first facilitator for now, yeah?
Ladies first.
Ladies first as usual, so get it. So you're gonna start with Ustawi.
Yeah.
The rules are simple. They're gonna be communicated, but we are gonna be very time sensitive. We are running late in terms of time. So 10 minutes to present, 5 minutes Q&A, right? That's it. So you don't want to come to the mic again? Or you have to say a thing or two, Mwalimu.
So thank you so much. So 10 minutes for presentations, and then for the Q&A it's 5 minutes. Q&A basically asking for clarification, and if there are any inputs, or if you have more questions, basically that's it. Yeah. So it's a sort of opening and connecting with the rest that are listening. That's it. Enjoy the presentations.
Yeah. So without delaying, I'd like to call upon the first group, that is Ustawi. The host of Ustawi, tafadhali. It's
check
2:20. It's 2:20 p.m. So you have 10 minutes. That means by 2:30 you should have winded up. Sorry.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Josephine Omboi from the group Ustawi. I am going to call upon my group members very fast to come over here kindly because of time. Real quick. Let's be fast, guys. They have checked the time. All right, as they're coming, thank you so much. So our topic was how to leverage technology to enhance accountability, transparency, and civic engagement. So basically, this is technology for accountability and governance. So first of all, we identified that in our constitution, chapter 6, that is Article 10, it very well and clearly states that national values, or rather it talks about the national values and principles of governance which bind state organs, officers, and public offices, all right? And then we also have Article 73 up to 80, which is still under chapter 6, that talks about responsibilities of leadership, personal integrity, competence, and suitability. So we are talking about things that have been captured in our constitution. So we identified that in our government, there are 2 sections in the government that, so one section uses technology and the other one does not use technology. The one that uses technology, for example, is eCitizen. I'm sure maybe you have other examples. And then we also, and it is functional. All right. And then we also have the one that doesn't use technology, which is, for example, the police system. And we identified that some of these systems that don't use technology are deliberate. They are deliberate failed systems, so that there is no, questions, or they're not accountable for some misfit or some shuri work that is going on in the system. So we were giving an example like how this technology can be used in the police system, and we were like, for instance, we were given an OB, it is written on a paper. If you go there and it gets lost, there is nowhere to trace that info that you had given the police. All right, so I'm gonna go straight to the pointers that we came up with, the main insights. So why do we need technology in our government for governance and accountability? So number one was we need to take initiative to formulate technology policies ourselves. So we know that for the longest time, even if we push it, the government might not embrace this. So what do? We can come up with policies that are going to embrace technology. That we can come up with policies that are going to formulate technology ourselves, and then we can identify an MP. We approach them and tell them, you can take this bill to Parliament. We don't even care whether you will own it up, as long as we know that those policies have been passed, right? Then we also identified that it is up to us to create and maintain accountability websites. Then we also identified that we need to engage qualified people for technology in jobs. Like now, for instance, in the police force, we know that they will always employ maybe people who are not well educated, but it's fine. Even if, let's say, in the field they'll employ people with qualification like D+ and below, that's fine. But when it comes to those that are handling the technology, at least can they be qualified, so that we don't have maybe system failing, or people don't even know what they're doing. They're not even aware about, they're not, let's say, gurus or people who are aware about the technology. We need to find ways to ensure KPIs are met by government. Can people just, we were giving an example with Elon Musk, with what he said, that when you, can people who are in government offices always give, a weekly report on what they are doing. What have you been doing in a week? What have you done? So that you're just not in office, quote unquote, but you're doing your own things. You're never even working. Can that be known to the citizens? What have you been doing? So the KPIs can be, we need to find ways to ensure that they are met by the government, and it is out there to Kenyans to know. Simplify and localize technological solutions. Most of the time, even the government will make it look like it's so complicated, or they'll bring in people from outside to give solution. Yet we have our own qualified and very talented people who can give this technological solution that are suiting us. All right. So can they be localized to a way that it is simplified to even Mama Mboga or someone down there, kabisa, they can understand what it is, and so that we don't have that gap of, there are people who are understanding, and there are those that if the moment you mention whatever is happening in the technological world, they just shy away because they cannot understand. All right. So we went straight to what are the next steps, action points. So number one is civic education. That is the action point number one. And who is going to do it? Mizani 254. By when? 23rd of March 2025. So this can be done on X Spaces. And we had a copy. Obed, he's one of those that they agreed with him as well, with 7067, that they can be holding spaces on X and do civic education. They are open. All right. As much as we are willing, we are active, we give them content, they're willing to go to dive in. Then number two is policy formulation by Mtalex. That was, he suggested on 14th of April. He can mention something about policy formulation, and then share accountability websites so that people are aware which are these websites that we can visit and we have information, because sometimes we don't even know where, or people don't even know where to get this information. So we can share this, and Laura said she can do that by 17th of March. Then there's number 4, increase coverage by independent media. For instance, Blue Radio said they can come through for us, and that is going to be progressive. Why independent media is because we realize there's a challenge approaching mainstream media, because most of the time either they will block out some of those things that they know. If we say this, it will not work to our advantage. And they even, some of us gave examples of interviews that they've done with mainstream media, yet they never saw the light of day. Reason known to them, because maybe they're like, tukieka hii, certain brands will pull out, or we're working, or it is their politician owned, so yet they don't want it to work against themselves. Yes, so that was our discussion today. I'll invite my group members for any addition in case I'm omitted. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. You look hungry. Naona chakula imeletwa, imeanza kupangwa pangwa pale, so do not fret. Ugali imeletwa, pipita. So tutajaribu kuharakisha ndio naona mnakaa gloomy. Watu wakule. One of the technologies that came about when we were having this discussion was how we can use blockchain technology to enhance accountability. And I wanted to just explain a little bit of that. So a lot of times when we speak about blockchain technology, it sounds very complicated. And as she mentioned earlier, we spoke about localizing and simplifying these technological solutions, in that sometimes you don't need to explain to someone how the computer runs from the back. You just need to give them the solution and show them that it works. So one of the things that we identified that we can do is to try and introduce these solutions to like the grassroots organizations. For instance, in the local chamas, the table banking groups, in the local circles, if possible, although circles are a bit stiff when it comes to adopting these things, mostly because of corruption. People don't want to adopt a system that is going to be immutable and going to be accountable. But if we can introduce such systems to the table banking groups, to our mothers in the village, in a way that is very simplified for them to understand. For instance, if they have a group and they are collecting money and they are taking loans and all that, when you introduce this system to them, let's say they can use the USSD codes instead of having an app or a website, so that when, let's say, a member wants to borrow money, they can use the USSD to apply for the loan. Everybody all the members get a notification that so and so wants to borrow a loan. So all of them can either approve or disapprove, so that they get to vote on it instantly. And then if it is approved, the money is dispersed to the person. If not, then the person is notified that they cannot get the loan. That way, you get to introduce this technology to them in a very simplified way, so that they don't have to start figuring out how to use an app or how to log into a website and all that. I think once we get people from like the local communities using these technologies, it becomes easier for them to demand, for instance, that their circle adopts the same kind of system. And in that way, we get to like rise up the ranks in our demands, so that at some point as a population, we can tell the government, now we want you to do this with, let's say, the treasury or something. So I think, yeah, that's it. Anyone else?
I've heard the bell. I thought near lunch.
Well, mkimaliza haraka tunaenda lunch.
Yeah, so just a quick highlight on the policy framework. So we realize, at times we think because the legislators are the ones making law, they're the ones who do the drafting and all that. But these are the MPs and all that. They get people, professional, be it lawyers and all that, to come up with these bills, and then they're the ones to propose them in parliament. So what about we come up with a bill structured the way we want, and then find someone now to have it tabled in parliament. And we take advantage of the situation that is around to push our agenda, in the sense that we know our political discourse, there's always those for the government and against the government. So if we can find someone within that area who can listen to us and have the bill passed in parliament, at the end of the day, if they want to run with it, it is their bill. well and good, but the end result is it's me and you who's going to benefit from the bill. So let's take action ourselves, other than just talking and waiting for someone else to do it for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, to Mustawi. Yes, any questions for them? Okay, there's a question here.
Hi. You've talked of, if I heard you well, of putting KPIs online. So if I monitor a certain officer that is not following his, the KPIs, what do I do with the report? And will my mom and my grandmother in the village be able to see the same? Because they are not IT compliant. Because why I'm saying this, I've been visiting government offices. I've seen flow charts in all government offices, but still they are not working. You are told a service is supposed to take 15 minutes. You find a service is taking a whole week. Or they're asking for something to do it for you. So if that one is not working, and that is something physical that we can see, and we've nowhere to report. So what will I do with the KPIs being online?
I think right now we may not have like a solution for that in terms of getting them maybe punished or fired or one thing or the other. But something that I noticed worked very well last year, especially around during the protests, was we brought back the culture of shame. I think that's where we come in as the citizens. If you see that someone is not working, we've brought these things up. Morara Kebasa was doing that at some point and he was doing it really well. We need to come up and talk and say a certain leader is not doing the thing they're supposed to be doing and call them out on it. All of us in the country might not be able to do it, but at some point, if we say it and many of us say it and we are loud enough, it does work to some point. Yeah. So maybe if we might not get them jailed immediately or fired or all that, but we can raise these issues and be loud about it and then tell them you said or you were supposed to do this and this by this and this time. You are allocated this and this amount of money, but you are supposed to build this and you didn't build it. You bought to yourself, you know, a Gazla or something. I think that might help.
Any other question?
Thank you. I don't know if you can hear. Okay. Thank you, the team, for the presentation. I'm a bit curious from the proposals about the technology aspect. We know that there is technology and a lot of it is working across. What I'm curious is, are you discussing the adoption of technology or digitalization of such services? And if I'm not mistaken, at one point, the IG and his team were launching the digitalization of OPs. I don't know how far that has progressed, but I'd like some clarity on that. Thank you.
I think we're looking at it from a 360 point of view, because digitization and technology, they all fall under the same group. But we're looking at how do we then create, come up with the technological systems that now limit the human intervention and the bureaucracy that we've always had in the country. That now, so the person who's supposed to take care of this file is not there; they're out on official duty or they're on leave. So there's nothing that has to move until this person comes in, you know. But if we have a system that is decentralized with a proper structure, that if this person is not in, then the next person can handle the matter. So all they need is login. Even if it well enough, it can be done remotely as long as it's within a secured system or server, if I can call it. So what we're looking at is faster access to delivery of services. It might take some time, but it starts with the conversations that we're having so that we can achieve. I can give you an example of from the judiciary or the justice system. Initially, the conversation around virtual hearing, it's a conversation that was ongoing, but it took COVID-19 for it to be accelerated and achieved. So the same conversation, if we start now, we never know. Probably another calamity will come, and this will be the silver lining that will help us now achieve whatever we want. But let us start with the conversation.
Okay, any other question? No? Anything you want to add? Yeah? Okay, fine. A round of applause for them as they take their seats. Thank you very much. You're not going to take much time. I can see lunch. There's a setup going on. So, within the next, after the next two groups present, we're going to break for lunch. We're going to break for lunch. Sorry for that. So I'd like to call upon Jadili, the Jadili room, to make their presentations. Remember, the presentation is 10 minutes, and then the Q&A is going for 5 minutes. So, karibu sana.
Okay, how are you? I'd like to call my team. We have 0010 and 4479 so that they can give me support as per our agenda. Okay, we were discussing about gender equality, failure to implement the gender role. That was our topic. Security. We brought this, it's because we've realized the Article 27, Clause 1, that provides every person the equally before the law, and that the right equal protection and benefit. And Article 27, Clause 3, provides that women and men have the right to equal treatment, including the right to equal opportunities in political, social, economic, and cultural spheres. Particularly Article 18, Clause B of the Constitution provides that the electoral system shall comply with the principle that not more than 2/3 of the members of the elective public bodies shall be the same gender. Article 27, Clause 8 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010 provides that the state shall take steps to ensure that more than 2/3 of members of all elective and appointive positions are not of the same gender. 15 years down the line, after the promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, there's yet to be enacted the specific legislation to operationalize this constitutional provision on the gender equality. Consequently, the Kenya Parliament has been castigated to failure to enact relevant legislation following the promulgation of the Constitution. To begin with, a state that is empowered to ensure that 2/3 of the members of all elective appointment positions are not of the same gender. As a concept, the state is a form of political community and refers to a conglomeration of the various organs. That says the state must be distinguished from the government, which refers to a group of people who are usually in charge of state apparatus, include the executive parliament, the judiciary, and as well as independent constitutional commissions. It is therefore the state as a broad entity is vested with the obligation to take measures towards ensuring gender parity. Understanding of the entire lawmaking process indicates that it is not solely upon Parliament to have law enacted. Bills may originate from anywhere, including from the public, through petitions, presentations, petitioning, and in Parliament subsequently proceed through the House, and then finally present to the President to assent. I therefore call upon all leaders and all members of Mizani 2245 that we should support this and we should work together as our theme of purpose of driven leadership so that we can enact this policy, push for it to take place and to happen so that all of us to feel that we are included in the leadership and in the matters of equality. The main inserts, because the agenda is the failure to implement the gender rule, the executive, parliament, and judiciary, the citizens themselves have not raised up to fill the gap. After the 15 years of the promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, it is yet to be enacted. A specific legislation operationalized this constitutional, the provision gender equality. When we discussed, we realized most of the cultural beliefs that we have, and also the language, the difference of language, it has taken time for this policy to be enacted. And the action that we have decided is civic education. We are going to do civic education in our own languages so that people can understand why we don't have that policy yet. And in fact, many of them, they don't know if that policy is yet to be implemented. Most of them think it's already enacted. And we're going to use our institutions by pressure groups and social media. In the civic education institution, we have our brother Bernard. He's going to take action on that and with immediate effect through some media handles that he's using and other ways of social media. And in lobby group, pressure groups, I, Catherine, I'm the one who's going to take charge, and I'm going to take charge immediately because I did that before until Honorable Maraga was about to disband the parliament. But later on, we slowed down the pace and nothing happened. And in the citizens about picketing, because we have the right, our brother Isaac is going to take that on social media in his own way, his own handles, and also involving our friend Blue, the Blue Radio. They've also agreed to work with us through doing the civic education. I was surprised when I wanted to stand for the gender equality that most of our ladies thought maybe we were talking about ladies alone. It was not about ladies alone. It was about both. We don't have that space in our own institutions, in our own categories where we work. And up to now, there's so many things that have happened negatively because of lack of gender equality. How I pray that for all of us from here, when we go back home, let us be the ambassadors of this policy to be implemented as soon as possible. The other group which has just left, I believe all of you saw how it was well blended. Few men and some ladies, and all contributed fairly, and it came out well. Here now we are 2 men and 1 woman. I might be speaking, but I might be overpowered by 2 of them. So it's good to work as a team and to do the balance so that everybody at his own space or at her own space to feel that he has the ability to work at a friendly environment and to have a space to share what he feels is right. We can even have an example with our judiciary. We have more women and less men, and you see what is happening there. So it's cutting both sides. We have gaps in both sides. So we need to push for that policy of 2/3 gender role so that it can take place and start working immediately in our institutions. Thank you. I can give my partners something.
A round of applause for that team. Any questions to them? Any addition? No question? Ni lunch ama? Unajua? Lunch could be the problem. So we're good. We're okay. Ah, nice. Clap. Give them another clap. So, thank you very much. You can have your seats. I know the next team was supposed to be Gutuka, but let's give a chance to our online team, and then we're going to come to you guys. Is that okay? So if you guys, are they ready? The online team. So next in line is our online team. I hope Flavia, your team is ready so that you can give us your insights and reflection on your topic. So the stage is yours. Then after this, we're going to have Gutuka, then we're all going to break for lunch so we don't take so much time and so that people can even have the morale to ask questions. I have a feeling this has to be about lunch. So, media team. Okay. Just a reminder that you can still that we have our partners, Blue Radio, KOTFM, Spark Learning, Serve Skills, who will also be talking to us in a while. That is in the evening. And also we have Mtalex Solutions. I'm sure we have interacted with them in one way or another. Blue Radio is doing our live streaming, and that means that so the online team has 10 minutes also.
All right. Is it our turn now?
Yes. Yes, it's your time. You have 10 minutes to present, and then we're going to have 5 minutes for Q&A. So your 10 minutes starts now at 2:51. Flavia.
All right. Is it our time to proceed? Okay. I've been notified that we should proceed. So I'm going to. I heard that Pepita intends to find someone to date. And I can ask this question. Pepita, when you're looking for someone, you're going to ask something like, what do you bring to the table? And when you ask that, I'm sure it's not just about money. It's going to be about what kind of person they are. Are they truthful people? Are they honest people? Are they people who value maybe being with one exclusivity? Those are the things that you're going to focus on. And that's the importance we place in relationship and every other decision we make in life mostly. We look at the attributes that people possess, whether they are truthful, whether they are honest, whether they have integrity. But for some reasons, as Kenyans, we failed to look at that when it comes to our leadership. The best we can do is whether they come from our tribe or maybe they have a paper here and there. But we fail to look beyond that and see that they've not been performing well, that they are not kind people, that they do not respect the law, that they have killed. That does not matter to us. And that's why it's important for us to start speaking about ethical leadership. And that's our focus today. That's what we've talked about. My team members, I think if they can turn on their cameras so that you can see them as well. But we are a team of 6 people. Ethical leadership. To start on that, when you think about ethics, it's just about morality. What that means is you do what is right. And what is right is defined by different things in life. In Kenya, what is right can be defined, especially in terms of leadership. The constitution defines what is right. And it tells you that you have to have integrity, that you have to have transparency in what you do. Is good, what we call. Beyond that, we can look at the different religious books. I will speak on the Bible, and I think the Quran does not run far off. I think it tells you you're not supposed to kidnap people and kill. You're not supposed to steal. Those are the ethical issues that the book of the Lord guides us on. And finally, just customs and practices from the community, acceptable customs and practices from the community. For example, it will tell you, it's unfortunate I cannot think of one, but ethical practices are some of the things that will tell us what is ethical and what isn't ethical. So when we thought about that, of course, as a society, we've really failed in choosing the right people. But as a people also, I think in terms of ethics, we've failed. And we sat down and we talked through it and we said, okay, what are ways that we can bring back ethics in our leadership and just in the society as a whole? One, it's through nurture. We realize people are good either through birth or through the environment that they live in. So through nurture, we can bring in good ethics. And one way that we can do that is through the aspect of the households. So one way that we can approach that is, as parents, we are supposed to avoid shifting responsibility to other people. Having other people taking care of our children, we do not know whether they are doing the right thing with the child. We do not know what they teach them. We do not know how the children are developing. We do not know if they are growing up to be for the better. So you take your child, you leave them with the teachers, you leave them with the house helps. As a parent, stop doing that. Play a significant role in raising your child to be what it is that you think he ought to be in the society and fit for the society. And then second thing, and this is important for us as well, community parenting. We remember in our younger days, maybe some of us, us who are millennials and maybe older generation, there's the aspect of community parenting where you are a child of the community and you're being raised by the village. You know, right now when people are told, oh, utalelewa na kijiji, people think it's just financial aspect. During our times, the community will, ukikosea, your neighbor will beat you for doing the wrong thing. The whole community watched over the children. And if anything wrong was being done, the community would step in and rectify that mistake. I think we need to bring that back, because I think it's where the parent cannot reach. It's good to have eyes of other people reaching that far. So the aspect of Nyumba Kumi should not be limited to just security and such other issues. I think community parenting is important. We can use Nyumba Kumi for that. And then these gated communities, as you have ownership interest in the housing, I think you should sit down and talk through community parenting. And then as a parent, walking the talk, your child becomes who you are. If you are an abusive father or mother, chances are your child is going to be that. If you are a violent father or mother, chances are your child is going to be that. If you're lazy, if you're irresponsible, chances are your child is going to be that. So instead of going around thinking and pointing fingers and saying, oh, why is this child like this or that? Everything you do, if you notice your child is aping what you're doing. So be a better human being so that you can raise a generation that is as good as you are, if not better. And then the other point is taking responsibility in parenting. So in other countries, and unfortunately, people in my group are coming from different countries, and each one of them had a different experience. And they will talk about how, irrespective of where you are in terms of the relationship with your spouse, it's the responsibility of a father or a mother to take care of a child. The child needs both parents. For you to be, for me, when I look at myself, I see my mother and I also see my father. And if either of those people missed in my life, I see how differently, in a bad way, it would have turned out. And it's your responsibility to show up for your child, not just financially. Be there, talk to them, teach them, let them see you doing good things, and then they do that. Let them admire who you are in terms of your responsibility and the choices you're making in life. But you have to be there in life. And for that, we were thinking, other than just making the conscious decision to do that, we are thinking the church, in addition to now the community, should find a way to strengthen the institution of marriage. It's important for people to stay married. I'm not saying compulsory. If things are not working out, all the ladies were, if things are not working out, it's okay to leave, but still remain a father or a mother. But also important, I think, a child raised in a household with both parents is a plus for the child. So the church, please step up and let's strengthen the institution of marriage. And then lawyers, the lawyers who are here in our group, we had two, and I've seen someone from the DPP, and I'm sure there are more. Let's work on the law and maybe just have institutions that can help parents be parents for their children. And again, I'm not stressing on monetary. I am saying it goes beyond monetary, because this is about ethics and less to do with money. Be there for your child. And then another point was teaching your child to be autonomous. When you have a child who is autonomous, it means the influence of other people in their life will become very minimal. If they go into a group where there are thieves and there are people who are bad, they will not change to be that, because they've been taught to be independent and different. So parents, you play a significant role in nurturing your children to be ethical. The community, you play a significant role in nurturing your children to be ethical. Let's take our space in that activity. And then another thing was mentorship. Again, I point to the church. The church should come in and mentor. I attended Karura Church once, and they were picking the boys who are circumcised and teaching, having a mentorship session with them, but it was only for a limited season. I think the community should come in and take the aspect of mentorship. Church being significant, take the boys and the girls, mentor them all from all ages, not just during circumcision. And then the community, that community parenting. Let's bring back the aspect of mentorship in different communities. And as individuals also, some of us, they spoke and said they're doing the mentorship, so they will continue with that. But as individuals also, in whatever position you're in, if there's someone else you can hold their hands and teach them how to be better people in the community, please take that. And then another aspect which is equally important is education. Like we've said, some people are born good, some people are born with ethics, but some people have to be taught to be good. So, and the best case scenario is a country like Japan. They teach their children good behavior up to, I think, age 8. So you go to school and you're taught you're supposed to be kind, you're supposed to be responsible, you're supposed to empathize, you're supposed to be mindful of the person next to you. And when you meet every Japanese person, most of them, if not all, they are kind, they are very mindful of the person next to them. They are not corrupt. They have shame in corruption. So it's important for us to include ethics in our curriculum so that children can learn to be better people from a younger age. And then an aspect that all we can dwell on is enforcement. And this can be on individual level, because as of now, we realize our systems have failed significantly. And there's not much we can do about it right now until we change the government, most likely. So on an individual level, find a way to enforce the people who are doing wrong things. We were equating it to prostitution, and we say we have to find a way that stealing or corruption in Kenya becomes as shameful as prostitution. And then there was someone from Netherlands who said, oh, prostitution is not as shameful.
Flavian?
So anyway, whatever is shameful, we have to make stealing and corruption to be that bad.
Excuse me,
If
Flavian.
you're in any organization as a person,
Am I
please,
coming
when
through,
you see
Flavian?
someone doing something wrong, report right away. Do not wait for someone else to be a whistleblower.
Hello,
As
Flavian.
people who are advocating for a good leadership, let's learn to report right away. And then finally, let's watch over the internet so that we ensure our children do not see bad things. If we limit their exposure to bad activities and bad vices in the internet is a good thing. We are here because of internet. We love that. But then again, we all know that there's some bad that come out of it. So let's monitor on that and ensure that it does not impact on the society as a whole. And finally, walk the talk. Each one of us has to be a representation of ethics, good ethics, so that when we demand for good ethics from other people, we set the benchmark. We say you cannot go lower than this. So on the action points, we spoke about mentorship, and Kevin is going to take on that. He will do some more research and engage the church. I think he can speak better on it during questioning or later, but he will take a lead on that. And then incorporation of ethics in education, I'm going to take the lead on that. I'm going to do more research on how we can have the government work on the curriculum so that they incorporate ethics into education, because I feel like that is very, very important. If someone has already led on that, I would like to continue working on them on that, because I feel like teaching people to be good, if they are not born to be good, is a good thing. And then finally, community parenting policy. Eric is going to work on that. He's well acquainted with the subject matter, so he's going to research on it, and then he sees how we can provide our input, incorporating the church and chiefs and all those wakasa ni Kiswahili ama Kibukusu. Anyway, those community leaders. So that's what we had. Thank you so much. I hope I have not exceeded 10 minutes. If I have, I'm sorry. And if you have any questions, feel free to add. But my team, in case I missed on anything, feel free to speak up as we wait on the questions.
Check. Thank you so much, Flavian. You know, Flavian has played the underhand there, undercut in Formula One. I told her, I was like, Flavian. And then she was like, lastly. So finally, the way the lecturers do in their lectures. But any questions? Any questions? Is it hunger? Is it hunger or understanding? Is it comprehension or hunger? It's the stomach, yeah? So my question here is, I have about, let's say about 10 minutes before we go to lunch. The lunch is being written in Andikwa, yeah? So my question here is, we have 3 more submissions. Do we take that lunch break, come back for the 3 presentations, or get 1 presentation, go for lunch and come and continue and finish? Wangapi wanasema 1 presentation? Wangapi wanasema twende lunch? Mkono by show of hand. It's ugali and ugali. Okay. Wangapi wanasema we finish all the 3 other presentations? Acha nione kama IBC sasa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. To finish 6 of the presentation. Wangapi wanasema we do 1 submission as we wait for lunch to be served fully, that we go back for only 2. Wangapi wanasema hiyo? We take one submission as we wait for lunch. Haya, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wengine mko 6, 7. Wanasema tuende lunch sahi. So it's 1 more, right? So we get that 1 more submission. And then we go for break. No, kuna wenye wako so hungry they couldn't even raise their hands. Kama hii side. Huku mmeamua aje nyinyi ni wa immediate lunch. So the next group to present was supposed to be Diana ameenda na Mwakenya. Ilikuwa Jadili? Wewe. Gutuka. Let's have Gutuka submit to us, because I feel like we are running on short time. And we have a lot of things to cover. We still have the gallery walk, the check-in, the check-out by number 13 there. So let's have 1 submission so that when we come back, we have 2 presentations. We get to the checkout, we break out. So that would be good for us. So anyway, the host for Gutuka, Karibu, they were tackling social justice and equal opportunity. Karibu.
Actually, there are 2 hosts. One for social protections and responsibility, and social justice and equal opportunity. We've agreed to work together. So,
good afternoon, everyone. I know we are all tired, so I'll try and be as fast as possible. So I'll just start with a brief overview, then he can go through the points we discussed, and Nancy will do our action plan moving forward. So we'll start with the definition of social justice. That's just basically the view that everyone deserves equal economic, political, and social rights and opportunities. So social justice basically deals with ensuring access to resources, equity, participation, diversity, and human rights. For social protection, These are all policies and programs that are designed to prevent or protect people against poverty, vulnerability, and social exclusion throughout their lives. So the key elements of social protection, first is income security. That means should you lack a source of income, there should be some protection for that. Social health protection, which deals with access to healthcare and medical insurance. Then we have shock responsive programs that deals with natural disasters and pandemics, etc., etc., mostly acts of God or such. And then finally, we have complementary programs, which are social work, early childhood education, and skills development. So the reason we put these two together is because for social justice to be an achievable goal, social protections must be upheld. And that is why we chose to work together and make sure that we these forward.
So again, we are the barriers between you and lunch, India. So I will rush over it very fast. We've talked about, social protections and responsibility, social justice and equal opportunity. And our conversation was ignited by, asking what's the correlation between social protection and responsibility and social justice and equal opportunity. So social protection policies actually strengthen the barriers of inclusion. So I think she has said it earlier also. So we started tackling this from a point of resource access. And the first point was differentiation. Differentiation based on human identity, just basic human identity like tribe, race, gender, and disability. So social groups often face discrimination in accessing education, healthcare, and employment. And also there was age and tribal bias and disability barriers also. So availability of these services itself. Number two, so there is an equal distribution of resources across regions, especially when it comes to the rural versus urban. Underfunded public services leading to limited healthcare, education, and job opportunities. The third point was denial of access. The bureaucratic challenges preventing people from getting services they are entitled to. So corruption and favorism in resource allocation, the systemic discrimination in employment, education, and healthcare access. The fourth point was affordability, the high cost of healthcare, education, and housing limit access for low-income individuals. The socioeconomic status determining opportunities for success, and also the need for government subsidies and financial aid for vulnerable groups. So the fifth point was quality of service. So the lower quality service in the marginalized regions, areas as compared to the urban centers. And also there is need for better governance and accountability in service delivery. So now social protection and responsibility as a way of strengthening barriers to fostering social justice and equal opportunity. Number one is the realization of these rights itself. Government must also implement laws that guarantee access to resources. Citizens should be aware of their rights and demand equitable access, strengthening public institutions to ensure service delivery without discrimination. So the second point is affirmative action. We've dealt with it from positive and negative differentiation. positive differentiation are policies that provide opportunities for disadvantaged groups, like providing scholarship for the marginalized communities, quotas for women and disabled individuals. The negative differentiation, the legal measures against discrimination, such as penalties for companies or institutions that deny equal opportunity, encouraging inclusivity in workplaces, education, and leadership. So our third and last point was policy making. Government should develop data-driven policies to bridge inequality gaps, community involvement in decision making, to ensure policies reflect real societal needs. That is what we call the public participation. Monitoring and evaluation to measure policy effectiveness and prevent loopholes. So in conclusion, social justice and equal opportunity cannot be achieved without fair resource distribution. Social protection ensures that vulnerable groups receive necessary support. Social responsibility demands that government, businesses, and individuals work together to create an equitable society. Policymaking and affirmative action are essential to bridging gaps and ensuring justice for all. And I would like to conclude by this statement. A fair society is one where access to resource is not determined by age, tribe, or disability or economic status, but by equal rights and opportunities for all. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. So I'll take 2 minutes and mine is to do the action plan. One, we are going to educate the public on their rights because we came to realize most people don't even know what they are entitled to. And this will be majorly done by Teresa, Eva, and I, because it happens that we both run foundations and it will be easier to reach people, especially in the slums, thinking of Mathare and Kibra. We also have writing petitions and lobbying MPs on the insights that is just discussed, and we'll use UGM for this. We also have sharing information on social injustices and social protection forums and offices on social media, blogs, and discussions. This will be done by everyone, wherever they call. I think we also had someone from Court FM on our team, and we'll also use the foundations that we are running. And we'll also awaken bodies that are, involved in this to help people acquire justice and protection, and we'll majorly use the UGM. And all this initiatives are going to be progressive because it's not something we can do overnight. And to initiate all this, we are not yet to confirm, but we are to have a cocktail party to initiate this, and it's to bring NGOs together so that we can, discuss on the petition and probably have a presser and eventually have a walk so that we can raise awareness on this as a team. So thank you so much.
Yes, they're on time. The bell just went. So, any question? By show of hands. So kwa huu pande tuwapigie makofi, tukirudi after lunch mtawauliza maswali. I think I know. I've hacked a way to do conferences. Keep them hungry. It goes faster. Nobody has questions. Nobody has rebuttals. And if we are going by what Neto is saying, we'll not have any questions until we finish. But now, for those who are listening at home, we are going to take a short break for lunch. It's going to be exactly, it's about 3:18. We're going to take a 30-minute break with the music on the background. Just a minute. I have some special instructions. Now, you have to be very keen with what we are sharing right now because it's very important for you as well. There are guys who traveled here by public means. Okay, let me say it like my favorite prophet. You guys are coming by bus. So if you came by bus, we yani mkona njata joka ishiki sawa bas. If you're coming by public means, or you don't have any private means of leaving this place, because the event is going to run to around 8 p.m. or 9, depending on the time we finish here. So if you are looking to use public means, we are looking to create convenience by bringing a means of transport. Yenye utajisimamia, but we want to bring the matatu ikuje hadi hapa. So for that case, we are putting a list. Godwin, where are you? Simama wakuone. So if you're going by public means, find Godwin, write your name down so that we can know exactly how many people we are organizing public means for. So please do that before lunch. Now we're going to break for lunch, and you see it's very sunny. I don't want us to, stand in the sun. We're going to go on a table basis, starting from the corner kwenye pasta amekaa. Okay. So we'll be back at 4 p.m. on the dot for the second part and final part of the conference here. And on that second part, we'll be doing the gallery walk, the checkout, and of course, the last 2 submissions. So right now, we'll start from the corner. We are going to go on a table-to-table basis. Na kwa vile mimi ndio nimewafanya mmechelewa, I'm going to eat last. Sir, tactics. There are only 2 ways to this, DJ. There are 2 ways to this. If you eat last, you eat most or eat nothing. Akili mtu wangu. So let's start from there. Tuanze na nyinyi mkienda tu hivyo. Then kina Obeds, I think Obeds, the first 2 tables can join them. Yeah, hadi hapa. You can join the line. So don't forget to leave your name if traveling by public means like myself. Mungu atafungua njia. Next year tutakuja na gari. Amen. Ninja inaongea.
Wataongea wazidi umbea, nobody love me the way that nobody love me better than and I know you're the one for my heart and soul. Love me the way that nobody can love you better than nobody can love me the way that you do. Nobody can love me the way that you do. Nobody can love me the way that nobody.
Ukisikia nafunga ndoa, marry you. Menisafisha madoa, niko wingu la blue. I'm gonna stick with you for wherever I'm coming through. Mambo yakienda mbaya, I'm gonna keep you cool. Kama ulisafa sahau, karibu sapa. Kwa bahati nzuri mapenzi yanaishi hapa. Sikio umenipata, sina matata. Jisifie wakapendeza, takwa kashi mkononi kwenye mahitaji. Takupenda moyoni nikupe nafasi. Takwa rambo rindoni vita maji maji. Sitokutenda kutenga, sitokujaji.
Naomba sana, naomba dua, nisije zingua. Nobody love me the way that nobody can love me better than nasema sana. Wataongea wazidi umbea, nobody love me the way that nobody can love me better than and I know.
Nataka uwe wangu wewe,
niwe wako
wangu wa maisha, nataka tupendane, maisha milele. Nataka uwe wangu wewe,
niwe wako
wangu wa maisha, nataka tupendane.
Yeah, tumekuwa pamoja for a pretty long time, and after 5 years I'm still proud to call you my buddy. See you right issue with the ups and downs, with me going through a break from a going to a man. All along only unanipenda still while I'm out on tour. Haupanui umechill. Ndo maana mina kuita my first lady. Plus I know down south is engraved preso only. It's just only a matter of time. Kabla nikuvishe pete nikuita my wife and make you mine for the rest of my life. Give you my love, respect, plus I'll treat you right. Girl, sitawahi kukuweka out of sight. Tutarol kama Emils and Lucy side by side. Girlfriend, show you right. Tutarol just like present cast. Come on. Niwe wako. Tupendane.
It's not good enough for me since I've been with you. Ooh. It's not gonna work for you. Nobody can equal me. I'm gonna sip on this drink when I fuck up. I should know how to pick. I'm gonna catch the rhythm while she push up against me. Ooh, is she tipsy? I had enough combo for 24. I picked you from across the room. Pretty little body dancing like go-go, hey. And you are unforgettable. I need to get you alone. Why not? Fucking good time, never hurt nobody. I got a little drink, but it's not my party.
Okay, let us go, all of us, to the queue then. Nimeambiwa kukaa kwa laini inasaidia.
Feeling like I'm fresh out booth. If they want the drama, got the ooze. Ship the whole crew to the cruise. Doing shit you don't even see him move. Ride with me, boss. I got a hard head, but her ass off. She want the last name with the ring on it. Cause I pulled out $1 million cash, told her plank on it.
And you are unforgettable. I need to get you alone.
Now you want chills. Just put bubbly in the cruise.
It's not good enough for me since I've been with you. Ooh. I'm gonna sip on this drink when I fuck up. I should know how to pick me. I'm gonna catch the rhythm while she push up against me. Ooh, is she tipsy? I had enough combo for 24. I picked you from across the room. Pretty little body dancing like go-go, hey. And you are unforgettable. I need to get you alone. Why not? Fucking good time, never hurt nobody. I got a little drink, but it's not my party. If you love the guy, then I'm so sorry. I gotta give it to her like the end of the marriage.
I had a dream, we were sipping whiskey neat, highest floor of the Bowery, and I was high enough. Somewhere along the lines, we stopped seeing eye to eye. You were staying out all night, and I had enough. No, I don't wanna know where you've been or where you're going, but I know I won't be home, and you'll be on your own. Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? Who's gonna rock you when the sun won't let you sleep? Who's waking up to drive you home when you're drunk and all alone? Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? I had a dream, we were back to 17, summer nights and the libertines, never growing up. I'll take take with me the Polaroids and the memories. But you know I'm gonna leave behind the worst of us. Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? Gonna rock you in the sun won't let me. Who's waking up to drive you home when you're drunk and all alone? Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning?
Welcome to ALX Pathway, your gateway to leading global universities.
Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. At night she's screaming, I'm on my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so left but she's right though. At night she's screaming, I'm on my mind. She'll make you curse, but she a blessing. She'll rip your shirt, but then a second you'll be coming back for second. With your play, you just can't help it. Oh, no, you'll play along. Let her lead you on. You'll be saying no, then saying yes, cause you're messing with your head. Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. At night she's screaming, my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so left but she's right though. At night she's screaming, my mind. Gun kinda crazy, she's poison but daisy. People say run, don't walk away. Yeah, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. At night she's screaming, my mind. So someone said, don't drink her potions. She'll kiss your neck with no emotion. When she's mean, you know you love it. She tastes so sweet, don't sugarcoat it. No, you'll play along. Let her lead you on. You'll be saying no. Don't saying yes, cause you're messing with your head. She's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. At night she's screaming, my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so left but she's right though. At night she's screaming, my mind. Gun kinda crazy, she's poison but daisy. People say run, don't walk away. Yeah, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. At night she's screaming, my mind. You're just like me, you're out your mind. I know it's strange, we're both the crazy kind. You're telling me that I'm insane, but don't pretend that you don't love the pain. She's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. At night she's screaming, my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so left but she's right though. At night she's screaming, my mind. Gun kinda crazy, she's poison but daisy. People say run, don't walk away. Yeah, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. At night she's screaming, my mind.
I swear I meant to mean the best when it ended. Even tried to bite my tongue when you started shit. Now you're texting all my friends, asking questions they never even liked you in the first place. Dated a girl that I hate for the attention. She only made it 2 days with a connection. It's like you'll do anything for my affection. You're going all about it in the worst way. I was into you, but I'm over it now. And I was trying to be nice. Nothing's getting through. Let me spell it out. A, B, C, D, fuck you and your mom and your sister and your job and your broke ass car and the shit you call art. Fuck you and your friends that I'll never see again. Everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off. No, 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 no. A, B, C, D, fuck off. No, 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 no. A, B, C, D, fuck you. You said you just needed space, and so I gave it. When I had nothing to say, you couldn't take it. Told everyone I'm a bitch, so I became it. Always had to put yourself above me. I was into you, but I'm over it now. And I was trying to be nice. Nothing's getting through. Let me spell it out. A, B, C, D, fuck you and your mom and your sister and your job and your Craigslist couch and the way your voice sounds. Fuck you and your friends that I'll never see again. Everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off. No, 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 no. A, B, C, D, fuck off. No, 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 no. A, B, C, D, fuck you and your mom and your sister and your job and your broke ass car and the shit you call art. Fuck you and your friends that I'll never see again. Everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off.
Can I call you baby? Can you be my friend? Can you be my lover up until the very end? Let me show you love. I don't pretend. Stick by my side even when the world is giving in. Oh, don't you worry. I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. If you stay forever, let me hold your hand. I can feel those places in your heart no one else can. Let me show you love. I don't pretend. I'll be right here, baby. You know it's sink or swim. Oh, don't you worry. I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the best. at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. We were born in the rubble, we were raised in the mud. Yeah, it's hard in the city where I'm from.
All I know is 10:35 and I can feel your arms around me. Let them drown me. All I know is 10:35 and I'm thinking, God, you found me. That you found me. Every day I go places in my head. Darker thoughts are hard to know. They look like monsters under my bed. And every time it's like a rocket through my chest. The TV make you think the whole world's about to end. I don't know when the sky's going. I know that you and me are something. So many things that I'm afraid of. But right now I ain't scared of nothing. All I know is 10:35 and I can feel your arms around me. Let them drown me. All I know is 10:35 and I'm thinking, God, you found me. That you found me. So don't you worry about tomorrow. Don't you worry, just pass the water. All I know is 10:35 and I can feel your arms around me. Let them drown me. Every night I go places in my dreams, so many never ending alleyways. I don't know what it means, but this is it. And all the sun will wake me up. Tell me I'll be done tonight. Get what I want. I don't know where the stars going. I know that you and me are something. So many things that I'm afraid of. But right now I ain't scared of nothing. All I know is 10:35 and I can feel your arms around me. Let them drown me. All I know is 10:35 and I'm thinking, God, you found me. That you found me. So don't you worry about tomorrow. Don't you worry, just pass the water. All I know is 10:35 and I can feel your arms around me. Let them drown me.
Oh, angels sent from up above. You know you make my world light up. When I was down, when I was hurt, you came to lift me up. Life is a dream and love's a drug. Oh, now I think I must be my user. When I was a river, tried it came to angel sent from up above. I feel it coursing through my blood. Life is a drink, your love's about to make the stars come out.
Drink from me, drink from me. Pour on a symphony.
When the low, I feel it
got me feeling drunk and high. So high. I'm shooting across the sky. I'm shooting across the sky. I'm shooting across the sky. I'm shooting across the
I got a condo in Manhattan. Baby girl, what's happening? You and your ass invited, so gonna get to clapping. Go pop it for a plan, pop it for me. Turn around and drop it for a plan, drop it for me. I'll rent a beach house in Miami. Wake up with no jammies. Lobster tail for dinner. Julio served that scampi. You got it if you want it. Got it if you want it. Said you got it if you want it. Take my wallet if you want it now. Jump in the Cadillac, girl, let's put some miles on it. Anything you want, just to put a smile on it. You deserve it, baby, you deserve it all. And I'm gonna give it to you. Gold jewelry shining so bright. Strawberry champagne on us. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex by the fire at night. Silk sheets and diamonds, all white. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. I'm talking trips to Puerto Rico. Say the word and we go. You can be my flica. Girl, I'll be a flico, mamacita. I would never make a promise that I can't keep. I promise that your smile ain't gonna never leave. Shopping sprees in Paris. Everything 24 carats. Take a look in that mirror. Now tell me who's the fairest. Is it you? Is it you? Is it me? Is it me? Say it's us, and I'll agree, baby. Jump in the Cadillac, girl, let's put some miles on it. Anything you want, just to put a smile on it. You deserve it, baby, you deserve it all. And I'm gonna give it to you. Gold jewelry shining so bright. Strawberry champagne on us. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex by the fire at night. Silk sheets and diamonds, all white. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. You say you want a good time, but here I am, baby. Here I am, baby. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. Say what's on your mind. What's on your mind?
Tell me, baby, what you trying to do? Strawberry shining bright, strawberry shining on us. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex by the fire, and your sunshine and diamonds on us. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like.
I hope it's romantic all my life, surrounded by couples all the time. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I find a lover that could hold me. Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptical now. But still I wanted more, more, more. I give a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. How the way it makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. I look for his arrows every day. I guess he got lost or flew away. Waiting around his ways and counting the days is November. His loving is good as they say. Now I'm so lonely. Now I wish I find a lover that could hold me. Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptical. But still I wanted more, more, more. I give a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. How the way it makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. Hopeless girl seeking someone who will share this feeling. I'm a fool for love, a fool for love. I give a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. How the way it makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. I give a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. How the way it makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. Well, your love is worse than cigarettes. Even if I had 20 in my hands. Oh, babe, your touch, it hurts more than hangovers. No, that bottle don't hold the same regret. And my mother says that you're bad for me. Guess you never felt the high we're on right now. And my father says I should run away, but he don't know that I just don't know how. Well, if it's unhealthy, then I don't give a damn. Cause even if it kills me, I'll always take your hand. It's unhealthy, they just don't understand. But when they try to stop me, just don't nobody can. You're still gonna be my man. Hey, 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 still gonna be my man. Hey, hey, oh, this body high gives me sleepless nights. It's a million times when it jerks me kill. And my red eyes, they are twice as wide. It might look like pain, but to me it's bliss.
All my friends may say that you're bad for me. Guess they never felt the high we're on right now. And my sister says I should run away. She don't know that I just don't know how. Well, if it's unhealthy, then I don't give a damn. Cause even if it kills me, I'll always take your hand. It's unhealthy, they just don't understand. And when they try to stop me, just know nobody can. You're still gonna be my man. Hey, 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 hey. Still gonna be my man. 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 Still gonna be my man.
Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you, baby.
Yeah.
Nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you. I know you feel where I'm coming from, regardless of the things in my past that I've done. Most of it really was for the hell of the fun. On a carousel, so around I spun. With no direction, just trying to get some. Trying to chase skirts, living in the summer sun. And so I lost more than I had ever won. And honestly, I ended up with none. So much nonsense is on my conscience. I'm thinking maybe I should get it out. And I don't want to sound redundant, but I was wondering if there was something that you want to know. But never mind that, we should let it go. So you want to be a TV episode. And all the bad thoughts, just let it go. Go.
Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
Nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
They might say hi, and I might say hey, but you shouldn't worry about what they say, cause they got nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
Nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you. Hands down, there will never be another one. I've been around and I never seen another one. Because your style ain't really got nothing on. And you out when you ain't got nothing on. Baby, you the whole package. Plus you pay your taxes. And you keep it real while the mothers stay plastic. You're my Wonder Woman, call me Mr. Fantastic. Stop.
Now think about it. I've been to London, I've been to Paris, even where there in Tokyo. Back home down in Georgia, to New Orleans, but you always did show. And just like that, girl, you got me froze. Like a Nintendo 64. If you never knew where back you know. No. Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
Nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on
They
you.
might say hi, and I might say hey, but you shouldn't worry about what they say, cause they got nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
Nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you. Everywhere I go, I'm always hearing your name. And no matter where I'm at, girl, you make me wanna sing. Whether a bus or a plane, or a car or a train, no other girls on my brain, and you the one to blame.
Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
Nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
They might say hi, and I might say hey, but you shouldn't worry about what they say, cause they got nothing on you. I know you're somewhere out there, somewhere far away. I want you back. I want you back.
My neighbors think I'm crazy, but they don't understand. You're all I have. You're all I have. At night when the stars light up my room, I sit by myself, talking to the moon, trying to get to you. In hopes you're on the other side, talking to me too. Or am I a fool who sits alone, talking to the moon? Oh, I'm feeling like I'm famous, the talk of the town. They say I've gone mad, yeah, I've gone mad. But they don't know what I know, 'cause when the sun goes down, someone's talking back. Yeah, they're talking back. Oh, at night when the stars light up my room, I sit by myself, talking to the moon, trying to get to you. In hopes you're on the other side, talking to me too. Or am I a fool who sits alone, talking to the moon? Do you ever hear me calling? 'Cause every night I'm talking to the moon, still trying to get to you. In hopes you're on the other side, talking to me too. Or am I a fool who sits alone, talking to the moon? Oh, I know you're somewhere out there, somewhere far away.
Everything's been so messed up here lately. Pretty sure he don't wanna be my baby. Oh, he don't love me, he don't love me, he don't love me, he don't love me, but that's okay. 'Cause I love me, I love me, I love me, I love myself anyway. Hey, everything's gonna be alright, everything's gonna be okay. It's gonna be a good, good life. That's what my therapist say. Everything's gonna be alright, everything's gonna be just fine.
part of this presentation with the last two groups. That is Mizani and Nawiri. Okay? So Mizani are going to come in next, the ones that were handling religion, right? Yes, role of religion in leadership. I hope you're ready. You ready? Good. So, in 10 minutes, submission, 5 minutes, question and answer. While we are at it, I want you to look around your environment right now. Kwenye umekaa, angalia tu chini. Angalia chini around. Is there a paper, a serviette, a bottle? Ni bottle? Bottle? A bottle of water? Can you see a bottle of water? Pick it. In it, there's a dumpster right there next to the DJ. Go dump in it. Yeah. Take it, put it inside, and dump it. Yeah. Dump it. Yeah. Now your environment is very clean. Yeah. In it. Now, is this a word? Don't pick men though. I hear people calling men are trash. Anyway, sisi wanaume tunaitonga vitu mingi. Especially kama una pesa. Anyway. Kia kuja.
Good evening. It's evening, right? Yeah, it's evening. So we are handling the role of religion in leadership and accountability. Yeah? So the main insight is what role does religion really play? Like we looked at it from an angle of modeling an individual first, because before somebody becomes a leader, it's an individual kind of situation. So it plays a role in modeling an individual. And we can all agree that Africa as a continent and Kenya as a country is a seriously religious continent and a seriously religious country. Everybody, every leader affiliates themselves with a particular religion. So if religion does not take part in modeling somebody as an individual, then it fails at the grassroots. So we looked at it as religion should be like the mirror of the society, a reflection of the society. Like when we look at religion, is where we mirror the society, and from the society is where we get our leaders, we get leadership. So if we find that there is a loophole in religion, then definitely there will be something amiss in the society, and it trickles down to leadership. Then we try to identify that religion are practices of a particular sect of people. So for somebody to be accountable by religion, he must be practicing that particular sect, and so that they should be answerable to that particular religion. If you're not accountable to that particular religion that you are practicing, then it can't model you as an individual. Thereby, it doesn't really play a part in you as a leader or as an individual. If you don't believe in that system of religion, you don't believe in their practices, then how do you expect for their practices to really model you? So we also noted that we, as a role of religion, our role is to like pray for our leaders, as the good books, say the Quran and the Bible, states that leaders are appointed by God. So we pray for them. Instead of picking, we pray. And then we speak truth, fearless truth, and condemning unethical conduct. like for now, like now, it's like leadership in the society is buying religion as it is. So you find that it doesn't speak their truth, while the practices that they practice really speaks for them to condemn unethical conduct and to speak their truths. So it's not really happening. And then we looked at it from a scope of what really should be done in these religious institutions. Like we looked at it from, I think we thought religious institutions should introduce civic education in their training to enlighten people about leadership, governance, and accountability. It's not all talk about only spirituality, and then we totally forget, the religious sector has totally forgotten about, to teach people about true leadership, purpose-driven leadership, accountability in leadership. So I think, other than speaking of spirituality, it should be incorporated that civic education is taught to enlighten people, because it's a sector where we cannot ignore. It has a mass of followers. So if civic education was introduced in the system of in religious institutions and religious sects, I think their followers, the members, will look at it, will look at problems from a different angle. Like, not all problems should be taken as a spiritual matters. Some problems should be taken head on because you have knowledge, you have understanding how to go about it. We also looked at religious teaching should revolve around leadership, governance, and accountability from a really early age. Like, we have Sunday schools for the Christians and we have madrasas for the Muslims. They should train our little ones. Who should be a leader? What when you look at a leader, what do you expect? They should be trained from there, so that when they grow upwards, they know this is what we want, this is what we don't want. I think by now, when we look at what happened in July last year, it is what these young Gen Zs realize. This is what we think a leader should look like. And this is what we are getting. I think we are shortchanged somehow. So when we teach from young age, from yule mtoto mdogo wa miaka mitatu, akienda Sunday school, akienda kwenye madrasa, anafundishwa ya kwamba this is how a leader should be. This is how a leader should go about it. This is what to expect from your leader. And when you grow to become a leader, this is what is expected of you. And then we also looked about purpose-driven religion leadership should be redefined. It should be redefined in such a way that the leaders should understand they're servants first, they're not masters. They are servants, they're not masters. It should be an inverted pyramid. That if there is a problem at the top, it is the leadership that is messing us up. But as it is now, it's not, it is a pyramid facing upwards. But going forward, I think it should be known to us and to everybody else that it should be, leadership should be an inverted pyramid, whereby if there is a mess at the top, there definitely is a mess downwards, and downwards is the leaders. So we also talked about organizational structures for accountability for religious institutions. Like, say, I'll use the church as an example, as a perfect example. So many churches are cropping out. They don't have constitutionalism in their sect. Like we discussed one of the good churches in Kenya, they have accountability of everything that goes around. A church should be taken as an institution. A religious sect should be taken as an institution. If it is taken as an institution, it has a constitution that governs it. So when it is properly governed, when it's properly governed, it can govern its members. It can show way forward members. It has accountability. Its members are seeing accountability. They have faith in the particular institution. But at this particular time, everybody's just waking up and deciding to have a ministry of their own without accountability whatsoever. People are losing faith in the church, and yet we're going to those churches. What does it really say about us as a society? And then we also talked about, yeah, I think I've finished the constitution part and all that. So I forgot. I'll ask the members of my group to kindly stand up if you have questions or insights.
1, 2.
After actually the
Good evening.
Good evening.
So we were discussing, as my colleague has said, about the role of religion in leadership accountability, and we came up with action plans or action points for the roles that we felt that we are able to action on, even though religion is a very sensitive issue, and we cannot like act just baselessly. We need a channel for, and we discussed and said that the best thing for us to do is to in our different workspaces to make sure that we have incorporated this sensitization and awareness in our various activities. And so there is the issue of sensitizing religious leaders through the boards that are formed to control religious maybe issues and religious institutions, and that we gave to Seraphine, and she said that it's ongoing. She has already started doing that in her capacity. And then using social media to promote values, that one we gave to Carol. It's also ongoing in our various, the posts that we make. We can always include issues to do with accountability and governance in our various posts. That is part of creating awareness. And then there is also encouraging many to attend the X spaces in that and to attend also these seminars that we have. So this one we gave to Diana because it is in these conferences that we get much of this information. So we have been sensitized since yesterday. We have learned so much about leadership. So in the next conference, we need to encourage people to attend. And then there is also including accountability topics and in leadership trainings. That one I was given because it's an ongoing thing. I encounter many times, I come across leadership. I come across church leaders. So when I'm teaching them and when I'm training them on leadership, then it's good for me to include that in the curriculum. Just one more minute, Diana, please. And then, so we encourage the people to read religious materials for themselves, because we were discussing about the church and we said many people have become vulnerable nowadays because they do not read the scripture for themselves. So they follow, say for example in churches, so you are taught the word of God, but then you don't know the base of it yourself. So you believe, and you believe on what you've been taught. You create a lot of trust in your maybe church, your pastor, and then you don't read the scripture for yourself. So it's always good to read the scriptures for yourselves and religious materials. And that one for the encouragement we gave to OV. So those are our action points currently. So maybe if you have questions or insights.
Any questions on the listener part? Sasa tena makosa imekuwa sasa ni kushiba.
Watu wameiba.
Anyway, thank you so much. Let's give them a hand. Tuwapigeni makofi. Now we're going to go to the final group, that is Nawiri. Nawiri, namwona amesimama pale ajavaa namba lakini ndio ile. Let's give it up to Nawiri. I want us to finish in the next 10 minutes. We get Fadhili Tulia giving us his final performance for the conference. We do our me notice mnaniambia nina change nguo lakini hamjaona Fadhili akichange, si ndio? Sawa. Anyway, so Syria msanii ni kubadilisha nguo. Anyway, I'll give you a chance for you guys to show off what you brought for the gala in a few. Karibu.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, Luciana Jenga. I was in a team where we were talking about empowering inactive citizens. So I wanna kindly call my team. Wakuja hapa tuchomeke pamoja. We started this journey together, so let's finish together. Kindly. Nawaomba tu. We yes, we started together. Let's end this together. Yes, as a team. So as we were talking about why we have a very inactive citizens, so we decided to think, why do we have inactive citizens? So one, we realized that there is poverty, ignorance, and also there's gatekeeping. So instead, in the side of poverty, we came to in a conclusion. Okay, we came to the realization that politicians, most of them, and the leaders in positions, they're the ones who create poverty. Why do they create poverty? Because it's easy for you to mislead a person who is in need of something, or to take advantage of someone who is desperately in need of something. So that is why you find most of our politicians, they create poverty so that we can depend on them. We also we talked about ignorance. Nowadays, you find that most people say that politics is not my thing. As long as politics does not affect my daily business, I'm not a sitaibodha vile, sindio? So you just allow me to mix both Kiswahili and English. Sasa, yes. So that is when most of the people ignore. Unapata there's a bill maybe imeletwa, and because inasema see, at the end of the day, me I'm getting my payslip, that bill does not concern me. So that is another. The other one you said about gatekeeping. You find most leaders in position, they don't want people to get that information, or they don't want to get that information outside there because maybe there's something they're hiding, or there's information that they don't want the citizen out there to know, because they still want to maintain that position. Tukasema hivi, siwezi enda kupea mtu information or nipe mtu mwingine a chance to give people information out there, like mtu ajue mimi na pants siwezi taka, so I'm gonna keep that information ikwe like ni mimi tu najua about the finance bill peke yangu, so because sitaki kuna vile mimi na benefit, so I don't want the third party to know. Keeping also comes with misinformation. From there, we said about about also ignorance comes also with comfort zone. You find most people, they are comfortable with how they're living. You find someone anakula bora yetu anapata adiri bread, so that person ha concern na anything else in affect. Mi mkate hata ikienda iko 50 bob, that person doesn't care imepanda kwa nini, bora tu anapata hiyo mkate. So that person is ako kwa ile comfort zone yake. Sasa, so from there, we said, what can we do? Okay, from the beginning of this event, there's something that inakuja as the main topic, and I think it's about civic education. So we said about we need civic education, but we said about poverty. huwezi enda kusomesha mtu mwenye ako njaa. So you must come with ways to let that person akue ameshiba ndio kumpe information. Second, tukasema we are not going to give people fish. We are going to teach them how to fish. So we said that we need to empower our people in terms of entrepreneurship, skills-wise. And that comes, we give an example. There's this project, ongoing project in Baringo, where someone came up with an idea of teaching these women how to grow their own vegetables. So, and this person, that her target was to teach them about FGM and young women in education. So she came up with the project of teaching them how to do that, growing a spinach, sukuma wiki. And in that, aliwakusanya a group of ladies, akawafunza. In that process of teaching them how to do the vegetation, growing veggies, that is the process alikuwa nawafunza about FGM. And watoto, our ladies kukua shule. So in that, that's another way we can use to teach people about their rights and about politics also. Okay, we also said about erecting leaders. We need also to teach people about how to erect leaders. And this now, it comes from that point we said about empowering our citizens. So tukikuja empower watu, we are going to give them that civic education, teaching them who are you going to erect, the kind of a leader that you need kukua pale in that position. So that is in terms of what do you call them? Skills? No, qualities of a good leader. And a leader is known by the person who is next to that person. Mtu mwenye umeishi naye sana. Unaweza jua tabia za mtu na zile vitu mtu akifanya. So from there tukakuja action. Action is about empowering citizens with their skills in terms of entrepreneurship. So that is when they can get cash. Najua mtu akuwa na do zake wezi mwambia, wezi mislead, auta take advantage yake. So that is one. And that is when we said it's a collective effort for all of us. It's a call for all of us from where you come from. And then we have a breakdown of complex policies through art and social media. That is, we actually said about it yesterday when we were discussing about education and all that. So this is also a collective effort because you can do it using your own social media accounts. That also comes with the civic education. It's also a collective effort. You do it wherever you are. That's all.
Unarudisha, hautaki kuulizwa swali. Any question? I like watu wameshiba na akishiba asumbui.
Yeah.
So any questions? Okay, let's give them a hand of applause. Mike, thank you. So let's give a clap of applause again for Nawiri, and I'll tell you why. So Nawiri had the list of attendees, I think 3. And they still, ilikuwa ngapi? 3. Mlikuwa watatu? 4. There were 4. She also had 3. Yeah. Niliona mkipresent watatu, I thought mmetuma delegates. It was the whole team. No delegates. Oh my. Anyway, this I understand. So we have come to the end of presentation, which is a good timing. We have come to the end of presentations, and I don't like the way you guys are seated. You know, you look bored. You know, I have to make you dance. Point, right? I have to make you dance at some point. Cindy, Sasa kabla niwame kumdance, let me bring in Fadhili Itulia. Tumpigeni makofi. He has been good entertainment. Yeah, he has been good entertainment. Fadhili Itulia is going to give us his final performance of the conference today. As you can see now, we are wrapping up. Tunaenda kufunga, tunafunga. So Fadhili Itulia is a performing artist who is going to perform for us as we are coming to the tail end of this special conversation. And then we are going to stand up and I'm going to show you the next steps, okay? It's very interesting. Now, for those people who are trying to go home using public means, at the corner right there, at the corner table where a pastor is seated, right there, there is a list we are preparing of people who are looking to go via public means, so that usibaki nyuma. So kindly do that. And then when I come back, we are almost coming to the tail end of this conference, especially this part, and then we go to the gala. I give some instructions on that. Thank you so much. Hashtag Purpose-Driven Leadership 2025.
How are you doing, everybody? Have you enjoyed your conference? What? to. So about 3 to maybe 4 years ago, I learned a very beautiful word in South Sudan. This word, Junubin. Junubin is a word that means people of dark skin, people of the South. And this is a word that was used by the South Sudanese people to describe and differentiate themselves from the lighter shade Sudanese people. And I found this word to be very, very beautiful. And it saved my life as one time because I got arrested for taking pictures by the Nile. They were not nudes; they were just normal pictures. But you know, one of the craziest things you can do in South Sudan is have a camera. You'd rather have a gun. And it tells you so much about the policies in different countries. And you travel a bit, you appreciate what you have back home. You appreciate the tranquility and the peace and the freedom and the liberty you have to move around. But I remember this one time while this soldier was whipping me, all I could scream to his face was Junubin, Junubin. And this particular word saved my life. Because at that point I'd already been pulled out of the motorcade with my hair. I lost one dreadlock. And my crime was that I took a picture. In that country at the time, you could only take a picture with a license. And it doesn't help that you're a foreigner taking pictures of their country because they don't know what you'll report. So for me, I was just excited. I was like, oh my God, they're not. And I pulled out my phone and I took a picture. Hey. Ooh-wee. So I learned this word Junubin. And it means the African person, the people of the South, the people of the dark skin. Junubin. And I wrote this song. It's very simple. Africa, amani, umoja, Junubin, Africa, salama, Africa, amani, umoja. Junubin, Africa, salama, Africa, amani, umoja, Junubin, Africa, salama. Africa, amani, umoja, Junubin, Africa, salama.
Africa, amani, umoja. You know, being Africa, salama. Asante sana. All right, this particular song I'm going to do is special dedication to all the members of the UGM party. Your boyfriend changed. You don't talk no more. Your girlfriend changed. You don't call no more. You ain't got no pocket change. 'Cause the price is soaring. Then the climate changed. We don't care no more. But people are walking and nobody's talking. Mother Nature is choking on climate change. People are walking and nobody's talking. Mother Nature is choking on climate change. Industrial revolution causes carbon concentration. Environmental pollution needs a permanent solution. We're dying of heat waves and heavy rains, wildfires and hurricanes. Yeah, 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 yeah. We're dying of heat waves and heavy rains, wildfires and hurricanes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Our people are walking and nobody's talking. Mother Nature is talking on climate change. People are walking and nobody's talking. Mother Nature is choking on. Mazingara yetu, bidii mazao yetu, uchungura yetu, wajibu wasaa wetu, tamaduni sana, tusirudi nyuma, mazingara yetu, bidii yetu, uchungura yetu, ni wajibu wasaa wetu, tamaduni sana, tusirudi nyuma, rekebisha, imarisha, dumisha, stawisha, rekebisha, imarisha, stawisha, dumisha. Sing with me, rekebisha, rekebisha, imarisha, imarisha, stawisha, stawisha, dumisha, dumisha, rekebisha, imarisha, imarisha, stawisha, stawisha, dumisha, dumisha, rekebisha. Rekebisha, alafu imarisha, stawisha, stawisha. Chopi umesahau zote. Dumisha, one more time. Rekebisha, imarisha, imarisha, stawisha, dumisha. Keep it up by yourselves. Louder. Nice. Rekebisha, imarisha, imarisha, stawisha, dumisha. Alamangana, you. Alamangana, you. Alamangana, you. Asante sana. Thank you guys for listening to me. Thank you for having me. Asante sana.
Rekebisha, reke gweri mani. Let's give it up for my guy. Let's give it up for Fadhili Tulia.
Stawisha.
You know, they're like reke, bisha, reke.
People are about to speak in tongues. Hapo kwa reke.
So, everybody, let's be upstanding. Tusimame wote. Kujeni mnijoin hapa. Kujeni mnijoin wote hapa. Kujeni wote hapa nyuma na mimi.
We've chilled for
We
some
want
time.
to finish it on camera. Everybody. Yes, so join me as fast as you can. Na watu wamevaa sharp, kina Obeds wameamua. They can't wait for the evening. Hata mimi I can't wait. So kujeni mnijoin hapa. Kujeni tuwote hapa mbele. We're not going to do anything like dancing. DJ. Naogopa bwana. Furahisha. Reke gweri reke. Reke gweri mani.
Harakisha.
Dumisha. Ukweli mimi ningekuwa na talent ya kuimba, ningewasumbua. No! Sorry.
MC, rekebisha.
Rekebisha. Weka basi. Dumisha, weka dumisha.
Dumisha.
Do.
Ugalisha. No. You cannot ugali. You cannot. Ugali kwa kila kitu, please. Petition.
Unasikia vinaenda, sikia vile ugali nasema. Angesema ugali. Ugali. So,
that's why you're not an artist. That's why you're not an artist.
Okay. So, DJ, I wanted us to dance a small thing. Yani tu kufanya hivi. Sikia nini? Niambie vile tunafanya. Shika. I'm kidding. Mimi kama ile president anawa promise barabara chapo alafu anapika kesho. Sasa akipika kesho amesahau. Now the reason why we are standing here,
Where?
Nimeanza kizungu leo. Guys at home, we are standing here. Okay. The reason why we are standing here, nilikuwa nataka kusema standing midway nikataka kuenda past tense, is because we want to do a special walk.
Yeah.
Karibu. Kuja number 13.
Okay. So thank you so much. Let's appreciate the DJs, the MCs. So Pierre, what you are doing. You said standard, I'm saying DJs instead of MCs.
Yeah, it's around that time.
Okay. It's also where I stood. So let me move a bit. So we're going to do, we are heading towards checkout, but also we have to do a checkout in style. So we're going to go around this tent. So we'll start from there. So we'll go around and see what has been done until we get here. Yeah, a walk, yeah. So take your time. We'll take around 5 minutes. You can time us. So actually, yeah, 5 to 6 minutes. The idea is just observe what has been done, to reflect back. So by the time we sit down, we'll be able now to close, design the way forward. Okay, so take your time. I had asked the guys yesterday who had done their flip charts to bring them. I've not seen them, so I put up what I got. Right? So we'll work with what is available, because one of the things I've learned since yesterday is organization.
Yes.
Passion and responsibility. Okay, so if you're really passionate about it, you'll do it. Okay, so we will follow
my lead.
Yes.
I have a very simple criteria. I want us to pass through this. I want us to do two things at the same time. We are going to answer some questions, but I want us to do them in our final spot. So once you finish this walk, we're going to start from here, from where the butterfly is, behind the tent. Yeah, behind the tent, all the way. Watch what is going on. Is there anything on there? Oh,
no, just here.
Inside. So we go all the way inside. Now, right here in the middle is where we're going to do our checkout. So you go take a chair, and we're going to create a circle here. So once you finish the walk, we are going to finish our chat here. That is where we're going to do our checkout as we finish this event. So ukimaliza, come bring your chair. I'll be here showing you how we're going to set up our seats so that we can do two things at the same time and finish. So let's just go. Tunatembea, mmekataa kudance. Tutembee tu. DJ wacheze mziki. Waki anguka nayo basi. Waanguke wakienda. DJ weka.
Tushasikia tukiingia ni kuklasi kukwanga bado na chukua madam.
Okay, so while you're doing the gallery walk, you can check out what is going, everything inside. Okay.
MC, so what we'll do, we'll play a very quiet song.
Okay.
So that then we can be able to
internalize
stuff, yeah?
Slow. Give them a good song. Continue the walk. You can, all this.
Hiyo ndo secret yangu tu.
Fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu, chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe, lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja. Najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya thamani, ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Hawakushtushwa na risasi, au kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, nia ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Nyeusi wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka kazi mpaka hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Nyeupe ya amani, na
you play some more music. There's still on the line, but kindly find the space
So get a pen and paper. Yes, or use your phone, or use any other and there are tools that is easy for you. and then it'll go round. I'll start from my left.
Okay, 1630 here, and I commit to mentor the next generation of leaders that have integrity and are committed to, honesty in their work.
Great. I commit to educate the young people and their role in this nation. Don't just be angry, venting on social issues. Learn about the policies, constitution, and be part of the change that Kenya needs.
I commit to develop the educators that we have so that we can be able to bring about the next bunch of leaders who are committed and who engage from a perspective of good leadership.
My name is Gordon Segero. I commit to be intentional about my leadership by embracing relational leadership that encourages teamwork and growth.
My name is Stella Swake, and I commit to writing policies and recommendations through Mizani 254 because they are actually hard.
My name is Neto Agostino. I commit to building a strong political team that will create and channel the next sort of leadership that Kenya desires.
I, as Josephine Wambui, I commit to use my voice as a singer and sing more music that tells on importance of responsible and purpose-driven leadership. And I'm going to use the Niko Tayari mantra, which I already have a song called Niko Tayari on YouTube. You can check it out. Thank you.
I, Joanna Ching, I commit to conduct civic education in a governance and accountability using the social media accounts.
Hi, Martin. I commit being a church elder to continue teaching our people the Constitution.
Gloria Michera, I commit to, at my place of work, continue hosting spaces and curating events that are geared towards intentionally nurturing leaders with integrity.
I, Catherine Same, I commit to be loyal and to work as per the Constitution and also to the young generation and join even the old people.
My capacity as a student leader and also as a young leader in the national politics.
I, Vanjiko, commit to create
driven leadership and at the same time to join hands with like-minded Kenyans to ensure that all this ends up helping Kenyans to be able to elect and pick leaders that have of integrity and value human life and the quality of life that Kenyans deserve.
I, Wycliffe Sunday, commit to grow my conversations every week by engaging 10 new people on matters governance and making Kenya better.
I, Peter Kumu, I commit to reset, to reimagine. We are not just a witness to change, we are the architects of change.
I, Eli Likuyani Ambata, do commit to continue walking this treacherous journey of reminding us and reminding myself that this country belongs to us. And it's upon us to be the leaders we desire. So help me God.
I, Seraphine Lumasai, I commit to engage more on the social media in regards to the role of the church in the government through the social media and the church that I serve in. It takes one person, I believe, that I'm not the only one, but the more voices are heard, the faster the changes in fulfilling our mandate as a church leadership. Help me God.
I commit that by 2026, March 14, I will have empowered over 1,500 leaders through our services at ServSkills Limited, Stories of Significance, ServSkills Leaders Book Club, my social media platforms, and my roles in church, to be specific, CITAM Mombasa Main Ministry, as well as CITAM Business Forum, where I serve. I will intentionally connect, equip, and inspire individuals and organizations through leadership development, strategic consulting, and storytelling. I will unlock potential, drive change, celebrate, and create lasting value in every engagement I find myself in. Signed by Otumbo Vincent on 14th March 2025 at Bundu Safari and Camp at 5:14 p.m. at the Purpose Driven Leadership Conference 2025 by Mizani 254 in front of 22 plus witnesses.
I, Nancy Wanjiru Moi, commit to use my foundation to educate women and children and also men in the slums, particularly Mathare and Kibra, on their rights, and also use my connections in the legal field to help them attain justice.
I, Edwin, commit to participate in public participation, and through my area of influence, I commit to educate my people in my area of influence. I commit to educate them on civil education, on their rights also. So help me God.
Hello, I'm Janet. I was not with you yesterday. I joined you today. But then, through the sharing that I've had with you guys today, I declare that I'll be a voice of change, a voice for advocacy, for gender equality, whenever and wherever possible. Thank you.
Hi, I, Agnes Whitney Achieng, I commit that I will continue this conversation forward and create awareness, specifically in my field of accounts, on transparency and accountability in everything. So help me God.
All right, pass it on. That's the beauty. We're passing it on. So that means we are sharing. Yeah, that's the idea, basically. So I want to thank you so much for those commitments. I hope you'll be able to embody them, able to action them. Takes small steps. There are people who can take big steps. That's okay. Who can take small steps. It's okay. How you show up in life, right? So a few announcements would be in terms of the harvest sheets. For those who have not given Stella already their harvest sheet to take a picture, kindly do that before gala. So she'll take a picture and return the harvest sheet to you. That's also your responsibility and your commitment. We'll be happy to hear. I mean, I'm open to hear what will be happening between now till next year, right? So remember to do that. So it's not Stella's or it's not Mizani's harvest sheet. It's yours. Mizani will just take pictures for purposes of recording. That's it, all right? PP, is there another announcement or we're done? Oh yeah, no, you now can speak about that. But yeah, so thank you everyone. Yeah, so let's appreciate ourselves. We can sit down here. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Let's take a seat and clap for each other. That was a good one, yeah. I'm sorry I ran away because glucose is leaving my brain right now at a high speed. So,
PP, what have you committed to?
my commitment is to use my platform that I ran to enhance education. So I'm gonna use that pillar of technology to and continue shaping good leadership. Tunataka kuongelea leadership because you also have to talk to people who want to be leaders to be better. So that is what I will do. I commit. It's something that I do every day. It's my 5 to 8 to. So sasa sisi hatuna 8 to 5. It's my 4 to 9. It's my 4 to 9 p.m. job. Yes, I run a home run PP. It happens each and every day from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. on X Spaces. Make sure you follow me on, MC P Peter on X or YouTube HRWP. Now, it has been an amazing one. Thank you so much for giving me this chance, Mizani and the whole team of Mizani Ustawi, for giving me a chance to be 2025 conference host. Mlifurahia? Imefurahia? So nipigie makofi bana. Hey. Yes, so I hope next year mtanipa, God willing. Hii kazi bwana, tunatafuta kazi, ni kutafuta kazi, si ndio? So tumemaliza the conference side. We are going to the gala now and do awards. As you can see, Eli is already sharp, Obeds is sharp. I want to be sharp with ile yenye kidogo nimekuja nayo. Sikujua wako serious hivi. Walisema tukuje na suti. So sikujua walisema top drawer. So it's around 5:30. I'm going to give you an hour up until 6:30. Huko juu kwenye restaurant ndo tutafanya gala yetu. Go refresh. Wale wa kuvaa suti wavae. Wale wenye tunapanguza viatu turkuje. Wale wa kupiga pasi. Kuna mtu anampa pasi. Ulipeleka wapi pasi? Ako wapi? Godwin, ulipeana pasi? So I want to also give a shout out. I'm gonna give you a chance to give a shout out to the guys at home.
So before we shout out to guys at home, when we get dressed, that is now. Yes. But you have to see Sophie for a drink water. Okay. So if you don't see Sophie, you don't get a drink.
Water.
Heavy.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as you see Sophie, you have to get a drink. Okay. And then this round there are so many cocktails around, okay? Yes. So on the 30th of April 2025, yes, as an outcome of this conference, yes, there's going to be a social justice cocktail. Nice. At the UGM party headquarters.
Are we invited?
That's UGM. And you're all invited.
Hakuna risiti. Mtaniwa na cocktails.
It will be from 6 p.m. So to mark your date. Time
April.
Calendar.
Yes.
You're marking calendars. 30th April.
30th April to go up also?
Yes. Social justice cocktail at UGM party headquarters. Headquarters iko wapi? Green Action House.
Action House. Westlands. 82.
Remember, use technology.
Okay. Wow. 82 Westlands.
Use Google.
Jamani.
Use Google.
Let Google be your best friend. So I have a very simple announcement before we break. The there is that beautiful banner we have there. So wale wenye tuko hapa tuta represent. We're going to go for a group photo there before niwaachilie uende huko kukula. Si ndio? List ya transport, nani ako nayo? Make sure iko pale. Make sure you fill in your name if
you're using public
Say
transport.
thank you to the guys at
So
home.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all. I know you've done that, but let me do it again. And also thank everyone who has been watching us from home ever since yesterday, day 1, today, day 2. It has been awesome having you as our audience. Hamja Choka. Even with technical hitches here and there, you've been an awesome audience. Thank you for lending us your eyes and ears and for being there to be part of the Purpose-Driven Leadership 2025. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
All right, now we the MCs, I want to give one of them, 254 hosts, a chance to run out proper voice vote of thanks. Me, it was just to thank you and market myself. Now, so who of you is gonna give this speech to vote of thanks? And then immediately we're gonna stand up, Pastor. We start with God and finish with God. I'm a favorite. So after that, tukishamaliza kuomba,
we're going for a photo shoot.
Yes, thank
at
you.
the banner.
And also at 6:30, pale kwenye restaurant, starting 6:30, there is a photo shoot for the gala. Amazing. Anyone who wants to give a vote of thanks, if you can be attendees, first of all, one of the attendees. Mkono inakuwa mzito.
Thank you so much. Mi napenda kuongea. I'm sure by now you know that. Yeah, I also said I'm an MC. Wacha nikutafutie kazi ama. Yes. Yeah. Wacha niongee nitoke. Wacha niongee. All right. So let me take this opportunity to just say thank you so much to Mizani 254. Honestly, I didn't expect to come and go the way I'm going right now. I'm feeling full. I'm feeling awoke. I'm feeling energy, like to get out of there and act. And I must say that I'm a changed person right now. And I'm not just saying it with words. It's because it has put you guys, like Mizani has put me on check. Like there's something I need to do. And I know I'm going to do that. Thank you so much, even for the rest of us that we have, all of us, we've been so amazing to each other, right? Let's just be honest. There was just some good vibe, good energy. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anaonyesha na attitude. Like I've never been in such a space where, you know, you're just you're interacting with everyone so well. You're not feeling like you're walking on eggshells. I really, really love the networking that I've done here. And I believe that from this group, we're going to do amazing things moving forward. I'm also single. Anyway, yeah, so thank you so much. Mtu kujiongea. And I'm looking forward for the next conference and next year, but keep bringing more activity, more forums to bring us together. Like I would suggest, let it not just be a yearly thing. Like now we have a cocktail. Walai, hiyo nikikosa. Yeah, so I'm looking forward for another meeting with you guys. So thank you so much and God bless.
All right, let's give her a hand of applause.
You mentioned she's single.
Yeah. Unajua sijui kwa nini
Kuna mtu
nimekuja
kuna
conference
mtu amejitokeza.
and suddenly my marital status is subject for debate. I am comfortably single. Yeah, but I'm going back to my house. Okay. I'm not comfortable, but I'm trying. Imagine mimi ndo naenda kujipikia tena. Yeah? Nikule peke yangu.
Beba ugali.
Asante, anasema tafuta shukrani zake kwa Kiswahili. Kusema hivi, we are running out of time, but we don't let you speak. I want to say this, pale kuna kitu inaitwa dessert. Imetolewa. Kuna dessert. Dessert. Ina depend na shule. Mimi nilisoma dessert, lakini wao wameniambia niseme dessert. Mimi nilisoma dessert. Sisi ni chocolate. Tunaenda kula chocolate huko. So chocolate inatungojea huko na keki ama kenye wameweka sijui. Hizi vitu mnatuambia za kizunguzungu. Sasa supu tulistarta.
Supu ya malenge.
Malenge. Now that we are speaking, nilikuwa ni advice muwapatie 4.5 over 10. Lakini juu ya hiyo 5.5 ya ugali ya leo, tutawapatia 10 over 10 huko juu tutafanya review. See, place imetubamba. From the hospitality, the food. Next time, lakini please, the food. Because of the butternut soup.
Jambo tena. Nimesema basi nizungumze Kiswahili cha Mombasa kama Kiswahili cha Pwani, na Kiswahili ndio lugha yetu. Hiyo inatakana tuendelee kuizoea na tuendelee kuishika, ili vitu vingine visitupite. Vitu vingi twafanya kwa sababu lugha tunazoziongea sana zingine huwa hatuzielewi. Kwa hivyo Kiswahili ni lugha yetu ya taifa, tukaitilie mkazo. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema asante sana kwa watayarishaji wote waliotayarisha kikao hiki. Hakika narudi Pwani nikiwa ndani na mawazo mapya na mipangilio mapya na misongo mipya pia ya kiakili. Kwa hivyo nashukuru na naomba pia tukifanya washa nyingine basi msiniache, tuendelee kwa pamoja ili tuweze kusukuma haya mambo tuliyozungumza hapa, tuyatilie mkazo, kwa sababu yote ni muhimu na yote ni mazuri na yote yanahitajika na yote yatakubalika. Kwa hayo machache, usikose kuna kinywaji na kuna kujuana na kuendelea mazungumzo. Asante. Na nikirudi Pwani niwaambie nini?
Salamu.
Next time tutafanya cocktail ya mnazi pia. Asante.
Shasema. Aya basi Obed. Kwa mfano huo tuendeleze.
Proof that you took your time, and we recognize that. It's also important to note that Mta Alex is a budding organization and doing very well in terms of ensuring that there's justice and using of technology in the legal space, and that's very important. Who have I forgotten? Have I forgotten anyone? I cannot forget the most important and sometimes really bashed organizations in the government, institutions like ODPP, who found time to be here. And Peter has done an excellent job trying to explain to us what is that they do, what are their limitations. And I think it's important to appreciate that despite the fact that there are challenges, there's something being done. We also had the ESCC, Mr. Gorai, who found time to also come, and he did his presentation. And I'm sure we learned something from that. And I hope that in the days to come, we'll work and collaborate more with them for the benefit of this country. And also maybe they need support. There's something they probably need from us to be able to voice so that that can be looked into, especially in terms of budgeting and support and any collaborative agenda. So that said, I think I haven't forgotten anyone, have I? I've got a very good reference. Ila, yes, awesome in terms of the memory that you have, because you have a lot of hair. Yeah, I can't forget the service providers also, and also Bundu Safaris for hosting us, being so hospitable. They've fed us well. They probably, what in Waluya? Is there any chance that they are Lunjas? Because is there anybody who has not eaten? Kuna mtu hajakula vizuri? Pipi, this is not for you. I'm asking. Yeah, at least they had your cry and ugali was served. But thank you so much. And the online community, Kenyans in diaspora, especially Kenyans in Netherlands, who really did their support and they know what they did. We really appreciate Auntie Rosemary, J.M. Esmond, and many other Kenyans who went out of their way to ensure that it's a success. We're looking forward to another successful 2026 Mizani conference. It's still about purpose-driven leadership, but we'll find how to theme it again. Thank you very much. Thank you once again.
Thank you. It is bad manners to speak after the guy that runs the programs because he's done his job. But I felt it will be a disservice for us not to equally appreciate each and every one of you who took time to be here. But in particular, the golden star of the team who made sure these things function. Kindly, I want you to welcome Soke to the stage as we give her a round of applause. Ordinarily, Soke, when we met to have conversations on Mizani, she was that sparkling star in the corporate industry, just discussing policy and analysis about finance, investments, and all that, until she got baptized and became an active advocate for good governance. So, Soke, we want to appreciate you for the good job you've done. You have sent numerous emails and links. Zingine unaulizwa sasa hii ni ya kwenda wapi? And she'll be sending you more links. But from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of our team, Mizani 254 Director, Court FM, Mr. Witaba, and in absentia, Rosadon, thank you so much for the job you've done. And we take this opportunity to give you flowers. I'll also allow you to make the final remarks.
Nipigieni makofi 10. Yeah, so when we were planning this conference, I respected salespeople and marketers and HRs. Organizing grown-ups is not an easy job. And then I realized that we like to tell people when I'm being planned for, I'll say hiyo event hata huyo coordinator hakuwa anafanya kitu, they don't respond to our emails. But then I realized you forget things and you actually almost go mad. Because in the morning, Josephine is calling me, huyu ametuacha, huyu Edu ni nani, hatumpati. Eli, I have lost my phone. Well, Stella, where is my phone? Obed, Stella, why are you mad? You looked. So everyone is on your case, but I actually thank God for you people, and I thank God that the event and the conference turned out very well. It beat our expectations in terms of the area, and actually I told some of you to help me pray it doesn't rain, because they met Guy. told us it will rain from 9th of March, but I really prayed it doesn't rain on today and yesterday. And then the sun shone. Tumeiva. Tumechomwa tukaiva. But then I really want to say thank you for those I called and they actually answered my call. I called NATO, lakini NATO hataki kuongea na mimi. And we call Gloria. I want to call Gloria. Call Gloria. So this is Gloria, and I really appreciate that you came and you had what does it, you not respect per se, but you followed the rules, the Bikundo way of doing things, and I believe you enjoyed it, and you actually see the benefit and the essence of being an active citizen in terms of being ameniambia ni tan but I loved looking at this area but ni sawa tu. So I hope you loved it, the open space technology format, and I hope that you will actually use it in your areas of expertise and even in your areas of hosting. Bikundo does a lot of work on art of hosting, which enables people to be part of the conversation and participate in the areas that we need to participate to. So my slogan and our slogan at Mizani is, we walk the talk, and you cannot say they don't hear if you don't speak. You cannot say they don't read if you don't write. So if there's somewhere to participate, for example, in public participation in written memoranda, we do that. When we are called in parliament to voice our views and explain them, we go. When we are told to talk and tell someone this or to support information flow, we do that. And another slogan we have many is to support informative engagement. And this is public engagement from an informed point of view. So if I hear you saying something on economics, I heard Cliff saying that, you say something that I believe is wrong, I will tell you in a respectful manner, the way NATO told us jana ati group yetu tumerepresent something wrongly. Ni sawa tumewamark. But yeah, that is what we encourage a lot. If we can't be spreading information from a point of ignorance, or from a point of not knowing. Let's speak things that we know from a factual point of view and spread that to everyone so that we are an informed nation and build the nation that we want. Thank you very much. Peter.
Ni kama hii mwaka kweli nitapata kazi na
I believe that we've had a beautiful time and we trusted God apart from the party that is waiting for us. Amen. But before I do that, I want to do something very symbolic. For the team, the Mizani team, I'll request you guys to just come here. I feel like we need to pray for you and just speak the blessings of God upon you. And I pray that you will not be corrupted, that you'll walk the talk, that the scales of balance, indeed what you speak is what is going to be acted upon. And I pray that each and everyone that is gathered in this place, that indeed we shall be as of influence in the places that God has allowed us to be in. Amen. And even before I pray, I just want us to say thank you to the Lord. Amen. Twasema asante, twasema asante, twasema asante, ewe Mungu. Wewe ni Alfa na Omega, wewe ni Alfa Omega, wewe ni Alfa na Omega, ewe Mungu wangu, ndivyo twasema
Oh, Baba twasema. Oh, yes, twasema. Sante ewe Mungu wangu.
Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we come before your presence this beautiful evening, oh God. Father, we came here, we opened and trusted you, oh God. Yesterday we believed in you, Lord. We had reasonable conversations, oh God, conversations that are yet to change this nation, oh God. And Lord, I pray that this is not the end of it, oh God. But right now, Lord, we want to commit the Mizani team before your presence, oh God. Right from the Eli, we want to speak a blessing upon him for this vision. Lord, King of Kings, I pray that Jehovah God, he shall be a man that shall be after your own heart, that shall represent the truth together with his team. Lord Jesus, I pray that Jehovah God, you shall empower them, give them your wisdom, the wisdom of God that is above every other wisdom of man, oh God. Lord, I pray that Jehovah God, they shall not fall by the wayside. Lord, I pray that men shall not come and redirect them in a different direction, oh God. But Lord Jehovah God, that this nation shall be transformed because men and women like them stood up for the truth and justice of this nation. In finances, oh God, the economy of this nation, oh God, every aspect that is related to the things of this nation. Lord, I pray that Jehovah God, you will cover them. Father God, every arrow that will be thrown against them, they right even after this meeting, Lord, I cancel it and destroy it in the mighty name of Jesus. Instead, Lord, may you cover them and compass around them with the precious blood of Jesus. They shall be covered. Lord, we refuse any diseases, any infirmity, any loss in the mighty name of Jesus, that they are blessed of the Lord and their mind is blessed and rich in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, I speak a blessing over each and every member that is in this place. Lord, you know the dreams that they have, oh God. Each and every one of them have beautiful minds that are coming up, innovative and creativity, oh God, within them, oh God. Lord, how I pray that Jehovah God, their dreams, oh God, shall not be snuffed up, Almighty God, in the name of Jesus. Instead, they shall burn, oh God. Fan a flame in them, oh God, in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, I pray that this nation shall transform because men and women who've stood in this place, oh God, have believed in the cause that you've given them, in truth, in justice, mighty God, in the name of Jesus. Lord, we've even discussed about the church. Lord, I pray that you shall be a voice in this nation, oh God, for truth and not corruption, oh God, that we shall not be money-minded, oh God, but we shall be a people that shall offer advice, oh God, that is to give us the prophetic voice concerning this nation, that we shall give guidance, Almighty God, in the name of Jesus. So Lord, I present every need that is in this place, every need and every weariness that is here, Lord. I pray for strengthening. I pray for provision. I pray for an increase in the mighty name of Jesus. So Lord, we thank you. And even as people plan to leave, as they plan to stay over, Lord, I pray that Jehovah, you shall cover them. Lord, we refuse any food poisoning, anything that they shall come in contact with, oh God, it shall not affect them in the mighty name of Jesus. None of them shall be in any accidents. None of them shall fall sick in the name of Jesus. So we thank you. We bring this meeting to a closure in the mighty name of Jesus. We thank you and we honor you. In Jesus' name we do pray and believe. Amen. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen and amen. Thank you very much.
And with that, we'd like to declare the conference part of Mizani done. We head to the photograph session.
For a group photo.
For group photo to mark the end of this conference. And we go to the table to get some dessert. And then at the gala, we'll be having a word from Mr. Vincent Otumbo from Serve Skills. He will be talking to us in terms of how to better your skills at the gala. Right now, take the photos. Let's go get changed and get